Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of long ago to bring justice to the oppressed. Where he came from, no one ever knew. But his heroic deeds were recorded in the memories of the people of 7 states. Even today, the cowboys sit around the campfire and relate yarns of his daring, of his speed on the draw when he meted out punishment to the lawless, of his great horse Silver, the fastest the West has ever known. History does not record his many adventures, but the West will always remember the shout which has come down through the years.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Now it's waiting for us on the trail ahead! We have to hurry, old boy, or we may be too late! Hi-yo,
The Lone Ranger urged the great horse Silver down the trail toward Wells City, a typical rancher's community of the pioneer days. Ben Bush was the wealthiest man in town. He owned the bank, controlled vast sections of rangeland in the territory, received dividends from most of the other commercial enterprises. But for all his wealth and power, he was thoroughly disliked. He ruled Wells City and the surrounding districts with an iron hand. And it was suspected, though never proved, that he had built his position upon a disregard of honesty and justice. It was certain that the sheriff of the county, Pete Crowley, obeyed his commands without question, and the lawman's reputation had suffered in consequence. In the first scene of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we see Ben Bush speaking with Crowley in the cafe. They are seated in one corner of the large room and are careful that they're not overheard by the rest of the crowd.
I tell you, I done all I could. It ain't my fault them two was rescued.
I don't like alibis.
But there ain't a man alive can do more than I done.
You ain't done good enough, Crowley. That's the point.
But I can't.
Just remember, I'm the man put you in office.
I ain't forgot that.
I'm the man can get you out of office.
I know, Mr. Bush, but what more can I do than what
The
I'm
job
doing?
of sheriff means arresting crooks and guarding them, don't it?
Sure, that's what I done. That's what I've been doing all along.
I ain't asked you to give evidence against them. I've done that myself.
I know
They've
you
gone
have.
to trial and been found guilty.
Yeah?
But twice. When they was all set to get hung, they was rescued by some masked man on a white horse.
But he rides like lightning. The way he handles them 2 guns of his, a man hasn't a chance to...
I don't like alibis. I told you that before, Crowley.
I ain't alibiing, Mr. Bush. You know as well as I do that white horse is a devil on 4 legs.
The rider ain't.
He had us all covered with them 6 guns of his before we could say Jack Robinson.
Then you should get some deputies that's quicker on the draw. I tell you, Crowley, I don't like the way things is going here. Who is that masked man, anyhow?
I don't know.
Like as not, he's an outlaw.
Sure, wearing a mask like he does, there must be.
Then why don't you arrest him? Get him tried and hung.
But you can't find him. I've had men out hunting.
Ah.
It's the truth. I've had parties out ever since Lem Frisbee was saved from the hangman's rope.
Ain't even found tracks, have you?
No, but we still got men out.
Rot. First thing you know, my enemies will get teamed up against me. Then now they all through in this town.
I know.
Maybe that's what you're figuring on.
No, Mr. Bush. You know that ain't the case.
I don't trust anyone, Crowley. Maybe that's why I got where I am.
Well, you can trust me. Ain't I done what you asked me to ever since I got in office?
You let two of my enemies escape. Like as not, the one that's in jail now will be rescued by that masked man afore he's hung.
You won't. You can bet on that. I've got guards at the jail night and day.
Reckon we better go down there and make sure he's still locked up.
Shucks, you be there. Neither of the others was took till they was ready to hang. Larson ain't even come up for trial yet.
We're gonna take a look anyhow. Come on.
Well, if you want to, ain't no use. You take my word for it, you're still there.
I'm beginning to think your word don't amount to much.
I wish you'd put more trust in me, Mr. Bush.
Just a couple more escapes in this town, and you're going to be out in the office, Crowley. Mind what I tell you.
Well, come on. Let's go to the jail. Hi, Fred.
Come on, sit down and have a drink.
Oh, no. Give a sight to know who that masked man is and what he's doing around here.
So'd I.
He must be an enemy of yours, Mr. Bush.
My enemies hang. You know that. Except when you get careless.
I reckon we can leave the horses here at the hitch rack. Ain't far down to the jail.
Yep.
You know, Mr. Bush, I've been thinking.
Well?
You're sort of dissatisfied with the way I've been doing my job.
Why shouldn't I be? Two men I figured to get rid of by this time are out free somewhere.
Well, you ain't the only one that ain't satisfied with things as they stand.
What do you mean?
I've been thinking I ought to get more money.
More money?
Yep. If you had an honest sheriff in here, you wouldn't stand a chance of getting away with the things you've been doing.
Yeah? Well, get this, Crowley. Anytime you get tired working for me, or anytime I get tired of the way you do your job, there's a jail cell waiting to hold you.
You mean...
I mean I got evidence to put you in jail, same as I got it against my other enemies.
Hey, look over by the jail.
A white horse. If that's the same man...
Hurry up, Larson, this way.
Use your gun. Drop him. Get the two of them. They're getting to the saddle.
I never figured he'd try and get Larson away before his trial.
Three of my enemies out loose and all saved by the same man. Crowley, I'm beginning to think you're scheming things again, then.
In spite of the efforts of Bush and Crowley, the Lone Ranger had effected the rescue of each of the three men framed by the pair. After his last exploit, the masked man returned to his camp with Steve Larson, the third of the rescued prisoners.
No, this is Steve Larson. I just helped him to escape from jail.
Oh, that's good.
I don't savvy this at all. Who are you?
I hope to be your friend, Larson.
What'd you bust me out of the jail for?
So you wouldn't be tried and hung for murder.
But they didn't have no evidence against me.
They didn't have evidence against the other two men, but both of them were ready to hang.
You're the man that rescued them?
Yes, Tonto and I.
Where are they now?
They're safe for the time being.
Just what are you up to, mister? What's the mask for?
I brought you here to ask questions of you, not to answer yours.
I suppose I should be doggone grateful to you, but I ain't.
I'm not asking for your gratitude.
If I got tried and freed, I'd been all right. But as it stands now, I'm an outlaw.
Yes.
My wife is there in town. So's my kid. I can't never go back to see them. My busting out of the jail is the same as confessing my guilt.
You were accused of murder.
Yeah, but I could have proved my innocence.
How?
The night Sam Turner was killed, I was at home with Mary and little Jerry.
That wouldn't clear you, Larson. Remember, Ben Bush is against you.
That scheming polecat. Someday he's going to get all that's coming to him.
That's what I'm working for.
You know about him?
Not all that I want to know. You tell me about him.
Got so much money he does whatever he darn pleases.
I've been told that. You had money in his bank, didn't you?
All my savings, about $3,000.
That's just the point.
Huh?
Frisbee and Slade had their money in his bank. That's why they were framed for murder.
See here, do you mean to say they weren't guilty of murders?
No.
But the evidence, what? 4 men seen them do the shooting.
Those 4 men were paid to tell the jury that story.
By Bush?
Yes.
What's his game?
Larson, Bush takes the money people put in his bank.
Steals it?
Yes. Then before the money can be claimed, he arranges for the owner to get into trouble. And Sheriff Crowley works hand in glove with him.
See here. Do you mean to tell me I'd have faced what Frisbee and Slade did?
Yes.
That there'd have been men on the stand that swear they seen me shoot a man?
That's just what would have happened.
Why, they'd all
You call Bush a schemer and a polecat. What do you know about him?
I know he never gives a man a chance to pay up a mortgage if he has a little late on it.
Yes.
He swindles and cheats wherever he can. I always thought he stuck to the letter of the law.
No, he doesn't even do that.
What am I to do now?
I want you to help me.
How?
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Slade and Frisbee.
Yeah?
Will you stake your freedom on a chance that you might hang rather than spend the rest of your life as an outlaw?
I don't savvy.
As you stand right now, you're safely away from the jail. You can leave my camp and go where you want to. But you'll always be hunted by the law for a crime you didn't do.
I savvy that.
If you'll help me and risk being captured, there's a chance to put Ben Bush and Sheriff Crowley where they belong. And then you can return to town a free man.
Life wouldn't mean much to me, away from my wife and kid.
Then I can count on you?
Yes. I suppose Frisbee and Slade decided different, being as they ain't around here. But I'll go in with you.
They've made the same choice.
Yeah? Gosh, and the 4 of us are working together?
There are 5 of us, counting my friend Tonto.
Oh, yeah.
Larson, from now on, don't ask questions. Just do what you're told and count on us.
I never thought I'd trust a man that wore a mask, stranger. But there's something about your style that makes me like you and trust you. I'm taking your orders from now on.
The Lone Ranger had a definite purpose in mind when he freed the 3 men Crowley had imprisoned. In the meantime, the sheriff and his posse scoured the country in search of the masked man and his companions, but without success. The hunt continued for several days. Bush became incensed over the delay. At length, the banker approached Crowley in the cafe and spoke heatedly.
I could really make a clean-up if I could count on you at all, but I can't.
Mr. Bush, I'm doing all a man can do.
Ain't found a one of the 4 men. 3. 4, including the masked man, to save the others, or ain't you bothering to hunt him?
Yeah, sure we are.
A stranger drifted into town today and opened a big account at the bank.
Yeah?
If only I could count on you.
The next one won't get away from me, I promise you that.
There won't be a next one for some time. It takes a while for me to line things up.
Hey,
I tell you.
Sheriff, come fast. There's been a shooting down the road a piece.
Shooting? Come on, quick. Maybe you can get the hombre. Did you see anything of the man that done the shooting?
Well, there's a man still there. He's examining the redskin he shot. He's a stranger in town.
Not in Markheim.
Reckon that's what he calls himself.
Come on, Sheriff. Here's a chance to do something.
I'm on my way. Never mind. I'll see you later.
You won't need your horse. It's just a few rods away. Listen to me, Sheriff.
I'm listening.
Don't run so fast. I can't keep up with you.
Well, I gotta get there. It's a murder.
If that man's name is Markheim, he's the one put a lot of money in the bank, see?
What about it?
Here's your chance to make good on one thing for me.
What is it?
See that Markheim gets arrested and hung.
He'll get arrested and hung, all right. If he's guilty.
Never mind whether he's guilty or not. Make him guilty.
You mean?
I mean we can frame him same as we did them others. What's more, we got a real murder to start with.
You're coming, Sheriff. Can't you come no faster than that? I'm with you.
He's still there, standing looking over the redskin he shot.
Likely seeing if the Indian's got any cash on him, huh? Hey, you! Don't make a move. You're under arrest.
I'm not going to run away.
You're covered.
Markheim, it's you.
Sure, it's me. Oh, you're Mr. Bush, ain't you?
I am, and this here is Sheriff Crowley.
Sheriff, I don't know who done this shooting, but
What do you mean you don't know who done it?
You done it.
You're wrong there, Mr. Bush. I didn't have no part in it.
Don't give us none of that. You're guilty. Who else would shoot an Injun?
We ain't sure about it, Sheriff. We just heard the shot and run up.
I did the same thing. I heard the shooting, ran over, and the engine was there on the ground.
I told this hombre to sort of stand around and watch, and I'd go fetch you, Sheriff. He's the one killed the Injun, all right. Take his gun.
Hold on, Sheriff. Ain't you being a little hasty?
No, I ain't. It's my duty to warn you. Anything you say can be used against you.
I'll search him, Sheriff.
That ain't exactly right, Mr. Bush. I'm the
I
one.
said I'd search him.
All right, then. All right.
Just what's the meaning of all this, Sheriff? What right's Bush to search me? He ain't a lawman, is he?
None of your talk now.
You don't seem to have much money on you.
You know blamed well where all my money is, Bush. I put it in your bank today.
You did?
Well, you know blame well I did.
I don't know nothing of the sort.
Hold on there. That's my receipt for the money you got.
This ain't nothing but a scrap of paper. You must be loco, Mr. Markheim.
Loco?
That's what I said. I don't recollect you putting any money in my bank.
Of all the dirty lying coyotes. What sort of game is this?
Take him to jail, Sheriff. He's a murderer, all right.
You can't do this.
Come on, Markheim.
That banker's saying I ain't no money in his bank. I'm innocent. You can't call me guilty. I'm as innocent as you are, Sheriff. You can't take me to jail.
You ain't only going to jail, you're going to the hangman's noose. We got evidence enough to send you there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now, on with our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the banker and the sheriff of Wells City framed three men for murder, only to have them taken from jail by the masked man. The accused men were large depositors in the bank owned by Bush, who intended to steal their funds. The Lone Ranger, however, had freed the convicted men as part of a plan to bring Bush and Crowley to justice. Then a fourth man entered the story. His name was Markheim, and he was discovered standing over an Indian he was accused of killing. That same afternoon, Markheim had placed a large sum of money in the bank. Bush saw another opportunity to frame an important depositor.
Hold on now, Sheriff. Can't you listen to me for just a minute or so?
Oh, talk fast, son. What is it?
You ain't even looked to make sure the Redskin's dead before you jail me for murder.
We'll do the looking later. We don't take chances with murderers like you.
Then make that banker give me back the paper he took from me.
It wasn't nothing but a scrap of paper. I throwed it away.
It's a receipt for the cash I banked in your place today, Bush. I suppose now you'll claim I ain't no money there and keep it for yourself.
Take him in, Sheriff.
Yep. Come on, Markheim.
What's the Redskin?
I'll go back and see if he's dead for sure.
No, you won't.
What the masked man again?
You'll all stand right where you are.
Crowley, if he gets this prisoner away from you, I'll have you rid out in town on a rail.
I'm not after your prisoner. I'm here to take the Indian away with me.
See here, you. You're under arrest.
Big talk from a man who doesn't dare reach for his gun.
Shoot him, Crowley. Don't stand there like a sniveling coward. Draw and shoot.
Don't fire. I'm still holding one gun on you.
Now's your chance while he's trying to heist the Redskin on his horse.
Go ahead if you think you can complete the draw.
He's grease lightning with a gun, Mr. Bush.
Hail Silver!
Now's your chance. Shoot. Shoot him.
I'll try.
Get him, Crowley. No, try again. He's still riding.
Tain't no use, Bush. He's out of sight in the dark. That horse he's riding's grease lightning.
What did he want the dead Injun for?
Don't ask me.
Well, see that you don't let the prisoner get away, blast it all, Crowley. Don't let him get away.
The Lone Ranger made no attempt to rescue the sheriff's latest prisoner. Instead, he and Tonto rode swiftly to their camp. There they were met by the three fugitives who had agreed to assist in carrying out his plan.
Oh, Silver! 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 Here we are, Tonto.
How'd it come out? What happened, mister?
What did you do?
Everything worked out just as we hoped. They didn't even examine Tonto to see if he'd been shot or not.
Can you beat that? It's just like Cash said. The sheriff's a crook, and so is Bush.
Not only that, they made sure to get the bank deposit slip away from Markheim.
Bush done that, didn't he?
Yes, and the sheriff permitted it.
That means Markheim will be slated to hang, and he won't have a chance of getting away.
Not unless the masked man gets him away, like he done us.
We're going to let Markheim go on trial. And when that trial comes up, the sheriff and Ben Bush will have a surprise.
The Lone Ranger had proved the dishonesty of the sheriff and the banker beyond all possibility of doubt. In the meantime, Markheim was put on trial. A jury was hastily summoned, and the evidence of a series of lying witnesses presented to the court.
And Markheim drawed his gun and fired. The redskin dropped dead. That's all I got to say, Judge.
That man lies, Judge.
You're out of order, Markheim. Be quiet.
But my gun wasn't even fired. The sheriff can tell you that.
How about that, Sheriff? Might have been fired, might not have been. I dumped the cartridges out without looking to see.
You're railroading me to the hangman's rope. That's what you're doing.
One after another, the witnesses swore to the same story. Markheim, they said, had killed the Indian. But outside the courthouse, a group of men led by the Lone Ranger watched the progress of the trial with keen interest. We hear the masked man as he addresses one of his companions.
Frisbee,
Yeah?
are those witnesses the same ones who testified against you?
Yes, they are.
They had plenty to say against me, too.
The same men?
Yeah.
Dirty rats. They're all being paid for that by Ben Bush.
Just wait.
I'd like to get in there and have my say.
Not yet.
Look, the jury's going out now.
Markheim hasn't had his full say yet. Wait until the jury comes in.
Stranger, what's Markheim going to do?
Wait and watch.
Money hangs.
Shucks, I wouldn't bet 1 to 1,000 he don't. He didn't get a square trial. Not even a man to speak for him.
Ain't no one gets a square trial in this town.
Sheriff himself is the biggest crook of all.
Don't let yourself get heard saying that.
There's a jury coming back.
That jury is a hanging one. Let's have it quiet here. Order in the court. Sheriff Crowley, you're acting as clerk. Go on and tend to business. Answer the jury. Have you reached a verdict? Well, let one of you stand up and tell it to the judge. We find the prisoner guilty of murder. Markham, you'd better stand up and face me so as I can sentence you.
First of all, before you sentence me, Judge, I've got something to say.
Well, make it short.
In the first place, I'm charged of murdering a man that's not even proved to be dead. In the second place, not one of those witnesses saw the shooting. In the third place, my gun was not fired. And in the fourth place, before I'm through, you're all going to be sorry you had so much to say.
What's the meaning of such talk? You're found guilty
And I'm not. Judge, there's plenty of crooks in this town. Maybe you're one of them, maybe you ain't. We'll find that out before another 10 minutes goes by.
What?
Right now, friends of mine are coming into this courtroom. Keep everyone covered, boys.
No one make a move.
The masked man!
There's Steve Larson, one of the escaped prisoners.
Order! Order in this court!
All of you, be quiet.
There's the other two fugitives. Order in this court. You can't run things in this high-handed way, even if you are holding two guns on us.
Careful there, Judge. We're covering everyone.
All right, Markheim, take charge. Get this place quiet so I can talk.
Quiet! Quiet, I tell you!
That's better. For the time being, Sheriff, you can't arrest those fugitives because they've got you and all your men covered.
All right, Markheim. But you said the body of the man you shot wasn't on hand. Well, what do you call the Injun Frisbee and Slade brought in?
I'd like to ask the witnesses if that's the man I'm said to have shot.
Yes, it is.
Do you agree with that, Banker Bush?
Yeah,
What about you, Sheriff?
it's him.
Then, Judge, I'm not a murderer. Stand up, Tonto.
Me not shot. Me not hurt. It's a double-crossing frame-up. That's what it is.
Wait, I ain't done yet.
Quiet in this room. Maybe that ain't the man you shot, Markheim.
I didn't shoot anyone. Judge, the two men who just came in, Frisbee and Slade, were tried and found guilty in your court.
Yes, that's right.
And the witnesses against them was the same ones that appeared against me. Ain't that so, boys?
Sure is.
And the reason was, Bush stole the money they had in his bank. Then, with the help of the sheriff and lying witnesses, he framed them for murder.
That ain't so. Tain't so, I tell you.
Markheim lied.
Quiet, Sheriff.
You make a more noise. Me stopping you. Get away from me, Redskin.
Let me ask you this, Banker Bush. Did I put cash in your bank?
No, you did not.
You heard that, Judge?
Yeah, I heard it.
Bush, you think you're safe in denying I put cash in your bank because you thought you got the slip of paper that would prove it. Well, all you got was a copy of that same. Here, Judge, is the paper with Ben Bush's signature on it.
Markheim got it.
What about it, Judge? Is Markheim right?
Aye, it seems to be. But never in my life have I seen anything like
I
it.
ain't done yet, Judge. The masked man fired a shot, and I stayed where Tonto lay on the ground, waiting to see if I'd be framed. All them witnesses that said they seen the murder lied. Steve, you were watching Abe Gorman when the shot was fired. Where was he?
Gorman was gambling in the cafe.
Bless you.
Slade, you were watching Lehman and Snyder when the shot was fired.
Yeah, and they was calling on the widow Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins will prove that.
See here, Judge. Wait! Let me speak, Markheim.
Yes, Your Honor.
You wondered if I was on the level. Well, you'll find out.
Yeah?
All it takes is a look at the faces of them lying witnesses to know the truth. Every one of them should be jailed for swearing away a man's life. But, Judge, that's for you, Sheriff. And you, boys. It looks like the murders Frisbee, Slade, and Larson have been charged with are still unsolved. And it looks like it's up to me to appoint a deputy sheriff to arrest you for investigation.
1 minute, Judge.
Yeah?
You needn't appoint anyone. The United States Marshal is here to take charge of things.
He is? Where's he at?
You know him as Markheim.
He come here to frame up the bunch of us.
I came here at the suggestion of the Lone Ranger. He and Tonto outlined a plan where I'd be bait for the trap to show the sheriff and his deputies up as scheming crooks.
But where's the Lone... Great gun. You mean that masked man is the Lone Ranger?
That's about the size of it. Come, Tonto. We're finished here.
Wait! Wait a minute, Lone Ranger. This town owes you a plenty. Stop him. I want to speak to him. It's due to him that this community will be safe for honest men.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
C brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. There's a potential killer on the loose in your city. 18 women have been beaten and robbed by this man. The newspapers call him the Werewolf. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday morning, February 2nd. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch out of robbery detail. Detectives in Los Angeles work in pairs. My partner's Ben Romero. He's a sergeant, and so am I. My name's Friday. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. I was on the way back from the teletype room, and it was 3 a.m. when I got to room 27A, robbery detail. Hi, Ben. What's up?
Keep your coat on, Joe. Just had a hotshot call. Coming, Skipper?
Right behind you. Let's go, Friday.
Well, what was it, Ed?
Another woman robbed, almost beaten to death.
Well, how many does that make?
About 18 in 6 weeks. Is that right, Skipper?
Yeah, 18 too many. Come on down these stairs to the garage.
Yeah. What about that suspect we had, Ed?
You mean Martin?
Yeah.
Had to release him this morning. But I got a good tail on him, Henderson.
Yeah. We got any report yet?
Nothing definite to hold him for. Here's the garage. Let's hustle it.
Right.
Then if this isn't Martin's job, Skipper, and he's not the right man...
Then we start all over again, and we work night and day till we find the right man. Here's the car. Let's go.
Ben, you drive.
Yeah, all right.
How do the victims describe this guy, Ed?
Pretty sketchy. Supposed to be tall, dark, long black hair. Last woman said he had a face like an animal, something like a dog or a wolf.
A wolf?
Yeah. She said something like a werewolf.
Something like a werewolf. Well, he almost had to be that, judging from the way he operated. He was either an animal or a raving maniac. One thing we were sure of, he was smart and he was dangerous. For almost 2 months, he'd prowled the streets in a stolen car in the early morning, usually between 3 and 5 a.m. And the victims were always lone women, most of them waitresses, coming to work or going home. He dragged them into the car, robbed them, beat them until they were unconscious, and then throw the body out into the street. That's just what we found when we pulled up to the curb near the corner of 8th and Grand. One cruiser car was already there, and so was the ambulance. About a dozen people were standing around looking at the crumpled figure of a woman sprawled out on the sidewalk. 2 officers were talking to the only witness, a thin, sallow-faced newsboy. His story didn't give us much to go on.
Like I was telling these cops, or these officers, sir, I was walking up 8th Street on my way home as usual when I see this blue Chevy sedan pull up down the block there a little way and dump out the dame's body. Well, actually, I don't know what to think.
You get a look at the license plate?
Well, no, I didn't. To tell you the truth, I could hardly keep from... Well, I was just plain scared.
What did you do after you saw him throw the body out, son?
Well, I just stood there for a minute, and the fellow in the car drove right on past me.
Did you get a look at him?
I sure did.
How close were you when he drove past?
Well, now, it couldn't have been more than, 8 or 10 feet away. I was right over there by the street light near the curb.
Would you know this man if you saw him again?
I don't know about his height or his build or his weight, but, mister, his face I'll never forget.
Why do you say that?
It was just like the paper says about him. Right here on the front page. Here, read it. See? Woman says the attacker looked like werewolf.
That's all the newsboy could tell us. The suspect drove a blue sedan. He had a face like a werewolf. We covered the neighborhood for clues, and we questioned a dozen people, but we got nowhere. We took the witness's name and address, and we drove down a couple of blocks to an all-night gas station.
14-hour off to Metropolitan.
I'm going in here and call the office and see if Henderson's called in on Martin. We might still have a suspect.
Right, Skipper.
13-hour off to Metropolitan.
Looks as mad as a wet hornet, doesn't it, Joe?
Yeah. Did you get a good look at that woman's face when they moved her in the ambulance?
Yeah. Sure does like to mess him up.
Oh, I don't know how we're going to get him, Ben, but we better do it fast. Next time, it'll probably be murder.
Oh, here comes the skipper, Joe. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good.
What is it, Ed?
Just talked to Henderson. He tailed Martin to a bar in Long Beach.
He hasn't been out of his sight for 2 minutes since yesterday. Martin's clear.
And we're right back where we started.
Yeah, with one more half-dead woman in the hospital.
Well, how about that stolen car, Skip?
Wait a minute.
Victim of
Get that
211
radio up.
and attack.
Okay.
Code 3. Ambulance dispatched.
Code?
Attention, all units. On Grand Avenue between Venice and Washington. A woman, victim of robbery and attack. Code 3. Ambulance to task.
Code 3, red light and siren. Come on, Friday, let's roll.
We couldn't be sure, but it sounded like another one. 6 minutes later, we were there. Same story. Werewolf. The next day, the chief ordered the number of cruiser cars doubled in the Central District. This was for the early morning watch with plainclothesmen to back them up. Then the newspapers played it big, and in 2 days, the story was on the front page of every paper in town. Maybe that should have made the werewolf lay low, but it didn't. Because at 4 o'clock that morning, while Ben and I were patrolling with the other cars, he got his 20th victim.
Attention, all units. Whittier between Soto and Matthews. A woman, victim of 211, an attack. Code 3. Ambulance dispatched.
Here's a report on that blue sedan he used the other night, Joe. Found it out on Anaheim Telegraph Road.
Any luck with it?
Not one fingerprint we can use.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Well, how about the auto theft detail?
Same old story, Joe. He steals a car, uses it once, and then drops it. Never leaves a thing behind.
Well, that's great. We're sure moving fast.
How about that big guy you picked out of the lineup this morning?
Oh, I checked his alibi. It's perfect.
Now we haven't got even half a clue.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's check with Ed. He's instructing the policewomen on a plan for tonight.
All right. Now you've heard the report. You understand how the suspect operates and what you're to do.
I think so.
Remember, all of you forget you were ever policewomen. Change the way you walk, the way you carry yourselves. That's the part you're playing, all right?
Okay.
And be careful and don't take any chances. All right, Freddie.
Okay, Ed. Now, just to make sure you look the part, we're spotting each one of you at different restaurants and coffee shops throughout the Central District. And from 7 o'clock tonight until daylight tomorrow, each one of you is going to be a waitress. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, you want to give them their assignments?
Okay, Joe. Well, here's the way it lines up. Marge Kissel at the Top Hat Cafe. That's on 9th Street between Alpharetta and Westlake.
Okay.
And Katie Welch, Joe's Coffee House, Brooklyn, Soto.
Right.
Pat Fielding at the All-Night Steakhouse on Figueroa Street between Florence
No, the trick of using decoys to lure criminals into a trap wasn't exactly new, but, well, it was just one of the old tricks that we figured might land the werewolf behind bars. At 7 that night, Ben and I made the rounds and found each of the policewomen on her job as a waitress. Well, the overall plan was simple. The girls were to leave the different restaurants between 3 and 5 a.m. that morning and pretend they were walking home. We mapped different courses for each one of them to throw out as much bait as possible and yet not to make it look suspicious. Each policewoman, from the time she left the restaurant and stepped out into the deserted streets, would be pretty much on her own. We had officers planted all along the way at designated intervals, but a big element of chance and danger was still there. All we could do was cross our fingers and hope.
How much more time, Joe?
Let me see. She's doing 2 minutes.
Yeah. Waiting gets on your nerves.
And it won't be long.
This corner doorway's a pretty good lookout spot.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Listen.
Who is it, Joe? Can you see?
Get back.
What is it?
Wait a minute. It's Marge Kissel. There's a man following her, a big guy.
If it's the werewolf, where's his car?
I don't know. Maybe he changed his plans. Get back. Here they come.
You get a look at him, Joe?
Oh, pretty good. Not too suspicious. Might be coincidence.
Well, I got a pretty good lead. Come on, let's go.
Stay back in the shadows.
Hey, Joe.
Hmm?
So where'd the guy go to? I lost him.
The little coffee shop up in the next corner, see? Take a look.
Oh, yeah. He's opening the door. He's turning on the lights. Yeah. Looks like a false alarm, Joe.
Well, let's check him anyway. Well, I didn't think we'd be that lucky on the first try, and we weren't. We asked the man a few questions, and it didn't take him long to show us he wasn't our man. He owned the coffee shop. So, Ben and I went back and took up our posts again and waited for the next decoy. We covered that 10-block course 6 times that morning, back and forth, following the bait, but it was almost as if the guy could sense a trap. Not once did we get a nibble. By the time our last decoy finished the route, it was almost daylight.
Joe, I never was so glad to see that sun come up in my whole life. My feet feel like they're puffing right up out of my shoes.
Yeah, me too. Come on, let's get over to the car and check on the other squad out in Boyle Heights. Oh. Hit the radio, will you, Ben?
Yeah. Sure, there must be some easier job on the force than this.
Yeah, you and me both. Now, let's see what happened to the others, huh? 80K to Unit 104K. Come in.
104K to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
104K, this is Friday. You do any good out there?
This is Miller. I'll call Curtis. Stand by.
80K to 104K, Roger.
What do you think, Joe? Maybe a bite?
I don't know. Oh, this guy seems to work like a mind reader. Well, he can't win all of them.
104K to Unit 80K. This is Curtis. Go ahead.
This is Friday, Al. How'd you do out there? Any luck?
Just checked in the last gal, Joe. Katie Welch, not assigned.
Okay, Al. Have the men check in. 80K clear. KGPL. Okay, let's go, Ben. When we finally got back to the office that morning, both Ben and I were ready for some sleep, but it didn't look like we were going to get it. We just about finished going through the overnight reports for some kind of a lead when the phone rang. Robbery Friday.
Hi, Joe. This is Wilkerson, auto theft.
Hi, Wilkie. You got something for us?
Not much, Joe, but it might work into something. Just got a report in on a pair of stolen license plates.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm not much of a hawkshaw, but I figure there's just a chance it might be your werewolf boy.
How come?
I don't know, maybe just a hunch. After 13 years in this business, you get to know thieves pretty well. Sometimes you got to even think like them.
Okay, Wilkie, thanks. We'll check by in a couple of minutes.
Right, Joe.
What do you have to say?
Pair of license plates stolen last night. Wilkie's got a hunch it could have been our man.
Well, might be an angle, Joe. If that werewolf guy'd hang on to one car long enough, we'd have a chance at him.
Well, he's too smart for that.
I don't know, Joe. Sooner or later, he's going to make a mistake.
Yeah. Come on, let's check with Wilkie. Well, we checked with Wilkerson. We got the best piece of news we'd had in days. On the average, 95% of stolen cars are recovered or located within 24 hours. In the remaining 5%, Wilkerson, by a simple process of elimination, narrowed down the number of cars the suspect might be driving. Wilkie figured 6 cars.
There they are. Now, I'll bet you if you picked up your man tonight, he'd be in one of these cars.
Let me see, huh? 2-door black sedan, yellow convertible, another sedan, green, blue coupe, black coupe, and a gray convertible. Well, that's good work, Wilkie. At least we got something to look for now.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Wilkie, you got the numbers of those stolen plates you're talking about?
Yeah, right here, Ben. They're already on the hot sheet.
Good. Keep us posted, huh?
As usual, Ben.
See you later, Wilkie.
That's a good break, Ben. Something to keep us busy tonight.
Tonight? What do you mean?
We're setting another trap. Same thing as last night. Same police women, same everything.
Yeah, only this time let's hope he steps into it. You know, Joe, this werewolf character's getting me mad.
That night, we followed in our own footsteps. We planted the policewomen decoys in 3 separate districts, and a few minutes before 3 a.m., our squad of men took up their positions. The same policewomen went to their waitress jobs in the same restaurants, and Ben and I and the rest of the men stood in darkened doorways or empty filling stations or whatever cover we could find. And we waited and waited.
What time is it, Joe?
Let me look. 4:30.
Oh, thank you. Any sign, Joe?
No, nothing yet. Come on, stay in the shadows. That's the way it went all through the early morning. The same plan over and over again until daylight. Ben and I'd check in at the station, go over the late stolen car reports with Wilkie, catch a few hours sleep at home, and then come back and do it all over again. The next night, and the next morning, and the night after that, and the morning after that. 5 days later, Ben and I were ready to call it quits.
I'll admit it, Joe, I can't figure it. The guy's either psychic or else he can smell a cop a mile away.
Yeah, well, at least we got that stolen car angle left. Did you check with Wilkie yet this morning?
I'll give him a call now.
All right.
Auto theft, Wilkerson.
This is Ben, Wilkie. You got anything for us this morning?
Yeah, just going to call you. You fellas ought to let me solve your cases for you.
Why? What'd you get?
The boys picked up 3 of those 6 stolen cars since late yesterday.
Great. Now, what does that leave us with?
Well, here are the 3 still missing.
Yeah.
4 X-ray 763.
Yeah.
5-6 Young 342.
Uh-huh.
6-1 Robert 385.
Yeah.
Got those?
Yeah, thank you, Wilkie. Check you later.
Good news?
Remember those 6 missing cars?
Yeah.
Wilkie says the boys found 3 of them since late yesterday. Here's what's still out. The blue coupe, the yellow convertible, and the gray convertible.
Yeah. Well, this feels like the right track for a change, Ben.
Friday, Romero, got a minute?
Sure thing, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
What do you got, Ed?
Woman out in Hollywood just called in with this. She said she walked down to the corner from her house last night to mail a letter. On the way back, a guy pulled up in the car and tried to drag her inside.
Any description?
Big, heavy-set, dark, same thing.
Well, how'd you get away from him, Skipper?
She said she started running as soon as he made a motion toward her. When he saw her run up the steps of her house, he jumped back in the car and took off.
Well, how come she didn't call in before this?
She hasn't got a phone. She's afraid to leave the house again until this morning.
Sounds good, Chief. You got her address there?
Yeah, yeah. Mrs. Tom Burdick, 1237 Wilcox, apartment 10.
Come on, Ben. This might be what we're looking for.
Who is it? Who's there?
Sergeant Friday, ma'am. Police.
Oh, just a moment.
I'm Sergeant Romero, Miss Burdick. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday. We come out to check on your call about that little trouble last night.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to be much help to you. I was so frightened about all I could do was just run.
Well, could you add anything to the man's description, Miss Burdick? I mean, other than what you told the chief on the phone?
Well, now, honestly, I don't think I can. All I saw was this tall, dark man jumping out of his car and starting for me. He had a heavy build and seemed to me, well, a large head with lots of long black hair.
Miss Burdick, would you recognize this man if you ever saw him again?
Well, I think I might. He was such an unusually big man, almost frightened me to death.
Well, just one more question, Miss Burdick. Could you describe the car this man was driving when he approached you?
His car?
Mm-hmm.
Why, yes. It was a gray convertible.
Miss Burdick, are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure of it. A gray convertible.
Thank you, Miss Burdick. That's all we wanted to know. Sometimes when you're on a case, you can chase yourself around in circles for weeks trying to fit together just two little pieces of a yard-long jigsaw puzzle. And a lot of the time, you find the answer where you least expect it. But once you get that feeling you're after the right man in the right way, there's nothing that can shake you. When Ben and I got back to headquarters, we went straight to the chief's office with the story, and we had him stake out the gray convertible. In other words, if any detective or officer spotted the car, he reported it back to us, but he stayed away from it. We figured that there probably weren't more than two of the victims who could take the witness stand and identify the man who robbed and beat them. Not with a smart defense lawyer, anyway. So there was only one way to catch this suspect. Red-handed.
Here they are, Joe. Both sets of license numbers for that gray convertible. Here are the original, and here are the numbers on the stolen plate.
Good. Everybody got a hot sheet?
From the chief all the way down to the janitor.
Fine. Now let's get together with Ed, huh?
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
I got it.
On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly beaten. On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly...
Come on, Ben, another one.
But, Joe, it's broad daylight.
Yeah, doesn't figure, does it? Come on.
That vacant lot over there, Joe.
Two plainclothesmen and uniformed officers were keeping the crowd back. An ambulance was drawn up by the curb, but it was empty. When we got down to the rear of the lot, we found out why. They were waiting for the coroner. The woman was young, not much more than 30. Her body was half sprawled across the muddy ground, and her face was turned upward. It had been badly beaten.
They figured it happened last night, Sergeant.
Have the fingerprint men been notified?
Yeah.
How about the crime lab?
Just called them.
That's good. Now, let's keep everybody out of the area till they get here.
All right, Sergeant.
Who found the body?
One of the kids in the neighborhood. The woman was dead when he found her.
Did she live around here?
About a half mile away. I hear she's got 3 kids. Or she had 3 kids.
Uh-huh. You've seen enough, Ben?
Yeah. Let's get on back to headquarters.
All the way back to headquarters, Ben and I planned our next move. And by the time we got to Ed Backstrand's office, we knew exactly what had to be done. When we told him about the werewolf murder, he didn't say a thing for a minute. He just stared across the room at the calendar on the wall. Then he brought his hand down hard against the desk.
Friday, Romero, I'm only going to say this once, so get it straight. That guy's pulled his last job in this city. He's through robbing and beating women, and he's through with murder. I've given you time to track him down, and now I want him in. No stalls and no excuses. I want him. I don't care how many men you use, and I don't care how you get him, but get him. That's all.
Ben and I worked all that afternoon right through dinner, up until 8 o'clock. By that time, the overall plan was down on paper and already in action. It was one of the biggest things we'd ever tackled, and, well, we didn't know if it was going to work. We only knew it had to work. We had a squad of 65 cars to stretch out over 40 square miles of the city in one big dragnet. The blockade itself would be stationary most of the time, and working inside it would be 2 cars, 14 policewomen as decoys, with 2 plainclothesmen assigned to watch each policewoman. If and when the werewolf was sighted in the gray convertible, we'd automatically take over the police radio for the whole city, and Backstrand would direct the chase from headquarters. A little after 8, we had coffee and hamburgers, and we went to Ben's for a few hours. Ben tucked his kid in bed as usual, and then he laid down for a nap. I talked to his wife until I dozed off in the chair. At 11:30, she woke us up. I combed my hair and put on my coat. Cops' wives are like everybody else's. They worry. When we met Ed at headquarters, we did some last-minute checking on details with Backstrand for about a half an hour, and then we were all ready to go. By 5 minutes past 2, half the dragnet crew pulled out of the police garage and scattered over the city to their places. By 2:35, the other half pulled out, and a few minutes later, Ben and I followed. At 3 minutes to 3 that morning, Backstrand took over communications and checked every car in the operation. It was a good start. Every man in his right place by the right time. The trap was set. All we needed now was to find our suspect, the werewolf, inside.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Control 4 to Unit 80K.
80K to Control 4. Go ahead.
This is Backstrand, standing by.
80K, roger. Clear. KGPL. Okay, Ben. Now let's go find him.
I got a hunch, Joe. Let's try the Wilshire district first.
Sounds all right to me. Let's go. For the first hour and a half, we raked the Wilshire district back and forth. Not a sign. Then about 38 minutes past 4, we headed back for the downtown area and parked in an alley where we could double-check on one of our policewomen decoys.
Here comes one of the gals now, Joe. Pat Field. Bet her feet are almost as tarred as mine.
Yeah. You see anything else, Ben?
Nothing. Quiet as a church. No, wait a minute. Car just turned the corner. Heading up in the same direction she is. Joe. Joe, it's slowing down. Wait a minute. It's pulling up beside her. It's a gray convertible. It's him, Joe. Come on.
Ben, get down. He sees us. He's got a gun. You all right, Ben? Yeah, look at that guy take off. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
We've spotted the suspect. He's driving a gray Ford convertible. License 61 Robert 385. Suspect's headed east on Olympic from Alameda, driving without lights. Suspect is armed. He had a fast car, and he knew how to drive it. We almost lost him twice. 2 minutes after we sighted him, Backstrand took over full radio control.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Your location?
80K to Control 4. We're traveling at a high rate of speed, headed east on Olympic, crossing Soto Street.
Control 4 to all units. Stand by. Units 11A, 12, and 13R close in on the intersections at Olympic and Lorena. Units 41, 42, 45, and 104K move on the next 4 crossings east of that. To the north and south, units 105K, 14A, 17R, 43T. Block all main arteries.
In the next half hour, the 65 cars in the dragnet had pulled in like a noose around a 5-mile area. Ben and I hoped it was just a matter of time. Unit 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
He's headed north on Fresno Street, crossing Whittier Boulevard.
Attention all units. 80K now pursuing suspect north on Fresno from Whittier Boulevard. Units 15, 105K, 11R, and 18A block off the intersection on Fresno and 4th.
Hey, Ben, up there ahead. What's he trying to do now? Look, he's turning around.
Yeah, and he's coming right for us. Watch it, Joe. Look out!
Pretty close. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
Exchanging shots with suspect. Watch it, Ben. Here he comes again. Sure likes to use that gun, doesn't he?
Sure does. Hey, Joe, look. Look, he's turning east. He's running for Hollenbeck Park.
Yeah, 80K to Control 4.
Control 4, go ahead.
Suspect just drove up over curb and into Hollenbeck Park.
Control 4 to all units. Control 4 to all units. Converge on Hollenbeck Park. Suspect is in the park. He's armed. Use caution. Code 3.
There he is, Ben. Watch it.
Looks like a nice baseball game with only his headlights.
Yeah, come on. Let's get him.
Yeah. Never say die, huh, Joe? Joe, can you get a shot at him?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'll give up! Don't shoot!
Then step out in the open and get your hands in the air.
All right, I give up! But don't shoot!
You're a brave killer.
Yeah, come on. All right, you get your hands in the air. Come on, higher.
Joe, look out, he's got a knife.
I got him.
Joe, those women were right. He does look like a werewolf.
Yeah. You got your handcuffs?
Yeah.
Okay. Got a cigarette?
I've been out for an hour. Little place across the street. Maybe we can get some there.
Okay. There's the crew from the 41R. Hey, fellas, take him into robbery, will you?
Okay, Friday.
I think there's a vending machine in there.
Uh-huh. Say, you got some change for the cigarette machine, mister?
I think so. Say, who was that guy all them cops were after over in the park a little while ago?
I picked up the werewolf. Been reading the papers?
Yeah. You fellas cops?
Yeah.
Sure made it easy for you, didn't he? All you cops had to do was surround the little fella in the park. Nothing to it, huh?
Yeah, that's right, mister. Nothing to it.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Barton, known as the Werewolf, was tried and convicted and is now serving a full life sentence at the state penitentiary. This has been Dragnet, the third in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Sergeant Mario Victor Dairo of the Los Angeles Police Department, who, on the morning of January 1st, 1943, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
And the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Need any more cartridges, Mr. Dillon?
No.
I got the greener loaded.
Unloaded. I don't want a shotgun.
Yes, sir. Do you
Want me to come with you?
You want to come?
No, sir. I guess not. But I will.
Better stay here then, Chester.
This make me a coward, Mr. Dillon?
How do you feel?
Like a coward. Lassiter scares me, sir.
But you were willing to come anyway. Figure it out for yourself.
Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. If, I'm not back, don't forget those reports have to be mailed tomorrow.
I won't forget. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
You ever get scared?
Sure. Better keep yourself busy.
Marshal! Mind if I walk along?
Not at all, Doc.
Yeah, kind of anxious to get a look at this new corpse of mine. Lassiter's sure done us a favor picking Dodge to die in. This'll put us in the history books for sure.
You're a little premature, aren't you, Doc?
Not a bit. Oh, maybe a little foresighted. You know, they say Lassiter's packing 18 slugs in him. 18 slugs? My goodness. He sure has been a lot of gunfights.
Yeah, so they say.
Guess he's got the biggest gun rep in this whole section. Outside of maybe Ben Thompson or Wes Hardin. And you, of course.
He's waiting at the Alafraganza, Doc. You better not walk in with me.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm not sticking my snoot into no shooting. No, sirree. Hey, Marshal.
Yeah, what is it?
You are going to win, aren't you? I sure hate to work on the bodies of my friends. Makes it too damn personal.
I'll do what I can, Doc.
You watch him close, Marshal. Don't let him pull a hideout.
Hello, Lassiter.
Hi, Matt. Been a long time.
Yeah.
Drink with me?
Why not?
Harry, 2 whiskeys. Harry, get up from behind the bar.
Sure, Mr. Lester. Sure.
Oh, don't spill it.
Leave it on the bar, Harry. We'll pour our own.
Yes, Marshal. Yes, sir. Here, sir.
How's your shoulder, Lassiter?
Aches a little, bad weather. Still carrying your lead, Matt.
There you are.
Yeah. You should have killed me, Matt.
Maybe. It was a long time ago.
Matt, I want you to know I bear no grudge. But it has to be.
I know.
We're gunfighters, you and me, both the same. Yet not the same. What's in our blood. That's why, Matt, that's why I have to brace you. I got to know for sure.
There's no grudge, Lassiter. Your health.
And yours. Straight up.
Straight up. You call it.
Now.
Oh, it was beautiful, Matt. Simply beautiful.
Was it?
Why, yes, and it was close to. For a moment, I wasn't sure who. Well, Marshal, your neck. You're hit.
Just a scratch. It'll be all right.
But here, just
let it go. Go and get Lassiter. He's all yours.
Hmm? Well, of course.
And you'll be happy to know he's got 20 slugs in him now. I couldn't tell anyone, but the bitterness ice in my stomach made me sick as I remembered Lassiter as a friend, now dead by my gun. And then I got over it. I always got over it. The frontier code was a harsh one. I knew my job was one that had to be done if the West was to ever see peace. As long as killers like Lassiter lived, I'd carry a gun and use it. It was the way it had to be. Sometimes a man's dying was the end of it. And sometimes the beginning of something worse.
Marshal,
Matt Dillon?
Yeah? What can I do for you, miss?
Died.
Miss, I don't know if...
It's Mrs. Lassiter.
Oh.
You see? You've done quite a bit for me already, Mr. Dillon. You've made me a widow.
Sit down, Mrs. Lassiter. Here, let me get you some
thank
water.
you.
I didn't know Lassiter was married.
Would it have mattered?
No, I guess not.
You're just like all the rest of them. A killer, lusting for blood like a wild animal.
Mrs. Lassiter.
Only you're worse. You hide it behind a badge. My husband was in town less than 2 hours, but you couldn't wait, could you? You saw your chance to get a little bigger reputation. Matt Dillon, famous gunfighter. Matt Dillon, murderer.
It was your husband that sent the challenge, Mrs. Lassiter. I'm sorry for what happened. And if I can help you in any way...
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. I only came to tell you that you haven't heard the end of the Lassiter name. I'm going to see that you're stripped of that big reputation. And you're going to die.
Mrs. Lassiter, is there anything I could say that you would listen to?
Nothing.
And good day, madam.
Till we meet again, Marshal.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison, his Wild Bill, and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin', tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. And now to the western town of Hangtree. It is late at night, with only the sound of laughter from the Golden Dollar Saloon, tinny music from the ancient player piano. If the citizens could know what's happening at the local jail right now, they'd be singing a different tune. At the barred window, a large but quietly moving figure steals up, slips a rope around the bars and ties it fast. Then he runs silently to his horse, ties the other end of the rope to the saddle horn.
Ha! Yank him out!
The bars in the jail give way, and the prisoner leaps through the open window. He's on his waiting horse and riding off with his rescuer as the excited patrons pour out of the saloon in confusion.
Gee whiz, Bill, I'm getting tired.
We'll pull up here, Jingles.
Good.
Cross the river to cover our trail.
Cross the river, ride on the hard ground, don't tear your clothes on the brush. We wouldn't have to do all this if Wild Bill Hickok hadn't gone and got himself arrested. So, Bill, what'd you do it for?
People say things in front of an outlaw they won't around a U.S. Marshal, Jingles.
But I was...
Hold it.
Huh? Now what?
Quiet. Off your horse, Jingles. Hit cover.
Oh, me, trouble. I should have stayed a stagecoach driver.
Go get him, Jingles. He's your size.
I'll get him.
All right, Jingles, you've got him.
Holy gee willikers. Hey, it's just a boy, a little rascal of a squealing boy. Looks like a drowned mouse.
I'm not squealing. And you look just as drowned, fatso.
Hey, now, no smarty stuff now, Mousy. I'll throw...
Hold it, Jingles. What's your name, son?
Tad Lawson.
And where do you hail from?
Hangtree. My father's the sheriff there.
Oh, me. Shall I throw him back in the river, Bill?
Bill? Hey, I knew I was right. He called you Bill.
He talks too much.
No. You see, I made a mistake, Mousy. This is the Missouri Kid.
No, he's not the Missouri Kid. I knew it when the deputy arrested you. That's why I rode out after you. Gosh, Wild Bill Hickok. Oh, my dad sure talked about you. He saw you in Abilene once.
Where's your dad?
He's out combing the hills for the real Missouri Kid over near Big Rock. He never would have let him arrest you if he'd been in town.
Tad, are you sure you weren't followed?
No, I don't think I was, Bill. But we could move on. Hey, I'll show you a good hideout. The old skeleton mine.
No, I ain't hitting leather again. No, I'm tired.
Show us the way, Tad.
Okay. But, like I was telling you, that deputy that arrested you, well, I never did like him. I don't think my dad trusts him either.
Who does your dad trust?
Well, I reckon the only real honest man in town is Mr. Perry. Frank Perry. He runs the newspaper.
Go on.
Well, naturally there's others, but not that deputy. He's always hanging around with Marty Slade that owns a saloon. My dad's had a lot of trouble with them, boy.
Well, maybe you ought to have a talk with this man Perry, Bill.
Yeah, I guess so, Jingles. Tad, you show us where the old skeleton mine is, will you?
Oh, sure.
Then I'll ride into town and see Perry.
Well, what about me?
You stay at the skeleton mine.
Skeleton mine? Well, Who, me?
Mr. Perry?
Huh? Oh, that's right.
Pleased to know you.
Who are you?
The deputy that arrested me figured I was the Missouri Kid.
You? Why, you're the man that broke jail.
But I'm not the Missouri Kid, Mr. Perry.
Well, of course you wouldn't admit it.
The name is Hickok, Mr. Perry. Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Wild Bill.
I've been called that.
Wild Bill Hickok. The United States Marshal.
Right again, Mr. Perry. I've been told I can trust you.
Why, of course, Bill. I'm always on the side of the law. What do you want from me?
Think you can find out why somebody tried to pass me off as an outlaw? Get me hung?
I could try. Start asking questions around town. If I get some information, Bill, where can I find you?
I'm holed up with my partner in an old mine outside of town.
Not the old skeleton mine?
That's the one. Tad Lawson led us to it. You can find me there.
Tad Lawson, huh? Well, fine, Bill. Glad you told me. And I'm sure I'll be able to bring you something soon. Can you see him down there by the mine, Slade? What's keeping that fool deputy?
Oh, take it easy, boss. Takes time to plant dynamite. Besides, it has to go off just right to blast the mine entrance. Close it off.
He'll make sure they're in there. You warned him about this Bill Hickok.
Yeah, he's heard of him. But when we're through, well, nobody else will ever hear of him or his partner either.
I wish he'd hurry. We far enough away here?
Sure. Relax, Perry. Nobody's ever going to find the real Missouri Kid. These two marshals will disappear just like the last one.
We killed one already. Let's get rid of these two.
Don't be so nervous,
Well,
boss.
I'll feel better when I hear that explosion.
You'll hear it.
What's the devil's keeping him? You should have gone yourself, Slade.
What were you saying, boss?
Yeah, well, that's more like it. Hey, you're all right, Slade, all right. So long, Mr. Wild Bill Hickok. You can add 2 more to the old skeleton mine. Say, this mystery of Wild Bill's got old Panhandle Jim on the edge of his chair. I'm feeding my face with Kellogg's Corn Pops fast as I can grab 'em. Yeah, sure is a good thing these Corn Pops are a 2-way cereal. That's right. You can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops 2 ways. One way is right out of the box, like I'm eating them now. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of a bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go dumping a lot of sugar on Kellogg's Corn Pops. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. They're not only good, but mighty good for you. Why, partner, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, and with important minerals and food energy, too. That's important to all you young'uns who want to grow up big and strong. And you can eat all you want. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better sashay down the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be gobbling your Kellogg's Corn Pops all up. Now listen to this little saying. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Well, sir, I'm busting to get back to the show. How about you? Let's go.
Now, back to the adventures of Wild Bill Hickok. The deputy who blew up the mine for Slade and Perry rides away from the scene, unaware that high on the ridge, two figures have been watching his every move.
Bill, that ornery polecat tried to blow us to kingdom come. I seen him with my own eyes. I seen him plant that dynamite in the opening of the mine.
That's right, you did. But there was someone else around we didn't see.
What you mean?
You heard that horse whinny across the canyon, didn't you?
Say, that's right. And it wasn't the deputy's horse either. Hey, you think somebody else was up there watching?
And maybe that somebody told the deputy what to do.
Hey, Bill, I just thought of something. How'd that deputy know we was staying in the mine? Only Tad and Frank Perry knew about it.
That's right.
You don't think that Boyd told anybody, do you?
Without meaning to, maybe.
Oh, now, I don't reckon he'd tell anyone except maybe his pa. And we know the sheriff's over at Big Rock.
Do we?
Huh?
Maybe he's back.
Oh, now, Bill, you ain't
Let's go. Get the horses. Come on.
All right, come on now, here. Listen, Bill.
Saddle up, Jingles. We'll ride over to the other side of the canyon and see what we can find.
Easy, steady now. Any signs of them, Bill?
Over here. According to the tracks, looks like the party split up.
Sure does. One of the riders headed back to town.
Deputy, probably. He must be real anxious to tell the citizens in Hangtree that the Missouri Kid got killed in a mine cave-in.
Hey, look, Bill. Look, over here. The other riders must have headed up the road into the hills.
Sheriff Lawson lives over that way, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Let's go. Hiya, hiya!
Hi! Well, there's the sheriff's place down there in the hollow, Bill. But I don't see anybody around.
Didn't expect anyone.
Well, I reckon you was right, Bill. Them riders must have turned off where we lost the trail back there. Hey, look. There's somebody coming out on the porch.
Sheriff's wife, maybe.
Sure hope she's got breakfast going. I got me an appetite, something fierce.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning. Heard you coming down the road. Figured it was the sheriff.
He's not back from Big Rock yet.
No, but I'm expecting him back soon. Won't you come in? Coffee's on.
Well, thank you, ma'am. That's real nice of you.
Say, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me, ma'am?
Well, yes. Yes, your face looks right familiar.
Could be. Maybe in Abilene. That's where your boy said.
Bill Hickok. Wild Bill Hickok, of course. Tad was telling me about what happened last night, and, well, I reckon he shouldn't have told me, not after he promised.
That's all right, ma'am.
Well, I really can't blame the boy. He was all fired, excited about meeting you and all. Wow, Bill!
Morning, Tad.
And Jingles.
Howdy, son. Say, ain't you all dressed up? My, real pretty.
Ma and me's fixing to go to church picnic after a while. Gosh, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Oh, now, there was an accident at the mine, Tad. Some dirty varmint... Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Some dirty skunk tried to blow us up.
What?
That's right, Mrs. Lawson. Say, Tad, you didn't tell anybody besides your mother about us being up there at the mine, did you?
Oh, no, honest, Wild Bill. I didn't tell anybody.
Well, now, come on, let's get inside. I sure could use a cup of coffee.
Hold it, Jingles.
Just one cup and, well, maybe some bacon.
Look,
eggs.
over there.
Yeah, fire. Hey, look, Ma, smoke's coming out of the canyon. Come on, let's go see.
No, Tad. You better stay here with your mom. Jingles and I'll ride over and have a look.
No, all right. And, ma'am,
Yes?
keep that coffee on. Hey, look there, Bill. Hey, ain't much of a fire at all, but sure a lot of smoke.
I got a hunch that fire just didn't start by itself.
What you mean?
Get back, Jingles. Here, behind these boulders.
Hey, what in tarnation's going on around here?
That fire was set to get Tad up here. I reckon they were surprised to see us.
Hey, look, Bill, there they go. Come on.
We'll head them off. After seeing us, they'll probably be on their way to the sheriff's house. It's Tad they want. Come on! Hey!
Hey! There they are, Bill, just pulling up to the house. I'll take the one on the Pinto.
Careful, Jingles. You don't want to hit Mrs. Lawson or Tad.
They're breaking for the trees.
Let's get inside the house.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Listen, Mrs. Lawson, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Bill.
Where's Tad?
He's right here.
Down! Down, all of you! Jingles, take that side of the house.
I'll take it.
Who are those men? Who are they, Wild Bill?
Well, I'm right sure one of them's Frank Perry, ma'am.
Perry? But I don't understand.
He and Slade want us, Mrs. Lawson, and they want Tad.
Tad? But why?
Because Tad knows that I was up in the mine, not the Missouri Kid.
Watch it, Bill. One of them sneaking around the barn.
I seen
Doggone it.
What's the matter?
Oh, look at what one of them skunks did, Bill. Shot a hole plumb through the coffee pot.
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, they're getting away, Bill.
We'll get them. But first we gotta see to it that nothing happens to Mrs. Lawson and Tad.
Oh, we'll be all right. I got Dad's rifle. I can take care of things.
Sorry, son, but I don't think you and your mother ought to stay here.
If there's someone you could stay with for a spell, man.
Well, yes, there's the Crowleys. Their place is just at the edge of town.
Plenty of menfolk around?
Oh, plenty.
All right. Let's ride then.
Oh, I hate to put you to all this trouble, Wild Bill.
No trouble at all, ma'am. Jingles and I have business in town anyway.
Bill, this is plumb local. You walking right into town this way in broad daylight. Too many folks still think you're the Missouri Kid.
Sure they do. But the Missouri Kid is supposed to be dead.
Well, there ain't nothing to stop him from shooting at his ghost.
Well, in that case, you cover the other side of the street and keep a sharp eye on the windows.
You ain't told me yet where we're going.
To the saloon. That's where we might find the deputy.
Good. That's one hombre I'm hankering to have a few words with.
Now, you let me handle him.
Oh, just let me bang his head against the wall a few times, Bill. Just a few teensy-weensy times. That's all I ask.
Oh, all right. Let's go in.
The Missouri Kid! I thought
he was dead. Howdy, strangers. What'll it be?
Seen the deputy sheriff around, bartender?
Why, no, I...
Bill, look out!
Hello there. Couldn't talk for a spell. I was eating corn pops. You know, it's bad manners to talk with your mouth full, especially when you got nothing to say. I got something to say, though. Something big. It's about Kellogg's Corn Pops, that wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, listen close here. Corn Pops are hearts of corn, all puffed up big and crisp with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops the way I eat them when I listen to Wild Bill the Hickok, right out of the box by the handful. But come breakfast time, pour 'em out in a bowl and add a little milk. But don't go putting any sugar on Kellogg's Corn Pops. No, sir, 'cause like I just said, Corn Pops already got the sweetening right on 'em. Every single Corn Pop. Now, if you're eating them right now, look at the bag inside the box. Well, that bag is pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom will want to know this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator, for wrapping sandwiches in. Now, don't go fussing with one box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Get your mom to load up big and keep 'em on the pantry shelf. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you want. Now let's tell everybody who loves Corn Pops. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Now you're talking.
Now back to Wild Bill Hickok, who ran straight into gunfire when he started looking for the deputy in the saloon.
You must have a bad memory, bartender, or bad eyesight.
Yeah, that deputy was standing right behind the piano.
Get him on his feet, Jingles. He's not hurt.
It'll be a pleasure, Bill, a pleasure.
Say, stranger, you ain't... you couldn't be...
The Missouri Kid? What do you think?
I know you ain't. Not with a draw as fast as that one. The Missouri Kid, I heard tell, ain't much of a gunfighter. He gets others to do his killings for him.
So I heard, too.
Yeah, there's only one man I ever heard of had a draw as fast as yours, stranger. And that's Wild Bill Hickok.
And that's just who he is, bartender. Wild Bill himself. Come on, deputy. Come on now.
Leave me alone.
What'll we do with this critter, Bill?
Ask him a few questions first.
And I'll bet he answers, too. Won't you, deputy? Won't you, deputy?
Where's Frank Perry? Where's Frank Perry?
Perry? I don't know.
He doesn't know, Jingles.
Oh, sure he does. Sure he does.
Wait.
Where is he?
Maybe up at the cabin. Lone River way. I don't know.
All right, Jingles. That's enough.
Oh, Bill, just one more time around, please.
No.
Oh.
We'll take him down to the jail. Then we're riding after Slade and Perry. And I've got a hunch we'll find the Missouri Kid, too.
Well, them hombres sure made it easy for us to trail them, Bill. Look at them tracks here along the river. Can see them a mile away.
Yeah. Maybe they made it a little too easy for us. Maybe they're expecting us.
You reckon so?
Pull up a minute. Listen.
Oh, don't hear a thing except the river.
Sure you do.
Hey, you're right. Horses somewhere in back of us.
Not far behind either.
Them varmints double back on us.
Let's give them a surprise, Jingles. Get behind those rocks.
Must be Perry and Slade.
Yeah, that's right. Here's where we meet the Missouri Kid.
You're sure one of them is the Missouri Kid?
That's right. And I want to hear him say so.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make him talk.
Quiet. Here they come.
Yeah, shh.
All right, boys. Reach. Hickok, hit him. I said reach, Slade, but not for your gun. Now, both of you get off those horses. Drop your gun.
Look, Hickok, let me take care of my hand. It's bleeding bad.
See what you can do for Slade, Jingles.
You can't get away with this, Hickok. I'm a respectable citizen.
Save your breath, Perry. I know you're the Missouri Kid.
Oh, that fool deputy must have talked.
Shut up, you fool.
Look out for him, Bill.
Come back, Perry.
Shoot him, Bill.
He hasn't got a gun, Jingles. I'm going in after him. Give up, Perry.
Get away from me.
That's as far as you go.
Let go.
Who killed the marshal?
I don't know.
Okay. Underwater with you.
Oh,
Who killed him?
the deputy. It was the deputy.
On your orders?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
You had him killed because he was pretty sure you were the Missouri Kid.
Yeah, sure. Sure, now let me go.
All right, Perry. Let's go back to shore. I got some more questions.
I know I'm finished. I told the deputy to grab the first stranger coming into town. Let it get around he was a Missouri Kid. I didn't know it'd be you.
Then there'd be a lynching. The Missouri Kid would be dead. The law would stop looking for you.
Yeah. I'm the Missouri Kid.
I thought so.
Jumping catfish, Bill. I thought you was both going to drown.
So did Perry.
Hey, did he say he was the Missouri Kid?
Yeah. After I held him underwater.
Hey, you know something, Bill?
What's that, Jingles?
Well, we started out hunting, and then you went swimming, and, well, you wound up fishing.
That's right. And here's what we caught. A big fish who thought the law wouldn't catch up with him.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy and I sure hope you enjoyed our adventure today and that you'll be with Wild Bill and Jingles again next week.
Yeah, and I guarantee you I won't take care of more than 30 or 40 bad men.
If I know you, Andy, you'll have enough trouble just taking care of yourself. Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll be eating Kellogg's Corn Pops like we do.
That's right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
We think Kellogg's Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week, this same time, same station, when Kellogg's Corn Pops again bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world, where your safest threat is on the time of day. And even that they'll fix if they can figure an angle. It's not a street, it's a merry-go-round, where you can't tell whether that pretty girl sitting over there in the convertible parked by the curb should be called Dimples or Double Cross. Well, that's the street I'm walking, and I got a little time to kill before I check in at the precinct station house, so I decided to look in at Stillman's Gymnasium, where box fighters work out, and watch the kids spar a few rounds.
How's it, Lieutenant?
Usual bunch of two-bit gamblers and matchmakers standing around on the sidewalk outside. And upstairs, a mob of guys watching the two practicing. I see a fight manager I know called Jack Siegel. He sees me, too.
Hey, Lieutenant, you're up early today.
Jack, boy, you're looking good.
Hog fat, Danny. The habit of eating.
Well, I hear a lot of people speak very highly of that habit in my time. Who are you eating off these days?
Is that a way to talk, Danny? You mean what future champion's destinies am I guiding at the moment?
Have it your way, Jack. You got a good prospect?
You mean you don't know?
No.
The leading welterweight contender? The best counter-puncher since Joe Gans? The pride of Hell's Kitchen? You don't know?
When the day comes that you don't have the latest sensation.
Only this time for real, Danny. Look, ring one. The boy in the green jersey and sweatpants.
He's a welterweight.
He'll make the weight.
Hey, you know, I think I know that boy.
Terrible Terry Rogan. I teach him everything.
Sure, he's got a fight coming up at the Garden this week, hasn't he?
And the winner to get a crack at the title.
Terry Rogan, is it? You know, I remember him when his name was Rogansky or some such, and he's fighting in the police athletic
Yeah,
league.
that's the boy.
Yeah, he's good. I like these quick weathers.
Well, that's all. He's gone 3 rounds. He's through. You want to say hello, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I'd like that, John.
So come with me. How you feeling, kid?
Okay. Some sparring partners you get for me.
What's the matter with him?
Keeps giving me the heel of his club and the laces. All the time in the clinches, I get string in my mush.
So? What do you think Perini will be giving you Friday night?
Hiya, Terry.
This here's Lieutenant Danny Clover. Terry, shake hands.
Hey, I remember you. Lieutenant Clover,
Sure, the PAL fights 3-4 years ago.
Sure. I remember you telling me how you was a fighter yourself years ago.
Yeah, but that's a
You,
lot.
Danny? This I never
Well,
knew.
you can look it up. Right after the first war, I win 5 fights in a row, and then...
Yeah?
Then I lose 5 fights in a row. Look it up. Hey, you better get your robe on, kid.
Oh, yeah. You want to come back in the locker rooms, Lieutenant? Chew the fat?
Yeah. So you're going at the garden Friday night, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Say, Lieutenant, remember that night in the PAL finals? I was just a kid then, Jack, fighting feather. Lieutenant here was in my corner.
Hey, what about Friday? You going to take this Perini?
Oh, who knows?
They were quoting odds yesterday, Danny. Terry's 2-1 to take him.
Yeah.
You should have seen that PAL final, Jack. It was before I knew how to use my right. I win that final with just my left hand, right, Lieutenant?
Oh, now I'm more interested in talking about Friday night, kid. Jack tells me you win, you get a crack at the title.
Yeah, that's right.
That's great, kid. I know you'll win. I'll be betting on you. You better grab yourself a shower.
Oh, yeah. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
You never can tell about fights, you know, Lieutenant.
What's the matter?
Well, it's just that I wouldn't want you to lose any money betting.
Hey, shut up. What kind of talk is that? You beat it to the shower. Tell Irv to give you a rub down before your legs tighten up.
Well, I was
now,
only
cut it out. Do like I say.
What makes you feel any better, kid? I never bet big on the fights.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Come on, Danny.
Yeah. Your boy's not exactly looking forward to Friday, is he, Jack? For a 2-1 favorite.
Let's get out of here. I'll walk you down 8th Avenue. Sunlight. The gym gives me the Williams.
I can't figure it. Your boy trying to tout me off of betting on him.
Grief, Danny. Do me a favor, forget it. Huh? He's like this all the time before a fight. Why, you should believe it, 2 months ago, we was fighting at the arena. What's the matter?
Hey, get that. Over there in that convertible across the street.
Oh, yeah. Her.
You know that? Boy, on a spring day like this, I could wish I were 20 years younger. Say, wouldn't that break your heart?
Yeah, she probably would, too.
What's the matter, Jack? What's wrong with her?
Come on, I got ulcers.
Hey, she's so beautiful, she's untrue.
Come on.
Well, you know her? Who is she?
Trouble. Trouble for my boy. Louise is her first name, Lindsay is her last name, but her middle name is Trouble.
Oh?
5 weeks ago, she turns up, and he's been running around with her ever since.
It's quite a car she's got. She in the money?
Not that. The car is the kid's. He buys it day after he drops Kid Leviton in the third.
Oh, forget it, Jack. A young fighter and a beautiful like that go together like 5 and 2. It's a natural.
Don't help my ulcers. Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Where you going?
Back to the gym. I get thinking. When I get thinking, I get worrying. When I get worrying, I got to get back and have a look at my boy. I'll see you around.
Hi, Danny. What do you know for sure?
Not much, Al.
Where you been, Stillman's?
Yeah, watching young Terry Rogan. He goes to the Garden Friday night.
Oh, yeah, Rogan.
What about him?
Keep your money in your pocket, Danny.
What?
Big Sig Sherman's in town, you know. Huh? I'll see you around, Danny.
Hello. I want to speak to Tony Florida.
This is Florida.
It's Danny Clover, Tony. Are you awake?
What time is it?
It's a little afternoon.
Danny, you know I don't close my club till 4 in the morning.
Listen, Tony, wake up, will you? You ever hear of a guy called Big Sig Sherman? Hello?
I'm still here, Danny.
Oh. I take it you heard of him, huh?
I heard of him. Very rapid citizen.
Am I out of line asking you about him, Tony?
You're never out of line, Danny.
Well, what can you tell me about this Sherman?
Big Sig is a businessman, Danny. A very big businessman.
Yeah?
He's a careful businessman. He likes to make sure of his profits, you know?
Yeah, where's he from?
His home?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but he's got an address in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
What's he doing in town, Tony? Do you know?
Big Sig is in the syndicate, Danny. I think you better ask your other questions from somebody else.
But listen, Tony. The syndicate. So the syndicate is on this. That's all I need.
we pause to say there'll be laughter on the old Erie Canal and in a modern high school classroom tonight as Helen Hayes stars in the famous comedy The Farmer Takes a Wife on CBS's Electric Theater, and as Eve Arden stars as America's favorite teacher, our Miss Brooks. In The Farmer Takes a Wife, Miss Hayes will be heard as a canal boat cook who has to choose between farm life and the rip-roaring, colorful life she has known on the canal. As our Miss Brooks, Eve Arden will be the object of a raiding party by a rival high school faculty, the bait for her services being a handsome male teacher. On a night known for its comedy on CBS, you'll delight in the expert comedy of these two great feminine stars as the Electric Theater and our Miss Brooks come your way tonight over most of these same CBS network stations. And now back to Broadway and Detective Danny Clover, who likes to pick up his cigars and gossip at the same place, the Cleveland Hotel cigar stand.
Well, hello, sweetheart.
Lieutenant Clover. Just who I've been waiting for. What are you doing Friday night? Are you on duty?
Friday night?
A visiting fireman was by here this morning and bought 12 tickets for the fight Friday night, and then turned around and bought 2 more. The last 2 for me. Ringside.
What do you know?
I did not either. All I did was smile at him and to say I wished I could get to see a fight sometime. You want to come with me?
I'll let you know later, Sally. Now, give me a handful of cigars.
Give me a handful of money. And what I hear, it's going to be a fight worth seeing. This Terry Rogan, you know, fighting Patsy Perini. The odds are 2 to 1, this character was telling me.
Yes, so I hear.
Well, and from what he was saying, he couldn't understand why Perini was such a favorite.
Perini's not the favorite.
Well, this character said he was. He said the odds had changed overnight. You think maybe the fix is in, Danny?
Did you ever hear of Big Sig Sherman, Sally?
I heard of him. Big Sig, they call him. They should call him Sure Shot Sherman, the way he hates to take chances. Is he in town?
Give me my change, sweetheart.
Say, what's your hurry? I offer him a free-for-nothing pass ringside.
I'll have to let you know about it later, Sally. I'm late to check in at the precinct.
What is all this? Assign you to the garden fight? Now look, Clover.
I'm sure it's not going to be a square rattle, Captain, unless I can just get the time.
I need every man in the squad to work in this narcotics hall, Clover.
Look, sir. Yesterday, Terry Hogan was a 2 to 1 favorite. Overnight, the odds switch. Now the other boy is favorite. Same odds. They'll get even longer.
That's not evidence.
Not evidence. Captain Forster, you hear what I said? The boy was a 2 to 1 favorite yesterday. He's now a 2 to 1 short ender. Odds don't change like that unless something's up. Well, you can see what happened. Whoever put this fight in the tank got big money down here, Detroit, Los Angeles, New Orleans, all over the country. And then somebody talked. The word has gotten around. By fight time Friday night, the odds will be 10 to 1 in favor of Perini, who doesn't figure even to go the limit with Rogan, unless it's a tank job.
If you really think there's something wrong, pull in some gamblers and ask them questions. You know enough gamblers. What about your friend Tony Florida?
I've asked enough questions already, sir, to make me feel this fight is in the tank. Now, I can keep it square if you'll just assign me to it till Friday night.
Well, it's a waste of time.
Oh, it's just 2 days, sir. Tom Donnelly and
Donnelly's busy on the narcotics hall, and that's that. And you should be, too, and you will if you don't get out of my office in a hurry.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh.
Hiya, Terry. Can I come in?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. What's up? I'm supposed to be in bed by now, you know.
Yeah, I know. Jack Siegel said he didn't mind if I stopped by for just a minute or two.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You wouldn't know why I came by, would you, Terry?
Why, no, I got no idea, Lieutenant. Maybe to tell me to remember my right tomorrow night.
Yeah. In a way, that's it.
That was certainly some fight that night, Lieutenant. I'm glad you were in my corner. I learned a lot since then.
Yeah?
Sure, that Jack Siegel, he's one smart manager.
He's not too smart for his own good, is he, Terry?
What do you mean?
Something funny's going on with the odds in this fight, Terry. First, it's 2 to 1 on you, and well, if you wreck it, I figure it's an overlay at that. Then all of a sudden, since overnight, the odds get twisted around to where you're the long shot. How about that?
Oh, well, that's just gambler talk, isn't it? Who knows why these things happen?
Yeah. Who knows?
Hey, Lieutenant, you don't think I'd do anything, well, crooked, do you?
You tell me, Terry.
Honest, Lieutenant, you got me all wrong.
Who's this Louise Lindsay, Terry? How long have you known her?
Now, look, Lieutenant, just forget her. See, keep her out of this.
What's there to keep her out of, Terry?
Why, what we're talking about. I'm engaged to Louise, Lieutenant. That's absolutely straight.
Where's she from?
None of your business. She's my fiancée, that's all.
Oh, just your fiancée.
That's right. We're getting hitched right after this fight, if you want to know.
Sure. Congratulations, kid. Get a good night's sleep. I'm sorry if I sounded off a little.
Yeah, that's okay. Night.
Don't forget to keep your right hand up tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do that.
Evening, Danny. I saved the table for you. It'll be quiet over in the corner.
Thanks, Tony. Say, the girl show up yet?
Yeah, she's here. You're doing very well for yourself these days.
Something, isn't she?
Black hair. I prefer hair like that. It's on the level. With a blonde, who knows?
Oh, the hair, yes. You could be sure about the hair. And thanks, Tony. Louise Lindsay?
That's right.
I'm sorry to be late. I'm Danny Clover.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
What's so important you've got to meet me in a nightclub at 11 at night?
I understand you're engaged to that fighter, Terry Rogan.
Yeah, I called Terry to tell him you wanted to see me, and he got all upset. It's no good for him the night before he fights. Tells me you think there's something phony about the fight.
I was getting that idea.
And you think maybe I'm responsible, that is?
You've heard of the syndicate.
Syndicate? No, what's that?
You ever hear of a guy called Sherman?
Sherman?
Mm-hmm.
Sherman. Oh, I've heard of a lot of Shermans, but I don't know any. What's his business?
Well, right now I got an idea his business is bothering your boyfriend.
Look, suppose you stop talking in riddles and tell me what this is all about. You know you've got Terry all upset.
Hey, that's a big rock you're wearing on your third finger.
Mr. Clover, let me set you straight. I don't know what you're thinking. But Terry and I are in love. We're engaged to get married, and the day's been set. This diamond's no problem.
Oh, I can see that.
And I don't know anything about any fixed fight. The only thing I have to do with prize fighting is trying to see that Terry gets out of it.
He wins, he gets a crack at the title. Why should you want him to get out of it?
Because I don't want our kids to have a father with a tin ear and a buzzing in his head and a pair of broken hands. He's still young and healthy. Well, he won't stay young, but I want him to stay healthy.
You really like him, don't you?
You're catching on.
I'm beginning to think I had you taped all wrong, Miss Lindsay. But if your boyfriend is mixed up in a fixed fight, you'll help me then, won't you?
I doubt it.
How's that?
That's his business, not mine.
They boiled you about 10 minutes, didn't they, Miss Lindsay?
You think I'm hard-boiled. I'll tell you something about me, Mr. Clover. I was born in the hard coal fields of Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. My father was killed in a mine disaster down there. That was 19 years ago, and I was only 2. My mother had to bring up me and 3 others all by herself. If I sound hard-boiled, that's why. Now, all I'm interested in is getting married to Terry. We're going to buy a little business.
Oh, yeah? What kind of a business is that?
A dry cleaning business, maybe. Maybe you'll send us your trade.
I'll do that,
Oh,
Miss
there
Lindsay.
you are. I almost couldn't find out where you two were.
Jack, how are you? You know Mr. Siegel, Miss Lindsay?
We've met.
Hey, sit down, Jack. What are you drinking?
Milk. What'd you do to my boy? You got him all upset.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
He calls me, nothing will do, but I got to come over here and tell you not to bother Lindsay here. Makes me promise him.
Oh, I wouldn't say I was bothering Miss Lindsay. I was just... you want me for something, Tony?
Sorry to bother you, Danny.
Oh, not at all. Excuse me, Miss Lindsay. What is it, Tony?
The man you were asking me about?
Oh, yeah?
He just came in with a party. I told Victor to seat him at this table next to yours. He's the big man coming now.
Right, Tony. Thanks. Couldn't be sweeter.
Right this way, please.
Oh, hey, pardon me. You're Mr. Sherman.
That's right.
Oh, my name's Clover. I've been hearing a lot about you. You come to town to the fight tomorrow night.
You could get a reputation for being a pretty curious guy.
Oh, no hard feelings. I heard you were in town to see Terry Rogan's fight. I thought maybe you'd like to shake hands with his manager. Here, right here. Jack Siegel. This is Mr. Sherman.
Right.
Yeah, and this here is the Rogan's fiancée, Miss Lindsay. Mr. Sherman.
How do you do?
This the man you were asking me about?
That's right.
Mr. Sherman, I understand you've been bothering Terry about something. I won't say crooked because I don't know about that, but just don't get him upset.
You, Siegel, if you're Rogan's manager, why don't you see to it he don't get mixed up with pancakes like this one?
Well, now that you mention it, I think it's a good idea.
Now, let's all keep our temper.
Then tell Big Sig to move his load along.
You've got some polite friends, mister.
Ain't it the truth? So please accept my apologies, Mr. Sherman. I'll see you around.
There's always that chance.
Whoever that was, Danny, he got my ulcers going again.
Well, I don't know why he should do that to you, Jack. How about it, Miss Lindsay? You want me to give you a lift home?
Yeah, I gotten pretty sick of this drum in the last couple of minutes.
Oh, by the way, you're going to the fight tomorrow, aren't you?
No. I don't like to watch them.
Well, then maybe you and I could listen to it over the radio together. Now, wouldn't that be fun? Good night, Jack. Sergeant.
Yeah?
Put this on the teletype to Washington, will you?
Sure, Danny, right away. Hey,
Dad?
Bureau of Mines. What's your business with them?
I found a gold mine last night. Go on, will you? Get on it.
I talked to that guy in Hot Springs, Lieutenant.
Yeah? So?
So here's all the dope he had on Sigmund Sherman.
Give. See. Picked up 3 times for vagrancy. Once on the Sullivanite, once for... Yeah, it's quite a guy. It's never an indictment, much less a conviction. Yeah, let's see. Operated racetrack, 1940-42. Slot machine business, 1940-45. Married, Havana, 1948.
That all you need, Danny?
Yeah. Thanks, Sarge. Just make sure we keep a tail on him until I say different.
Can you make it to the fights tonight with me, Danny?
I'm sorry, baby. I got a date.
A date, Lieutenant, at your age?
At my age? Oh, I say it's business, Sally. No kidding. But you could do me a favor.
Tell me, why should I?
Well, listen, you know these unlawful citizens who take bets on various sporting events?
Yes.
Well, of course, it'd be strictly out of line for me to know any of those characters myself.
Are you kidding?
But I would appreciate it if you could hunt one of them up. Place a sawbuck with them at the prevailing odds.
Okay, a sawbuck goes on Perini.
I like Terry Rogan.
Well, I don't know him personally, Danny, but didn't you hear? This is a sure thing for Perini. It's all over town.
Nevertheless, Sally, do me the favor of placing my sawbuck where it'll do the most good. On Terry Rogan.
Oh, no, please, Danny. The boy goes on in an hour, and he's nervous enough now.
Not as nervous as you'll be later if I don't get to talk to him now. Which is his dressing room? That one over there?
You got a search warrant?
Jokes.
Danny, my insides are all churning around like a tornado, and now
Which
you
is
come
his
along...
dressing room?
Right here.
Thanks, Jack. Look me up after the fight.
Please. No.
Hiya, Terry. Hey, sit down, kid. I got news for you. Would you mind, Jack?
Look, give me a... Oh, why wasn't I an insurance salesman or a bricklayer?
Just a minute. Come in. Oh, it's you.
We had a date, remember? Well, now, don't tell me you haven't got a radio.
I'm just going out, Lieutenant. I'm meeting some friends until after...
Oh, no. You can't do this. You can't stand me up. We made a date, remember?
Yeah, but I'm...
Oh, no, goodness gracious. Look, it's after 10 already. The fight would have started. Ah, there's the radio. Hey, don't tell me you weren't going to listen.
I turned the radio off. I don't like fights. I don't like to listen.
This is going to be a good fight, Miss Lindsay. You may be surprised.
And there's a left to the body from Rogan. And Perini takes another to the head, and another and a hard to the body, like a whirlwind. And now Perini's trying to tie him up across the ring, and Terry Rogan gets in the left hook as they break. Yeah, this Rogan's really got killer in him tonight. They didn't tell me this was a grudge fight, but there's a right to the head and another, and a left to the midsection of Perini.
What's the matter, Miss
Perini's
Lindsay?
against the ropes, and now he's down. Perini's down. 3, 4, 5.
You surprised, Miss Lindsay?
7, 8, 9, 10. Terry Rogan wins by a whirlwind knockout. in 1:17 of the first round. And what a contender for the welterweight title this boy, Terry Rogan, is. Well, it's all over, and here is Bill.
I don't think you figured it that way, did you, Miss Lindsay?
I'm very glad for Terry and glad it's over so
You
quickly.
know something? He probably never told you this, but I'm the guy that taught him how to use his right. In more ways than one.
Mr. Clover, I've got to go to meet him. I promised to meet him after the fight.
I know you did, Miss Lindsay. But you see, by now he knows that you're not going to meet him and never really meant to meet him.
What do you mean? You know we're engaged.
Oh, I hand it to you, Miss Lindsay. You're a good performer. The trouble is your imagination is a little too rich for your blood. You got going on that hard luck story about the hard coal mines. But there's no hard coal near Pittsburgh, Miss Lindsay. The hard coal is up around Scranton. And about your old man dying in a mine cave-in, there were no fatalities from mine disasters near Pittsburgh 19 years ago, like you said. Oh, no, I know a lot about you.
Well, I lied about my age.
I figured that possibility, Miss Lindsay. Because you're such a good performer, I wanted to give you all the best of it. Then when Sherman showed up, you remember Sherman, Miss Lindsay? The guy you said you never heard of. Oh, you had to go call him by his nickname, Big Sig. And you never heard me call him that.
You're just bluffing. You've got nothing to go
Now,
on.
last night, if you'd said that, you couldn't have been smarter. But since then, Miss L., I had a chance to ask some questions around. Old police routine. Well, I say, but let's not let all this talk upset our evening. Why, we got a date, remember?
Yeah? A date?
Yeah.
You think we can be nice about this?
Yeah. You and I are going to step out together. We're going to a place that stays open all night. A place on West 47th Street called the 16th Precinct Station House. Big Sig is waiting for you there. And you wouldn't want to keep your husband waiting, would you, Mrs. Sherman?
Well, good work, Danny. You sure you got a case?
Nothing on the kid that'll convict him, but the other two. Yeah, the file we got from Hot Springs ties the two of them up. They were married a year ago in Havana.
Yeah, must have been rough on young Rogan.
No rougher than it was on me. I had to be the one to tell him. First, he was just sitting there, bawling like a baby, you know?
I've seen the girl. I know how he must have felt.
Yeah, but that kid's a fighter. I could tell. The tears still wet on his face. He gets down off at the table, and I look at him. And then I begin to feel sorry for Perini, the boy he's going to fight.
Well, I hope the commission won't have to lift his license. Say, how about the manager, Jack Siegel?
Oh, he's in the clear. Never knew anything about it.
Where are you going, Danny?
I don't know. Out. Walk around somewhere. You know, it's a funny thing.
Yeah? What's that?
She told him after they were married they'd open a dry cleaning business. The only thing she wanted to take to the cleaners was him. It's midnight on my beat now. The street's in full swing. If you want to get to the top quick, Broadway's the place to do it. But there are plenty of guys around. Angle guys. Weisenheimers. Digging holes to help you fall back to the bottom. I can only hope I find them. Those guys figuring angles on the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Columbia has just brought you Broadway's My Beat with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover. Gene Carson was Sally, Julie Stevens was Louise, Bill Quinn was Terry, Gilbert Mack was Terry's manager, and James Goss, Peter Capel, Paul Luther, and Ted Jewett were also members of today's cast. Today's broadcast was written by Peter Lyons and produced and directed by John Deep. The musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Stringer. This is Vern Bennett speaking.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. In a few years, our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. And it's estimated that by 1956, there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed. And above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
It was hot that afternoon. A low, crawling kind of heat that seemed to be following us as we rode along. The sun hadn't come out in the morning, but about noon it pushed through the clouds. Boy, it was hot. By 4 o'clock, when it should have been cooling off, it seemed hotter than ever. We still had about 15 miles to go before we'd hit Lead Creek. That was where I figured on getting a job helping lay track on that new spur line to Salt Lake City. I nudged Scar on the flank, and we headed down a little gully. His ears pricked up, and he jerked his head. I wasn't sure whether he'd heard something or just sensed it. You know, with a horse, it's pretty hard to tell where hearing leads off and sensing begins. What's the matter, boy? Hey. And then I heard it, too. I wheeled Scar off the trail. Went about 20 yards before I saw him. He was lying in the shade of a yellow boulder in a clump of mesquite. A young fella, just lying there. He looked comfortable and relaxed like he was taking a siesta. But he couldn't have been enjoying himself too much, not with a big red stain like that across the front of his shirt. What's the trouble?
I had a little accident.
Yeah, it looks that way. What happened?
My horse threw me a couple hours ago. Must have landed on my gun. It went off. See, you haven't got any water, have you?
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. Lucky you came by, mister. You're a stranger, ain't you?
I'm just passing through. Yeah, I'm not much of a doc. Maybe I can fix a bandage for you for the time being.
I already fixed one. Just my shirt tail. Don't seem to be doing much good.
Oh, yeah, let me see if I can tighten it. Hold on now. You think you can ride?
I don't know. You ain't seen my pony yet. With a half moon on his flank?
No, I can't say I have.
I'll have to run off.
Oh, now, just don't worry about him. My horse will get us into Lead Creek.
Lead Creek?
Yeah, it's close to town, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah. All right, now, let me give you a hand here.
It ain't no use, mister.
No, you gotta try. Now, just lean your weight on me.
I'll never make it at this.
Okay. That's it.
There's a cabin past a mile or so west. I might be able to ride that far.
Oh, that'd be better than staying here. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna lift your feet up. Now, that'll hurt plenty, but once you're in the saddle, you'll be all right. Now, here we go. There we are. I'll take it real slow. I'll walk alongside. There you are. Was it west, you said, huh?
Yeah. I sure do appreciate this, mister. I sure want.
He keeled over in the saddle. I managed to keep from sliding out when we started off. About 15 minutes later, I saw the cabin he'd been talking about, and it wasn't much more than a shack, only 2-3 rooms, and a couple of acres of fenced-in pasture and a barn. I led Scar up to the front stoop and lifted the young fellow off. He was still unconscious, which was all of it good, of course. I carried him up to the front door and gave it a couple of kicks. Kicked again, and he sprung open. Anybody home? Hello? Yeah, now you just lay there. I'll try and get some rest. I'll look around.
Where?
He passed out again. I covered him with a blanket lying across the foot of the cot there. Supper was on the kitchen stove. Beef stew. Smelled pretty good. I opened the back door. I saw somebody cutting up a pile of kindling over near the barn. Whoever it was sure knew how to handle an axe.
Where'd you come from?
No, I'm sorry if I frightened you, ma'am. I knocked on the front door, but I guess you couldn't hear me, huh?
I ain't got no handout for tramp. Go on, get out.
Well, I'm not exactly a tramp, ma'am. Although I'm not blaming you for thinking it. I've been riding for quite a spell.
Well, what do you want?
I run across a fellow a little while ago in a gully just east of here. He'd been shot up.
Shot?
Yeah, he said his gun went off accidental. He's hurt pretty bad, and since this place of yours was the closest...
Where is he?
I took the liberty of putting him in the cot inside there, so I hope you don't mind. Oh. She didn't wait even for me to finish. She just marched past me like I wasn't even there. I watched her for a second, and then I followed her into the house. I'd never run into a woman exactly like her before. At first, I thought she was a man. You know, the pants, the checkered shirt she was wearing, and the way she chopped up kindling, they fooled me. She walked like a man, too. Stiff, square-shouldered. But her eyes, they were a woman's eyes, all right. Kind of soft and young and frightened. Yeah. The rest of her had been pretty as her eyes. She'd been a real fine-looking girl.
Take that rag off him while I fix a new bandage.
Yes, ma'am. It's a shame to tear up a fancy petticoat like that.
I got no need for petticoats, mister. Can you turn him on his side? That's better. Now, if I can just get the bleeding to stop.
You know him, ma'am?
No. Why should I?
Oh, I just thought since he was in your neighborhood.
Lots of folks pass by here. That don't mean I know him. I don't know you neither.
Oh, sorry. My name's Ponsett. Brick Ponsett.
Ponsett. I've heard of you somewhere, haven't I?
No, not likely. This is the first time I've been around Lead Creek here.
Got a pocket knife?
Yeah.
Thanks.
George, you're doing a real good job on him, you know. Your husband off somewhere today?
I'm not married.
Oh, it must get kind of lonely out here all by yourself, doesn't it?
I like being alone. I want a lot of people around me.
Mm-hmm. No, I can't say I blame you. I never been much on congregating myself. I always sort of like to... Well, that bleeding's letting up a little. All right, I guess I'll be shutting off, ma'am. When I get into town, I'll send a doctor out here.
No. No, you can't. What I mean is there is no doctor in Lead Creek.
Oh?
He moved away a couple of years ago.
Well, there must be a doc somewhere around these.
No. Not within 100 miles. I'll have to take care of him myself.
Well, maybe I can find somebody to help you. You know, since I brought him in here, I sort of
I'd
feel
rather do it alone. I'll manage all right.
Well, that's mighty decent of you, but him being a stranger, all right. Well, so long.
Mr. Ponce,
Yes, ma'am?
you won't tell the folks in town he's here.
Hmm?
Well, he's a stranger, like you said. He don't concern them, and I don't want 'em laughing at me. They'd say, Jenny Garber's finally got herself a man. And if he wasn't unconscious, you'd never have managed it. So, you won't tell 'em, will you?
Well, I don't suppose anybody will ask me about it. Easy, boy. Easy.
What are you looking at?
Oh, I was just noticing those horses over in the pasture there. Those both yours?
Yes, they are. Why?
No reason. No, that pinto looks like a good animal. What do you call him?
His name's Moon, because of the marking on his flank. Looks like a half moon.
Yeah, I can see it, yeah. Well, I hope the patient doesn't give you too much trouble. All right, come on. The sun went down, but it didn't cool off much. Maybe when the moon came out, there'd be a little breeze. I've been riding for a couple hours since I left the cabin. Still had 5 or 6 miles to go before I hit Lead Creek. We were coming through a narrow canyon when I heard a little rustling sound. First, I thought maybe it was that breeze I'd been waiting for. The next thing I knew, I was behind a rock. I wasn't quite sure how I got there. I guess my legs sort of took over without me having to tell them what to do.
You ain't got a chance, Ned. We're all around you. Come out from behind those rocks and keep your hands up.
Well, I'd be glad to oblige, but I ain't Ned. Whoever he is.
Hold it a minute, Sheriff. Oh. Well, looks like they made a little mistake, boys.
You all right, mister? No serious damage, I guess.
Well, sorry to bother you, but what are you doing out here anyway?
I was heading for town. I heard there might be some work on the new railroad, thought I might sign up for a spell.
Well, I guess they can always use another man. My name's York. Sheriff Jim York.
I'm pleased to meet you, Sheriff. I'm Britt Ponsett.
Ponsett? Fellow they call six-shooter? I didn't know you were in these parts. Boys, meet Britt Ponsett. Britt, this is Sam Norval, Tom Jackson, Harry Potter.
Howdy.
Britt's the man who brought in the Phoenix Kid. Kid had the drop on him, too, but he never got a chance to pull a trigger. At least, that's the way folks tell it.
Yeah, well, between the doing and the telling, you know, there's apt to be some exaggeration.
Well, anyway, I'm sure glad we run into you tonight. That 6-gun of yours may come in handy.
Oh?
Yeah, we're looking for Ned Landy. That's who we thought you was at first.
I figured something like that. Now, what's this Landy been up to?
Trouble for the last 3 months. Hold up, couple of shooting sprees. Broke into Harry's bank last night and killed Harry's brother.
I see.
I've taken a posse after him before, but we always seem to lose him in these hills. We'll get him tonight, though. Picked up his trail this morning. Even spotted him for a minute or two on the far side of Devil's Canyon over in the trees. I got off a shot. Thought I'd hit him for sure. Well, I guess my aim was off. Anyway, he gave us a slip again.
Oh, what's he look like?
Oh, he's young, about 23, I'd say. Short, wiry, black hair, rides a pinto.
Pinto, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't seen him? Yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah? Where was he?
I left him at a cabin about 9 miles back. And, your aim was all right this morning, Sheriff. He's carrying a bullet in his stomach. Of course, he said he'd shot himself by accident.
The only cabin out this way is Jenny Garber's.
That's the woman. That's the woman who lived there. You know?
Well, come on, boys. Let's go. Ain't you coming too, Britt?
Oh, no, you won't need any help, Sheriff. Landy's not likely to last long enough for you to get him into town, I don't think.
Well, we'll get him in all right. Doc will see to that.
The doc? But I understood there wasn't any...
Sam here's the doctor. See, that's what he's been claiming for the past 20 years.
Yes, huh? Just wait a minute, Sheriff. Just hold on. You know, I've changed my mind. I think maybe I will ride up there with you.
return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before.
Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get.
First bonus, a new low price.
Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price.
Second bonus, a new low operating cost.
Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel.
Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater.
Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for limited time only.
So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
About an hour and a half after I met up with the sheriff, we came to a little stream trickling down the hill just off the trail. I'd missed it when I passed by before. I hadn't known there was any water around, and Scar hadn't smelled it either. The air being so quiet and everything. Well, we pulled up and gave the horses a chance to get a drink.
Well, I guess there ain't no rush. And that's as bad off as you say.
Yeah. Yeah. Was something funny, Sheriff?
Well, I was just thinking about Jenny Garber.
Oh?
Yep, she's finally got herself a man. He's going to be real temporary, though. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and if he didn't have a bullet in him, I'll bet he'd take off the first time he got a look at her.
Well, it'd take more than a bullet to keep me there.
Me too, Sheriff.
What, is there something wrong with Jenny?
Well, you've seen her, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well,
I guess she's no beauty.
Oh. Now, that's giving her the benefit of the doubt, Poncho. Now, if you ask me, my horse is better looking.
No, you know, Sheriff, now there are a lot of plain women seem to get along all right. Better than some of the pretty ones, you know.
Well, it ain't just that Jenny's ugly, but she's so darn awkward and big.
Yes. Why, even when she was a little girl living in town, she was always a head taller than any boy her age. And stronger, too. Well, I guess they've had enough to drink.
Yeah, the thing was, her folks was peculiar about Jenny. Wouldn't admit she was any different from the other girls.
Hey, you remember how they used to dress her? All those fancy clothes with frills and ribbons. What made her look twice as foolish as she would have otherwise.
No?
Her father used to take her to parties, too, in the square dances, but he was the only one who ever danced with her. No, sir, I don't think a single boy in town courted her. Not one.
You're forgetting Willie Franklin.
Oh, sure.
Who is Will Franklin?
Yeah. He's quite a cut-up. Made a bet one night with some of the fellas. He said he'd get Jenny to agree to marry him. He took her out in his wagon and proposed. Of course, she said yes. But he didn't know that Willie's friends was all hidden in the back of the wagon. Leastwise, he didn't know it until they all busted out laughing.
Was right after that her folks died, wasn't it, Sheriff?
Yeah. That's when she bought this cabin. About 5 years ago, come to think of it. Well, Jenny can't be more than 25 or 6. Looks a whole lot older, though. Wouldn't you say so, Britt?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not much good at judging ages, especially a woman.
There's her place, up ahead. Lamp's still on. She must be up.
Sure, she's up all right. First time she ever had a man within touching distance, ain't it?
Ooh, boy.
What's the matter?
Yeah, we better leave the horses here and go the rest of the way on foot.
Oh, no. Landy's not apt to give you any trouble.
Oh, you never can tell. You may be feeling better by now.
Yeah, but not that much.
Hey, he's seen us. Didn't waste no time about it, neither. Guess he wasn't as sick as you thought, Britt.
Or else he made a mighty fast recovery.
We'll never hit him from down here.
What do you suppose happened to Jenny?
I don't know. I've forgotten about her. Probably got her half scared to death. Well, we'll have to rush him.
It ain't going to be easy, Sheriff. With this moon, he's sure to spot us.
Well, that's all we can do. Sam, you and Harry see if you can make it up to the fence over there.
Right.
You okay?
Okay.
Now, I'll fire twice. That'll be the signal to close in.
Now, hold on a minute, Sheriff. Just hold up here a minute. Now, if we go plowing up in front of that cabin, somebody's going to get hurt.
Well, what's the matter, Posset? You've been shot at before.
Well, that doesn't mean exactly I like the idea. And besides, there's another way of getting in that door around back. And there are a couple of trees back there, too.
Oh, no, he'll be watching the back door. That's no fool.
I know, but it's worth a try, eh?
All right, I'll go with you.
Now, wait a minute. Now, you just let me go alone. One man ain't as apt to be seen. Now, you just keep firing. And if I ain't back in 5 minutes, well, we'll take him your way, huh?
5 minutes. We won't wait no longer.
I hunched down low and I started circling toward the rear of the cabin. And there wasn't much cover, just rocks, a couple of scrub pines. Anyway, nobody was shooting at me yet. So far, nobody'd seen me. I come up along the side of the barn, and the back door was just ahead now. I still had about 20 yards to go. I ran forward, and my foot caught. I tripped over some of the kindling Jenny had stacked up there in the afternoon. I lay quiet for a minute. I just waited. It sounded to me like I'd made enough noise so they could hear it clear down Lead Creek. No, shooting wasn't in my direction. So I got up on my knees. I raced for the cabin. I opened up the door. I kept on going. And when I got into the living room, I saw I'd figured right. That was on the cot, just where I'd left her. Hadn't moved. It was Jenny who was doing the firing. She swung around. She pointed the revolver at me. Her eyes weren't soft, not anymore.
You told him. You brought him here.
I had to, Jenny.
I would have taken him away as soon as he was well enough. Why couldn't you let us alone?
That killed a man last night,
I
Jenny.
don't care. I don't care what he does. As long as he needs me, I'll stand by him and help him.
He needed a hideout, didn't he? He must have been staying here for some time, or his pony wouldn't have had enough sense to come back here with his own accord. They're going to start closing in, Jenny.
You're not going to take him away from me. I won't let you. Ned likes me. He told me he likes me. And he's the first person who ever did.
Give me your gun, Jenny.
Even if it isn't true. Even if he didn't really mean it. He doesn't laugh at me like the others. He doesn't mind my looks. Everybody said I'd be an old maid. Even my mother said it. But I won't. Not now. Ned'll take me with it. He'll marry me. I know he will.
Jenny, listen to me.
Don't you understand? I can't let you take him away. No matter what. Not even if I have to.
Killing me won't help in that.
It's the only way I can keep him. I've got to stop you somehow. You and the others out there.
Oh, there's no way you can keep him, Jenny. He's dead. What? Now turn around. Turn around, look. I'm not trying to catch you off guard. Just turn around. He hasn't been breathing, not since I came in.
Oh, he loves me. Ned loves me.
All right, boys, come on in.
You all right? You got him, huh, Britt?
Oh, there he is.
I might have known you'd take care of him.
No, it wasn't me, Sheriff. It was you.
Huh?
Your bullet from this afternoon.
Well, I'll be darned. I told you I was sure I'd hit him. Remember, Tom, I told you.
Now, then how come he was able to hold us off just now?
Well, he was a tough one to kill. He wouldn't give up. The strain of shooting at us must have finally finished him. Ain't that the way you figured, Britt?
No, something like that.
What's the matter with her? Little gunplay bother you, Jenny? Come on, get a hold of it. It's all over now. Well, sure is funny how women are scared of gunfire. Every one of them. Even Jenny. Well, it just goes to show you that underneath, they're all pretty much alike.
Yeah. Yeah, Sure. Well, Ned was buried the next day, and there was one bunch of flowers at the funeral, wild daisies. Folks just couldn't figure out who sent them. And, they tell me that it was right about then that Jenny Garver started acting different. Oh, I don't mean she got pretty or anything like that, but she did seem more confident. She just seemed a little more sure of herself. People said if they didn't know better, they'd swear that a man had something to do with the way she changed, but of course they all knew better.
I'd like to take a minute here to remind you about some of the great entertainment in store for you later in the week on NBC Radio. Next Friday night marks the fall return to the air of both the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Both these great comedy programs, formerly heard on different days, now join forces to make Friday night a top listening night on NBC Radio. The new Bob Hope Friday night show will feature well-known guest artists, the music of Les Brown and his band of renown, and the vocal talents of lovely Margaret Whiting. And, of course, Bob will be in there delivering his rapid-fire topical humor. You'll find that the Bob Hope Show is most enjoyable listening each Friday night on NBC Radio. And immediately following Bob Hope, listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And Alice has her brother William to keep her informed of Phil's hilarious actions. Also in the talent-filled cast, you'll hear Julius Abruzio and little Alice and Phyllis. You'll hear wonderful comedy every Friday night beginning this Friday night on NBC Radio. Yes, for the best in Friday night radio entertainment, remember to tune where you hear the familiar three chimes for the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Two great programs returning this Friday to NBC Radio. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and heard in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jeff Kirkpatrick, George Neese, and Harry Bartell. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The man you hear breathing is named Thomas Edwin Bartlett. He is in bed and sleeping, breathing deep the night air of Pimlico, England. Mr. Bartlett is a heavy sleeper, a deep breather, too, rhythmical and serene, an almost lullaby quality for young Mrs. Adelaide Bartlett, his wife, who this night sleeps at the foot of his bed. Rhythmical, serene. And just at the stroke of midnight, just when a new year has begun, Mr. Bartlett stops breathing. Mr. Bartlett has just died from having drunk too much chloroform, of all things. His wife wakens, sees it is a new year, and celebrates. Tonight, my report to you on the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, Greenbrook.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
was New Year's Eve in the year 1885. Some years before this, one springtime, when Mr. Bartlett was breathing 100% perfect, he had responded to the delicate scent of a young French girl, and the aroma went right to his heart. He was suddenly in love with Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, age 16.
Adelaide! Adelaide! Stop skipping rope. I'm talking to you.
You made me miss Zoot.
You shouldn't say zoot, my dear. It's an immodest expression.
Zoot, 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 zoot.
I'm sorry I've made you miss. I apologize.
I accept. And now will you do something for me?
Anything.
Of this you are sure?
Anything, I swear it.
Bon. Take this rope and tie an end of it to the tree. And hold the other end and turn it. And I will jump.
Don't you ever get enough of the sport?
Zoot, tie the rope.
Very well. Adelaide.
Oui?
Do you like me?
Oh, very much. However...
What?
You puzzle me.
Intrigue you, you mean? I'm glad.
Puzzle me. Why you put the sign, gone to fish on your grocery store this last 2 weeks, when it is not so. You are here every afternoon in my yard when I come home from school.
I have permission from your brother. Adelaide.
You have finished tying the rope?
Yes.
S'il vous plaît, turn it. Faster! Faster! Faster!
Oh, my dear. Adelaide, are you hurt? Here, I lift you.
Yes, yes, help me. I'm so tangled in the rope.
Adelaide.
Oh, you are very nice.
Adelaide, listen.
I like your beard, a black beard. Barbe noire, barbe noire, barbe noire.
Oh, Adelaide, my dear, will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yes.
But I am still in school.
Marry me, and it'll be the same. You'll still go to school.
And you will help me with my lessons.
Every night.
And you'll play games with me and jump rope with me.
I want to.
I will turn and you will jump. Now.
Now?
Now.
All right. Adelaide.
Oui?
Will you marry me?
But of course, Monsieur Barbe Noire.
Adelaide.
Oui?
Turn the rope faster. Faster! Faster!
Passion in Pimlico. Participants: Thomas Edwin Bartlett and Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise. And a good quality skipping rope, which latter, it might be mentioned, came from the shelves of Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, and which, coiled neatly, was his first gift to her. It was a springtime romance and an honorable one. They got married. And according to Mr. Bartlett's word, the marriage progressed to each one's satisfaction. Mr. Bartlett continued at the grocery store, and Adelaide was still a student. It is a matter of record that she was a good student in the subjects of geography, history, and botany. But it is also a matter of record that one day she brought home with her a note from her teacher.
Dear Mr. Bartlett, here is your wife's last examination paper in algebra. As you see, the grade is 43. Her square roots are especially weak, as are her solving equations with two unknowns. Something must be done, else your spouse will not pass into the next form. Sincerely, Edgar Becker, Esquire. P.S. I will be glad to tutor your spouse after school hours. Signed, E.B. Esquire. Oh, Adelaide, why are you crying?
I am not a good wife.
You are wrong, my dear. I am not a good husband. I should have been helping you with your algebra.
But you help me so much with my lessons. And you get tired and you go to your room and sleep. Oh, husband.
Yes?
I do not wish it anymore. I do not wish school.
I want your school and Mr. Becker to be proud of you.
No.
My dear, what's the matter?
I do not wish to be a schoolgirl wife. But a woman was. A mother was.
You're so young.
Listen to me.
A grade of 43 is nothing to fret over. Why, my cousin Sybil from Nottingham received 23 on her...
Listen to me.
No, child. You listen to me. I've failed you. I've made you ashamed of yourself. And now I'll make amends.
How?
I will find you a tutor.
A tutor?
But not Mr. Becker.
A husband.
Yes, child.
Whatever you say.
Trouble in Pimlico. Simply this. The girl wanted to grow up, and her husband wouldn't let her. He told her she'd grow up soon enough, but right now she should play and run and scamper. This period in the married life of Thomas and Adelaide was marked by two events. The first, his presenting her upon her birthday with a game of the mind, dominoes, hand-carved, imported from Persia. The second, a tutor, a veritable whiz in algebra, imported from Bristol. A young man of 21, accomplished in the 3 R's and other branches of learning. He doted on chemistry, for instance, and one report has it that he was forever indulging himself with practical jokes at the school, with chloroform. They say his headmaster constantly fell asleep while admonishing him. His name?
George Dyson, Adelaide, your tutor. This is my wife, Adelaide.
At your service.
Here is your book. Open it to page 1. A minus 1 equals 0. Therefore, A equals 1. Do you understand that?
No.
Sit by me. I'll teach you.
I'll leave you two alone.
Now.
Mr. Dyson.
Yes?
You are very young.
You are very pretty.
Tutor me.
Since the minus quality of 1 changes to a positive quality as you transpose the integer to the right side of the equation mark, it is obvious then if x minus 1 equals 0, then x is equal to 1.
Quite obvious indeed. You are a very good tutor.
Did your husband tell you I was to live here?
Yes, he did.
If x minus 2 is equal to 0, what does x equal?
2.
I'm proud of you.
Examination time came around, and Adelaide was at the head of her class.
A squared plus B squared is equal to C squared.
In the next form, she shone. Algebra was her strongest subject. One day, Mr. Becker was astounded when Adelaide stood right up in class and said,
The cube root of A cubed minus 3A squared B plus 3AB squared minus B cubed is A minus B.
Then came geometry. George was also a whiz at this. More so.
George, cher tutor.
Stop that. Pay attention to your lesson.
George, please.
Please what?
Please kiss me.
First, the theorem.
2 triangles are congruent when the 2 sides and the included angle are coincident. Please kiss me.
All right.
How do I earn my next kiss?
Mathematics in Pimlico. On to trigonometry and the youth. Wife and tutor caught up in the mysteries of logarithms and sines and cotangents and secants. There were field trips, too, to the garden, because George Dyson Tutor believed in practical application of theory. This particular late afternoon, they were endeavoring to determine the height of the flagpole in the garden, using the length and angle of the shadow cast by the pole as points of reference. It was a fine afternoon in the fall. It was an afternoon to be young.
Kiss me.
You always ask me to do that, Adelaide.
And you always do. kiss me.
Now, suppose your husband should walk out here and see us.
He knows about us.
You're joking.
I'm not. He knows.
Surely.
Oh, do not worry. He is... Kiss me.
All right.
What a lovely picture. What a lovely, awesome picture.
Mr. Bartlett.
Of course, kiss her, Mr. Dyson. You deserve it. You both deserve it. Master and pupil. You've done so well together. Go on, Dyson.
Sir.
Kiss her. Go on. Kiss her.
Oh, yes.
Bravo, bravo. How's trigonometry coming, Dyson?
Fine.
Fine. Well, cook said dinner will be ready soon. I'll call you when it is.
Adelaide,
What?
don't you find your husband...
He is a bore.
But I mean, strange. What happened just now?
He is a bore, and I despise him.
He's your husband. You shouldn't speak like that about him.
I'm sorry he's my husband.
What would you do if he weren't?
You know.
I know. But I want you to tell me.
The things we talked about. If he weren't my husband.
I want to tell you something about me you didn't know, Adelaide.
Please do.
I was quite a chemistry student, too. I could teach chemistry if I wanted to.
That is very interesting.
Chloroform, for instance, is a chemical.
Chloroform? I've heard of it.
It belongs to the class of neurotic chemicals which act on the brain and produce loss of sensation.
Can it cause death?
Carelessly used, it can cause death.
Then it is a poison.
Let's stroll in the garden.
I want to.
Chloroform is a colorless, heavy, and volatile liquid, having a peculiar ethereal odor which cannot be
And so they walked hand in hand into the sunset, and they spoke of many things: husbands, autumn roses, cabbages, kings, and chloroform, which is a very deadly poison. Pimlico, England, is noted in a small way for the color of its sunsets, a quality which some malcontents have attributed to the quality of the dust in the Pimlico air. However, it's well known that the major divertisement among Pimlicans is walking into the local sunset and making plans. So, as not to defy custom, so walked Adelaide and her tutor George.
You're very dear to me, Adelaide.
Oh, this I know. But it is not the time to speak of it. We were speaking of other things.
I used to have fun with chloroform when I went to school.
Is it difficult to obtain?
In large quantities, it is. However,
what?
It can be obtained, but there's a difficulty.
Oh?
It has a peculiar odor. It's easily detectable. It's almost impossible to get someone to drink it.
Unless someone wanted to drink it.
Who would want to?
Some people, I suppose.
Suppose. Adelaide.
Yes, George.
I've noticed something about your husband. He looks poorly.
He suffers. Sometimes at night he comes to my bedroom and tells me how much he suffers.
From what?
He's bilious.
Oh, poor man.
He complains of his stomach.
I thought perhaps that was it.
And nervous depression. At night sometimes he sits in my room, depressed.
His stomach.
And the doctors have told him that.
Has he tried mercury?
Mercury?
Much easier to obtain than chloroform. I could stop at the apothecary's after dinner.
Do stop. His stomach is much worse after dinner.
I'm hungry. Let us to dinner, Adelaide.
Oh, give me your arms, dear George.
setting the suckling pig on the table when the young folk entered, Mr. Bartlett greeted them with a wave of his fork, and they sat. The dinner was a success, and as usual, Mr. Bartlett exhibited his clean plate for the applause of his wife and her tutor. Over fruit and cheese, George Dyson begged to be excused.
I'll be back in a shake, Mr. Bartlett, with a surprise for you.
Slice another melon for me, dear Adelaide.
And in half an hour, George returned, which was good time for the course, the house to the apothecary and back. But George was in a hurry. And when he returned, Adelaide was waiting for him in the great hall.
Quickly, come.
What's the matter?
After dinner, he almost fainted. He managed to get into the library where he's lying down.
His stomach?
In the middle of a melon slice.
Oh, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, here, I have something for you.
What? What is it?
Here now. Let me help you sit up. Adelaide, that wine glass.
Yes.
I have something for you, Mr. Bartlett. Something that will make you feel better.
What is it?
The surprise I promised you. To make your stomach feel much better.
George was very good in chemistry at school.
You're a good fellow, George.
Drink it.
Hot stuff. Here, I can't drink any more.
Well, I'll leave it here beside you. Sip it when you can. You'll see that when you develop a taste for it, it will be very beneficial.
You're a good fellow. Adelaide, don't worry about me. You have your things to do.
Yes, George and I have our lessons.
I wouldn't interrupt them for the world. Go, George. Adelaide.
We'll look in on you later, Mr. Bartlett. In an hour.
Good fellow. Good fellow.
Mr. Bartlett's stomach quieted after a while, and lying there, he had a thought that perhaps it was George's surprise that did it. So he forced himself to sip again of the glass. However, in time, Mr. Bartlett did develop a taste for mercury and made it a habit to indulge in a sip after every meal. Somehow, his stomach responded suitably, and his complaints were not nearly so many. Of course, it should be noted that Mr. Bartlett would reel suddenly and fall down at odd times, and then he was constantly bumping into things, and his teeth dropped out. Some of his more observant friends would mutter among themselves about Mr. Bartlett's slightly bluish complexion. One morning, Mr. Bartlett woke up completely beardless, and from that day on, he never had to shave. But, since generally his stomach felt much better, Mr. Bartlett deemed himself ahead of the game, a philosophy which caused comment. Adelaide to George.
My husband seems happier.
Yes, I've noticed.
His stomach has improved.
Because he doesn't eat so much.
Because he lacks sufficient teeth.
Your husband has developed a tolerance for mercury.
Yes. Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Dyson? You mean George?
When will you be finished tutoring me, Mr. Dyson?
What do you mean?
Tomorrow, I should think, Mr. Dyson.
What?
Tomorrow is the eve of the New Year. My husband has asked me to join him in private celebration in his rooms. We shall drink to your leaving us.
But you and I...
But there's one last favor you can do for me.
Why, I'd do anything.
While you're at the apothecary.
Apothecary?
While you're there, while you're making the purchase of chloroform, bring me 1 sachet of lavender, a dozen cinnamon sticks, and a dozen licorice twisties from my husband.
Well, then you are giving me one more chance, Adelaide.
Mr. Dyson, happy is the day when I shall call you George again.
Lavender, cinnamon sticks, chloroform, and licorice twisties.
2 dozen twisties, Mr. Dyson. Good night.
It's 11 o'clock, Adelaide.
1 hour until the New Year and our anniversary. 6 years. Thomas.
Yes, my dear.
You remember how you used to come and watch me jump rope?
I had a beard then.
And I called you barbed wire.
A drink.
6 years, Thomas. We have been married.
A drink.
I have had enough drink. You finish the bottle. I want you to look at me, husband.
Very well. Yes.
When we were married, I was 16, a child, 6 years ago.
Adelaide.
See, husband?
No longer a child. I drink to you, a woman. Adelaide.
What is it?
Have you drunk from this bottle?
Yes, I think so.
It has a pungency to it, doesn't it? Let me see. Chantilly, 1871. Must have been a strange vintage. A decided pungency. An aroma, too. Smell it.
My, good.
What is it? Lovely?
It dashes from your nightcap. It tickles.
Does it?
This makes you so attractive, dear Thomas.
Makes me attractive, huh? Tell cook to order a magnum.
Oh, later. Finish the bottle, dear, and then I have something to tell you.
All right. Now, what is it you have to tell me?
Oh, you confess it now, do you not, that I am a woman? An attractive woman, yes. And finally a wife, my husband. 6 years now, and you have observed me only as a child and have treated me as...
On further passage between them on this, their 6th New Year's Eve together, and their wedding anniversary, on further passage, history is obscure. It is known, however, that they were alone in the house, except for their servant. It is known, too, that 5 bottles of champagne were consumed. 2 bottles Chantilly 1871, a pungent vintage. According to the record, it has been said that a few moments before the new year was ushered in, Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett were both asleep. He stretched across the width of the bed, she at his feet. And once more, I refer you to Mr. Bartlett asleep, rhythmically, serene.
Thomas? Thomas?
Mr. Bartlett was dead. That didn't do any good. It was another year, but not for Mr. Bartlett. For Mr. Bartlett, a post-mortem examination. For his stomach, evidence of having contained a considerable amount of chloroform. So there was a coroner's inquiry. And there was a verdict of willful murder against Adelaide Bartlett and George Dyson. At the trial, each made a statement protesting their innocence.
Yes, it is true that I purchased chloroform at various apothecaries. And it is true that the total amount I purchased thereby was sufficient to cause death. However, I used the chemical merely to clean spots from my clothing. I have many pieces of clothing and believe neatness is next to righteousness. It is true also that I became attached to Mrs. Bassett, but only because she was well versed in matters mathematical. It was a constant source of joy to me to be able to sit and speak with her of an evening of theorems and theories and postulates and corollaries.
I loved my husband. He encouraged me to pursue studies of various kinds and decided to please him. On the night of his death, my husband was in good spirits and drank heavily. He, I must confess, was never more attractive. But he fell asleep, a deep sleep. From this he never awakened. I never know why.
Nor does anyone else know why. The jury debated for 2 hours and returned a verdict of not guilty. History at this point again becomes obscure. It is not known whether George or Adelaide ever saw each other again, whether they ever again tasted together the dusty fruits of a Pimlico sunset, whether there were any more math lessons or talks of matters chemical. But it may be safe to assume that some of the dust breathed by the Pimlicans on evening walks, some of it has been contributed by George and Adelaide and Mr. Bartlett. You might be interested in knowing where once stood Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, now stands an apothecary. This is all the information I have. Thank you. Good night.
Thomas Edwin Bartlett, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Thomas Edwin Bartlett was played by Herb Butterfield, Adelaide by Betty Harford, and George by Terry Kilburn. Bob Lamont speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith, an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual accounts. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territory. Now starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
The journey had taken 98 days from St. Louis. I had come by riverboat up the Missouri, the little stern wheeler climbing, churning, scuttling over 2,000 miles of sandbar and rapid. Then into the lonely wastes of another, swifter stream, the Yellowstone, until we finally docked at South Sunday in Montana Territory. My ticket had cost $300, which left me about $50 in my pocket, and the slim hope that there would be a letter at the express office with my remittance from England.
Afternoon. Just in off the boat?
Right. I wonder if there's a letter for me, J.B. Kendall.
Kendall, any trouble on the way up? I hear the Sioux been kicking up their heels. Sitting bulls making big medicine again. Don't sound good.
We didn't see any.
Kendall, you English, ain't you?
Yes.
I figured by your talk. Don't see many of you in these parts. Nope. Nothing for you, mister.
You're sure? It's rather important. From England?
Nope. Nothing. Maybe tomorrow on the overland, though. They say, you planning to stay a while?
I think so.
Better get and register then.
Register?
Over to Sheriff Clanton's office. There's a notice on the wall, maybe missed your attention. All strangers to South Sunday will, within 1 hour of arrival, register at the office of the sheriff or be prosecuted. That's Clanton's orders. Surprised you missed the signs. They're all over.
Thank you.
Well, that's all right. Wouldn't want to see you in trouble. This ain't the healthiest town in the territory, not for strangers.
Oh, any particular reason?
What? Oh, excuse me. Afternoon, Mr. Farley. This here's Mr. Kendall, just off the boat. I was telling him about registering.
Now, that's a good idea.
Dake Farley is one of the sheriff's deputies. Helps keep South Sunday law-abiding. Big job. at
What's
these
your
times,
business,
yes, sir, a
Mr.
big
Kendall?
job.
Oh, you might call me a jack of all trades.
I might.
I do a little writing for a London newspaper, you know. An Englishman's view of the Wild West, that sort of thing.
We don't take to strangers.
Oh, really? Shame. I've been looking forward to my visit.
Yeah, well, now, you've seen it. You know what it's like, so supposing you get yourself back on that boat and try up the line to Rosebud at Junction City, huh?
I don't think so. Now, if you'll pardon me, I'll register at your office.
You carrying a gun?
No.
Put your hands up. Over your head. Higher. Now, you hold it just like that. Just so. All right. That's your baggage?
Yes.
Pick it up.
I beg your pardon?
I said pick it up.
Oh.
All right, come on.
Tell me, Mr. Farley, how did your town get its name?
How should I know?
I thought you'd take an interest, just as a matter of pride. A civic pride.
Mister, I don't like the way you talk or what you say, so you shut your mouth. Here? Well, inside.
Where you been, Dake?
I've been checking on this fella, Frank. He just come in off the boat. He says he's a writer at a newspaper in London or something. He ain't carrying nothing. I searched him.
You're Sheriff Clanton?
Yeah.
J.B. Kendall. I understand I have to register.
Yeah. A writer, huh? You want to write about South Sunday?
I might.
How come?
As a matter of fact, the name intrigued me.
You kidding?
No, not at all. I write about the West, and you're in the heart of it. From what I understand, there might be trouble brewing with the Sioux and the Cheyenne. I'd like to be here if it blows up.
What's the name of your paper?
The London Times.
You ever hear of it, Dake?
No.
Mister, all kinds come to these here parts. Now, I ain't exactly calling you a liar.
That's quite all right. One can't be too careful. Here, my papers.
J.B. Kendall. Very sudden. Yeah. London Times. That's what it says. Here, you see, Dake?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Any other strangers get off the boat with him?
No, just him.
Well, you sound all right to me, Mr. Kendall. Now, just you remember, I got a set of rules here. You live by them while you're here. You'll get along.
That seems fair enough.
No man, except them authorized by me, carries a gun in South Sunday. That way we don't get a bunch of crazy, liquored-up miners and the like shooting up the place.
It seems the usual thing for a man to be armed in most places.
It ain't usual here. It's against the law.
Oh, I see.
You got yourself fixed up at the hotel?
No, not yet.
Well, then you go on over to the Empire, Mr. Kendall. You tell them Frank Clanton send you. They'll take care of you.
Very good of you.
Dake, take a look at his baggage.
Right.
Well, you're going to search my luggage?
That's right, mister. There are no guns in South Sunday, not worn or hidden.
That's a law.
I haven't got one.
I sure am glad to hear it. I like a peaceable man. Yes, sir. A fella like you might think of settling down here in South Sunday. It's the quietest little town in Montana Territory. It's an opportunity for a man.
Well, I'll keep it in mind, Mr. Clanton.
There ain't nothing in his bags.
Well, now, Mr. Kendall, you enjoy your stay here. Anything you want, you just ask me. And, I'd appreciate it, sir, if you put my name in your paper. Whatever you want to say is okay with me.
My hotel room was a palace in comparison to the cabin on the riverboat. After cleaning up, I went downstairs to the saloon bar in the hotel, ordered a drink before dinner. The place was practically empty, but I wasn't alone for long.
Hi. You're the English fella, aren't you? Kendall?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Lila. I work here. Frank Clanton said be nice to you. I'm being nice. You want to buy me a drink? It's on Frank.
Oh, delighted. Bartender.
Champagne, Harry.
Yeah.
Frank says it's not ladylike to drink whiskey. Hey, what'd you do to that man? I never seen him like this.
He thinks I'm going to write about him for my paper.
Are you?
More than likely.
You going to write about me, too?
If you want me to.
I'm Dake Farley's girl. Dake doesn't like you. He got mad when Frank said to be nice to you.
Does everybody in South Sunday do what Clanton tells them to do?
Sure.
Why?
Here's a drink.
Oh. Well, good luck. Look here, Lila. What about Clanton?
You seem like a nice fella. Don't ask questions.
Well, what about you then?
Me? What do you care?
Where are you from?
I was born in Ohio. Got married and came out west. 5 years back, my husband got killed in a gunfight. I don't know. I kind of drifted around. Ended up here, one place as good as the next.
Is it?
Yeah, I guess. What about you? Your home's in England, huh?
It was.
You one of them lords with dukes or something?
No, not exactly.
Married?
No.
Must be interesting traveling around and seeing new things.
Oh, it has its advantages.
But I suppose you'll be glad to get back home.
Well, let's just say that one place is as good as the next.
Oh. You can't go back, huh? Trouble?
In a way. Ah. Look, your friend's just come in, Mr. Farley.
Listen, you be careful with him. Dake can get awful mean.
Doesn't he take orders from Clanton, too?
Don't talk smart like that to him. It rouses him.
Ah, Mr. Farley. Good evening. Would you join us?
No. I just come to say don't you get no ideas about Lila.
Now, what ideas do you think I'd have?
I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
Keep your hands off my girl, you understand?
My dear fellow, I haven't touched your girl. The thought never entered my mind.
We were just having that drink, Dake, like Clanton
Lila,
said.
you keep out of this.
You know that I find your manner toward this young lady rather offensive.
Oh, you're just asking for trouble, aren't you?
Not at all.
Now, you think you can come in here with your fancy talk, your fancy ways, and make a fool out of me. Now, maybe Frank's a sucker, but not me. I don't like you. I don't trust you one bit.
Mr. Farley, it couldn't be of less consequence. What do you think of me?
He'll kill you just
shut
like
up.
Oh, that I don't stand for. Chum.
Oh, my God.
My nose. Imagine it's broken. Now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you of these. A chap of your disposition has no right running around with even one gun, let alone two.
Hand up, will you?
You should have killed him.
What on earth for?
Listen, there's two more besides Dake and Clanton. They'll get you. You won't have a chance.
I think you'd better clear out before Mr. Farley starts bleeding. He's not going to be in a very nice mood.
Where are you going?
Down to Mr. Clanton's office. I've got to have a little talk to him.
In a moment, we'll return to Frontier Gentlemen. Who gets the last word? It all depends on who's playing CBS Radio's fascinating game Tuesday evening with Dr. Bergen Evans. A regular panel member is the witty and erudite John Mason Brown. Other guests vary from week to week. This Tuesday, they'll be Gary Moore and Lael Wertenbaker. These bright people take off from language questions sent in by listeners and cover all sorts of fascinating ground before one or another of them ultimately gives you the last word on the question. Get the last word this Tuesday when it comes to you over most of these same stations. And now we return you to Anthony Ellis's production of Frontier Gentlemen.
Mr. Kenneth, no, wait. Oh, you can't go down there. Dake went out the back. He'll have told Clanton by now. They'll be waiting.
Well, that's all right.
What's the matter with you? You want to die?
Of course not.
If you're gunning for them...
Gunning for who? I'm not gunning for anybody.
Then why are you going to see Frank?
Well, I told you I would talk to him.
Talk? Listen, you've got to get out of town.
My dear girl.
Don't you know who they are?
Should I?
You don't know what you've done. Quick, this way.
She took my hand and ran back up the street. We ducked down a narrow alleyway, up a rickety flight of stairs, which was the back entrance of the Empire Hotel, then along a musty corridor, past my room, and into hers.
I don't think they'll think of looking for you here.
Your friend, Mr. Farley, is going to be quite upset if they do.
His name's not Farley. Clanton isn't Clanton. They're the Shelton boys.
Shelton? The New Mexico Shelton boys?
There's 4 of them. Brothers.
What are they doing in South Sunday?
Hiding out from Billy the Kid. Dake killed one of Billy's men. Billy swore to get them all for it. That's why Frank won't let anybody carry a gun.
How do you know all this?
It was my husband Dake killed. Harry joined up with Billy for excitement, I guess. One time he was gone out of town 3 months. I was lonesome. I met Dake. When Harry came back, they had a fight over me. Dake outdrew him. We ran away together.
And you thought I'd come after them, that Billy had sent me?
They'll think it, too, now.
Lila, who made Frank sheriff here?
Nobody. There wasn't one when we came. He just took over. Funny thing is, I guess he's a pretty good sheriff. He's quit the old ways and likes it here.
Why have you told me all this?
I don't know. He talked with me like I was a lady. Indian treats his squaw better than Dick treats me. Maybe I wanted to see you finish him.
It's not going to be very pleasant for you anymore.
Pleasant? Oh, mister, you got a funny way of saying things.
Lila, is there anywhere you could go? Friends?
In South Sunday?
What about home? I mean, Ohio.
Home. Know what it'd cost to get there? I got no money.
But if you could.
If I could. I had nice folks. I don't even know if they're alive or dead. But I'd sure like to take a chance and find out.
Well, Lila, we'll see what we can do.
Where are you going now?
I had that talk with Frank. Do you know how to use a gun?
Yes.
Take this one. Lock yourself in after I've gone.
You keep it.
Huh?
I've got a derringer.
Oh, all right. Here. In case I have any trouble, it's only $50.
I don't want your money.
Well, at least you'll be able to get out of town. Now, take it.
Watch yourself, will you? Dake's got a mean draw.
I'll watch myself. The Shelton brothers and probably two of their chums were out looking for me now, and I was pretty certain of that. I was looking for them, too, but the advantage was on their side. The town was strange to me. So I went to the one place where I was fairly sure I'd be safe from a surprise attack.
Sheriff ain't here. What are you...
Careful. Keep your hands where they are.
You're Kendall?
I'm Kendall.
Billy the Kid sent you. Now listen,
You may very slowly, carefully unbuckle your gun belt and let it drop to the floor. If you try to be foolish and brave, I shall be delighted to shoot you in the stomach.
Not me, Mr. Kendall. You see, just like you say.
Which Shelton are you?
Monroe.
Very well, Monroe. I wish you to walk to that cell in the far corner, go in, and close the door behind you. You will then stand with your back to the door.
You wouldn't kill me.
Oh, yes, I would. Close it, please. Good. Turn around, please. Now, I'm going to gag you. In order to do so, I must put my guns away and use two hands. If by any chance your friends come in and you make an outcry while I'm doing this, I shall teach you a trick I learned in India. It feels something like this. Effective, don't you think?
Yeah.
Right. Now, head close to the bars, please. Oh, by the way, how many are there looking for me? 2?
3.
3. There. Now, we'll make ourselves comfortable and wait for your brothers. They're coming. Now remember what I told you, Monroe. Not a sound.
Hand up! We know you're in there.
Blast.
Hand up! You hear me?
Is there a back door?
Come out with your hands up. Or we're coming in after you.
Let's get that gag off. I can see I'm going to need you.
What are you going to do?
I'll probably have to end up killing you. Nothing personal, you understand.
What do you say, Kendall?
Out you come.
Open the door and throw your guns out.
I've got a much better idea. You open the door and throw your guns in.
Monroe, are you in there?
Tell him.
Yeah, I'm in here, Frank. Kendall, you come on out. Maybe we can make a deal. You can keep your gun.
I think it'd be safer if you came in without yours.
We could rush you. You couldn't get all 3 of us.
You have my permission. I don't know how your brother will feel about it. You want to tell him?
Now, don't do anything crazy, Frank. He's got a gun at my head. He'll kill me. Frank!
I hate to do this, but I'm afraid I don't believe you.
No, no. Hey, Frank, he's going to shoot. You do what he says. All right, all right. Stand up. We'll open the door. Throw in our gun. You give us your word you won't shoot?
Not unless you do. Any more?
No. We're coming in now.
Well, a pleasant family reunion. The brothers Shelton. Keep your hands where I can see them, won't you?
Now, look. Kid made a mistake about what happened down south. Dake didn't mean to kill Lila's husband, did you, Dake?
I drew him, that's all.
Yeah, that's the way it was. Lila knows it was a fair fight. She'll tell you.
Speaking of Lila, I hope she's well.
Oh, she's fine. Now, we got no fight with the kid or you. Now, why don't we all go on down to the saloon and have a drink, huh? Talk it over. Oh, me and my brothers have been living a nice, quiet life up here. We don't want to make no trouble. Get him, Jake! My arm! Frankie!
Completely dishonorable and most unwise.
Frankie!
Any more hidden armaments?
You going to kill us?
It depends. Mr. Shelton, have you got $500?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Lila wants to go home. That's about what it'll cost. You have the money here.
Yeah, I was going to say. Mm-hmm. Well, sure, she could take the boat out when it leaves in the morning. Ain't that so, Dave? Sure, she can.
Get it. Good. That settles the account. Now, all of you, get into the cell. Oh, incidentally, until this evening, I had no idea who you were. And I've certainly never met your friend, Billy the Kid. I thought you'd like to know.
Hey, what about Dake? He's got to have a doctor. He'll bleed to death.
He probably will. I'm going back to the hotel. If Lila's all right, I'll send a doctor. If she's not, we'll find an undertaker.
I want to thank you, Mr. Kendall.
It's nothing, Lila. Good luck.
You ever come Ohio way? You look me up. You hear?
I'll remember that. Oh.
You're a gentleman. I'll never forget you. Goodbye.
Morning, Mr. Kendall. Hear about the trouble last night?
Yes.
Sure must have been something. According to the sheriff, a whole gang rode in trying to shoot him up.
A gang?
Yep. 6 of them. Dake Farley got hit in the arm.
Really?
The sheriff ran him off, though.
Marvelous. I'll have to mention that in my article to the London Times. Now, I wonder, has that letter from England arrived yet?
No, I'm afraid not. Mail's already come in. Won't be any more till next week.
Well, when it does come, perhaps you'll be kind enough to forward it to me.
Sure. What address?
In care of the Express Office. Rosebud, Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg, Stacey Harris, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. Johnny Jacobs speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Something that's different, but not something you can see or recognize or that may give you warnings. For example, a murderer may have stood next to you in the lift this morning. He might be the man who asked you for a light for his cigarette, or sat next to you in the cinema, or shared the same table at a restaurant, or... Anyway, there was nothing to show that he was a murderer. That is where truth differs from fiction. I've acted in a lot of films about murder, read many crime stories. There's always something strange about the man who commits the crime. Something remote, something sinister. As a background, that's sinister, too. An implication of evil is always present. But in real life, the most hideous crimes cast no such shadows before them. The background could be quite cheerful and ordinary, the criminal a simple, prosaic sort of fellow. Now, let us take such a scene and such an ordinary sort of chap going into a post office one sunny morning in the little English town of Boston. And listen.
Telegram, please, miss.
Thank you. Morning Post. Come immediately. 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Something will meet. I'm afraid I can't read this bit here.
Where? Let me see.
Here.
That's car. Car will meet.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Car will meet train. Extent, no object urgent.
You've got it. How much will that be?
2 shillings, please.
Just a simple little act, sending a telegram. The girl behind the counter thought nothing further about the man who sent it. Why should she? Would you? No reason why you should. Unless you happen to know, as I do, that he's a murderer. 2 days later, the body of a woman was found in a field about 3 miles outside Bournemouth, a seaside resort on the south coast of England. That is where our casebook history begins. The police are inspecting the body.
See her clothes, Fred. They're still damp. Stopped wearing it early last night, didn't it? That's right. About 8:30. Must have happened before that, then. Last piece of work. Yeah, poor woman. Somebody made a thorough job of her, all right. Those car tracks show how she was brought here. The car must have pulled up just down the road there. I'd recognize those tire marks anywhere, Sid. Well, we better take measurements of the track and wheelbase, Fred. Not much more we can do till the doctor comes. We'll be along any minute now.
It didn't take the police long to discover the identity of the murdered woman. She was Irene Wilkins of Streatham, London. And within a few hours, her widowed mother was then on her way to Bournemouth to see Superintendent Garrett in charge of the case.
Irene had been advertising in the paper for a position as lady cook. They answered by telegram, asking you to come down immediately.
Where was the telegram from, Mrs. Wilkins? Do you remember? This may be very important.
Oh, I remember where it came from, all right. It was from Boscombe.
Splendid.
I hope you'll get the brute that killed my poor girl.
We'll get him all right. You must be brave and help us all you can.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave way like that. But it does seem such a shame.
I wonder if you can remember the date on the telegram.
Well, it came Monday morning. Now, that would be
December the 22nd. This gives us something to work on. Sergeant Harris? Yes, sir? Come here a minute. I want you to go to the post office at Boscombe.
Yes, sir.
Tell them I want to see the original telegram form that a customer handed in on the 22nd to be sent to this address. Wilkins, Pelmere Road, Streatham.
Very good, sir. Boscombe. We've heard that name before, haven't we? And Boscombe is only a couple of miles from Bournemouth. So it didn't take Detective Sergeant Ellis long to get there, nor did it take long for one of the post office clerks to search through the files and find the original copy of the telegram sent to Irene Wilkins. Sergeant Ellis made a quick trip back to Superintendent Garrett's office at Bournemouth.
Start work, Elliot. Now, let's see what we can get from this telegram.
Morning Post. That must be the newspaper Miss Wilkins advertised in. Come immediately, 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Something will meet. Oh, car. That's what it is. Car will meet train, expense no object, urgent. Signed Carver, Woolbeach House.
No, I've checked up my name and address, sir, and they're both fictitious.
Well, that was to be expected. I'd say this was probably written by a man. You did anything peculiar about the spelling?
I did, sir. It's almost as bad as the handwriting. That's pretty awful.
Right. Here's immediately spelled with an I instead of an E. No E in Bournemouth. And expense with a C instead of an S. This might give us something to work on.
Well, the car did meet Irene Wilkins, sir. We've got the measurements. We know the make of tires it was fitted with.
Yes, we may be able to do something with that in time. But I think our best line for the present is through this telegram.
The handwriting and spelling are distinctive, sir.
Put out a general inquiry, see if any more telegrams with peculiar spelling have been sent off lately. If so, get me the originals. Try the Boston area first and work out from there.
Very good, sir.
When Scotland Yard takes over an investigation, no clue is too small to be considered. Postal headquarters in London were asked to make inquiries throughout all their offices in the British Isles. It took a bit of time for Ellis to check all the branch post offices in the Bournemouth district, and it was some days later before he reported back to the superintendent, weary but triumphant.
Come in. Ah, it's you, Ellis. Any results?
Yes, sir. Not bad at all. 2 telegrams received during the last month with similar errors of spelling.
Good.
This is the first one, sir.
Addressed at Dippenton.
Yes, sir. The handwriting matches.
Odd name, miss. And sent from Hampstead this time. Advertisement. Immediate interview desired. Come Waterloo, Bournemouth. Remain night if desire. Expenses given. Car will meet train. Signed Mrs. Cooper. Train spelling mistake, something? Immediate with an I instead of an E. Bournemouth without an E again. If with 2 F's and expenses spelled with a C. Definitely looks like the same chap.
I agree, sir.
What happened to Mrs. or Miss, whichever it is, Ditmanson?
No, the car didn't meet her, sir, so she went back to London.
Lucky for her, I should think. When was this sent?
December the 17th. Here's the other one, sir, sent 2 days later on the 19th to a domestic employment agency.
Please send by 5:30 Waterloo to Boston train. Young, pleasant nurse companion of a girl of 20. Car will meet train. There's another spelling mistake in this one. Pleasant with no A. In addition, all of them seem to have the same phrase. Car will meet. What do you think about it, Ellis?
Oh, well, sir, I think that both telegrams are decoys sent by the same person.
You contacted the employment agency, of course?
Yes, sir. They sent a letter to the address given, Butler, Boscombe Grange, asking for more particulars. They got no reply. So did nothing further in the matter.
Right. Well, it's back to the Boscombe post office for you, Ellis. You must be getting quite popular with the young ladies there.
No, sir.
What?
I'm not oversensitive, sir, but I get the feeling they think I'm a nuisance.
Well, now's your chance to change all that. Get talking to the clerks and see if you can find one who remembers accepting any of our illiterate friends' telegrams.
It's only a small post office, sir, just a man and a girl. The girl seems intelligent.
Fine. Off you go. And good hunting.
So Sergeant Elliot trotted back to the little post office at Boscombe, and his luck was in. He found Miss Watkins, the girl clerk, there alone. Ellis had not overstated the case. She was intelligent and not reluctant to talk. Quite the reverse.
I brought along a copy of a telegram, Miss Watson. One that was sent from this office. Would you mind looking at it and seeing if you remember it?
I'll try, but I don't promise I'll recognize it, mind you.
I understand that. Here it is. Take a look.
We have so many through here, you'd be surprised. They're talking of opening a bigger post office. We've really got more business than we can handle here.
Well, come to that, it might have been the other clerk who took this one.
Well, now, isn't that funny? After all the excuses I've been making, I do remember taking in this wire.
Splendid. Recollect anything about the sender?
Now, wait a minute. There was something... It was a man, I'm certain of that.
What did he look like?
I'm afraid I can't remember much about his looks, Sergeant Ellis, or what he was wearing. Still, there's something about that telegram nagging at the back of my mind.
Why, it'll come, don't worry. And take your time. That's what I find helps most when I'm trying to remember something. Try too hard, it just takes you that much longer.
But you say it's important.
Oh, it might be.
Let me read it again. Morning Post. Come immediately. 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Terrible writing, isn't it?
Yes.
Something will meet. Oh, car will meet. That's it. Of course, I've remembered.
I knew you would.
His voice. I'd remember it anywhere. Now, I'll tell you why. There was that one word I couldn't read. That word car. So I asked him what it was. And he said, car will meet. Now, I don't know why, but his voice gave me the creeps. It wasn't anything he said. I'm just sensitive to voices. I'd recognize that voice again anywhere.
It's going to be a bit of a job, finding a man by the sound of his voice. Still, you never know.
Well, I don't blame Ellis to you for thinking it was pretty much of a wild goose chase. But as he said, you never know. Meanwhile, other detectives were busy in the Bournemouth-Boscombe area, questioning both owners and chauffeurs of all cars whose general measurements might fit the tracks left at the scene of the crime. And here's where the name of Thomas Henry Alloway comes into our story. He was chauffeur to a Mr. Sutton, who owned a big gray saloon.
What were your movements, Mr. Alloway, during the late afternoon evening of December the 22nd last?
That was Monday. Being the old man's late night, I went down to the station about 5:30, picked him up, drove him back, and put the car away at 6 o'clock.
Do you have your own key for the garage?
No, there's only one. Mr. Sutton keeps tight hold of it. I locked up, turned the key in like I always do.
I see.
Then I went into Bournemouth and had a bit of supper at the Duke's Arms and went to the cinema.
After that?
Came home and went to bed. What else was there to do? Pubs were all closed for then.
You seem to remember it all very clearly, considering this happened over a month ago.
What's the matter? Is it a crime to have a good memory?
Have you got a good memory for spelling?
What do you mean, spelling? Here, what are you getting at?
Well, did you ever have any difficulty with certain words?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out. Here, take this pencil and write in this notebook while I dictate.
Now, first,
The experiment was a flop. Alloway's handwriting turned out to be entirely different from that on the telegram. And what's more, his spelling was quite correct when it came to writing out sentences that used the misspelled words. No, it didn't look as though he could be the man Scotland Yard was after. More and more, Superintendent Garrett was coming to realize he had a really tough case on his hands.
You know, Elliot, we shouldn't have let the postal authorities talk us into publishing those telegrams in the newspapers.
Well, sir, it did seem a good idea at the time. Made it a lot easier for them to circularize the details of what we were after.
Yes, but it's probably tipped off our murderer to change his handwriting and brush up on his spelling. He's clever, whoever he is.
Of course, there haven't been any more telegrams.
No. No. Judging from this report, it doesn't look as if Alloway's our man. Car's about the right size, but the tires don't match.
He says he hasn't changed them since he put them on himself 4 months ago.
What about the owner of the car, Mr. Sutton?
No, the chancellor. Watertight alibi for the whole evening.
Ellis, my friend, I'm afraid for the moment we're stuck.
Yes, Scotland Yard was stuck. Just for a moment. Then coincidence took a hand, as it so often does in crime investigations. You'll hear about it in just a moment. Against any criminal getting away with it are enormous. Just think of all the details he has to take care of in planning out a crime. If just one goes wrong, he's likely to find himself in more than a spot of bother. He's got to think of himself and what he's doing first, last, and always. And he may overlook the fact that other people unimportant to him may notice things and remember them. Like Miss Watkins, the postal clerk, with her flair for remembering voices. One day, Thomas Alloway took a parcel into a Bournemouth post office. And it so happened that the clerk he handed it to was, yes, you're right. Miss Watkins, who had just been transferred there from the Boscombe branch.
I want to send this parcel. I'm in a hurry.
Let me have it. I'll wait. I know that voice.
Who is he? An old boyfriend?
No fear. That'll be 8 can take me.
8.5. I've got the exact change, I think. Half a tick. Yes, yes. Here you are. And don't punt that parcel around. If you bother to look at it, you'll see it's marked fragile.
That's the man who sent that telegram. Quick, come to the window. Yes, he's getting into a car. A grey one. Can you see the license number? LK. Oh, I can't quite see it.
LK 7405.
LK 7405. Look out for the counter. I must get on to the police at once. What a bit of luck meeting him. And it was him, too. I'd know that voice anywhere.
Yes? Oh, hello, Miss Watkins. Huh? Yes, of course I remember you. He has? You got the number. Excellent. LK7405. Good work. Thank you. Ellis, that was your friend Miss Watkins. She's recognized the man who sent the wire, and she's got the license number of his car. LK7405. Did it ring a bell?
Just a sec, sir. I'll look through these chauffeur interviews. No. Yes. That's Mr. Sutton's car. The chauffeur was Thomas Henry Alloway.
That fellow again. We can't charge a man with murder because his voice resembles somebody who once sent a telegram.
There's not much support for his alibi, sir. Apart from the car being locked in the garage that night, he could have had a duplicate key made.
I'm afraid all we can do for the moment is to keep a very close watch on that gentleman. If he is our man, perhaps he'll slip up somewhere.
No such luck. More time went by and nothing happened. And then, believe it or not, another coincidence. Remember, this is a true case, and I'm telling you, Joe, exactly as it took place. Another little fact popped up that Alloway hadn't accounted for, because he'd been concentrating on himself at the time. Superintendent Garrett received a call from a man named Humphreys.
Now, Mr. Humphreys, tell us your story in your own words.
Well, Superintendent, I traveled down to Boston on December the 22nd in the same train as Miss Wilkins.
Excuse me, you didn't know Miss Wilkins?
No, but I recognized her photograph later in the paper. Although by that time, there was nothing much I could do about it.
But I don't follow.
Well, I'll explain. I'd come to Boston to spend the night with friends just before a business trip I was taking abroad. Next day, early, I took the train to Southampton and went on board the boat. I probably wouldn't have seen the papers at all, except that we were late in sailing, and my cabin steward brought on board an early afternoon edition.
I see. That explains a lot.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I didn't see the paper until after dinner that night, and we'd been at sea several hours.
Right, go on.
Well, of course, I was horrified to read at what had happened. She was a nice-looking girl. But there didn't seem to be anything I could do, so, well, I'm afraid I just left it at that.
Too bad. Still, I quite understand. Now, to come back to the day of the murder, it was there in your letter that you saw Miss Wilkins get into a car.
Yes. When we got off our train and were having our tickets collected, I was standing right behind her. That's when I noticed her hat.
Mm-hmm.
I saw her into this car, and I noticed it particularly because it had a peculiar luggage rack, a design I hadn't seen before. That may seem odd to you, but I must explain that I'm a motor car body designer by profession.
So naturally a detail like that would catch your eye.
That's it. But I didn't notice the license number of the car. And it wasn't until the day before yesterday that I came back on a visit to Boston. And by a strange coincidence, yesterday I spotted that same car again, recognized it at once.
By the luggage rack?
Yes. The whole thing came back to me in a flash. And this time I took the number as the car was past me. My friends told me the case hadn't yet been cleared up, and so I immediately wrote to you.
That's very interesting indeed, Mr. Humphreys. I think this evidence may be of great value to us. Now, just one more thing. You see this pile of ladies' hats on the table? Can you identify any one of them?
Yes. This one. The girl I saw get into the car was wearing it.
That's the hat found beside the murdered body of Irene Wilkins.
Definite proof, you say? No, not yet. But the case against Thomas Alloway was building up. What about the handwriting on the telegram? Superintendent Garrett had a bright idea. He needed something written by Alloway before the time of the murder, and was able to obtain the application form Alloway had filled out for his chauffeur's driving license. Would they match? They did. Perfectly. Proving beyond a doubt that Alloway had disguised his handwriting during the police test. Somehow, we'll never know how, Alloway learned of this new development, and knowing that he'd been closely watched for weeks, it was too much. He cracked. He forged his boss's signature to 6 checks and bolted. Well, that did it. Alloway was off like a fox with the hounds after it. The police immediately issued a warrant for his arrest and searched his flat. There they found a duplicate key to the garage. So he could have taken the car out again that fatal night without Mr. Sutton knowing. And Alloway? Where did he disappear to? How on earth do you find one person among 45 million? You and I couldn't do it on our own, but if we had a vast organization like Scotland Yard behind us, it would only be a matter of time before we found our man. And so Superintendent Garrett wasn't too surprised when he got a telephone call from the police at Reading. That's 90 miles away from Bournemouth.
Hello. Superintendent Garrett here.
We've got some good news for you, Superintendent. This is Reading Police Headquarters. We've picked up Thomas Alloway.
Oh, nice going. How'd you pick him up?
He came into a garage here, wanted a job as a mechanic. We'll bring him along to you.
Sounds simple, doesn't it? But I'm sure you can imagine the many hours of patient work and the hundreds of inquiries that finally resulted in Alloway's arrest. On him, the police found cards and letters in his own handwriting that matched up nicely with the telegrams. As Superintendent Garrett put it, a distinctive, ugly scrawl as nasty as the man himself.
Looks now as though we've got an open and shut case of it. And there's just one thing more. Get a dozen of those chauffeurs we interviewed and Mr. Alloway. I want to see if Miss Watkins can pick him out of a crowd by his voice alone. Now, Miss Watkins, you're not nervous, are you?
Just a little. Now, don't mind me. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Good. Well, what I want you to do is very simple. In the next room are several men. When we go in there, they'll have their backs turned to you, and you turn yours to them.
I can't see them then.
No, that's very important. They'll each in turn say certain words. If you recognize any of their voices, I want you to say so at once.
All right.
Ready?
Yes.
Now then, just stand here, facing the wall. All right, Ellis. Carry on when you're ready.
Very good, sir. Will you read the words written on this card?
Car will meet. Second man?
Car will meet.
Third man?
Car will meet.
That's the man.
Thank you, Miss Watkins. That is Thomas Alloway.
And without any doubt, Thomas Alloway was a clever man in several ways. But like every other human being, he unfortunately had his weaknesses. If you set out to plan a crime, and I hope you don't do it very often, you should always make allowances for the unexpected. Alloway didn't. His complete disregard for anyone but himself brought about his downfall. When brought to trial, Alloway put up a bold defense in spite of the overwhelming weight of evidence produced by Scotland Yard. The vital and decisive moment came while Alloway was in the witness box being questioned by the counsel for the prosecution.
Now, Mr. Alloway, there are certain words I want you to spell, and I want you to be very careful.
All right, go ahead.
The first word is Bournemouth. Will you spell that, please?
Bournemouth.
Thank you. And now, expense. The word expense.
Expense.
Right. Next, immediate.
Immediate.
Now, would you spell pleasant?
Plesent.
Plesent, like you spell present.
Yes.
His memory had failed him. He'd forgotten to check over the spelling in the telegram to the employment agency asking for a pleasant young nurse. His error, coming when it did, was enough to tip the scales of justice against him. Thomas Henley Alloway was convicted and hanged. We've called this case Accurate Spelling is Essential. Of course, you say, if Alloway hadn't been a poor speller, he might have got away with murder. But there are more ifs in the story than that one. If Humphreys hadn't been a motor car body designer, he probably never would have noticed that luggage rack on Alloway's car and so wouldn't have remembered it. If he hadn't left on his business trip when he did, his evidence would have been available immediately after the murder. If the police hadn't been forced to concentrate on the only other evidence they had, the telegram sent by Alloway to his victim, they might never have discovered Miss Watkins, the postal clerk. If she hadn't had a special talent for remembering voices, she might never have noticed Alloway. I think you'll agree with me that the long arm of coincidence played a large part in this case. For if none of these things had happened as and when they did, the murderer of Irene Wilkins might never have been brought to justice. By the way, are you good at spelling? I'm not bad, but after listening to this case, I'm sure you'll agree that it's always wise to keep a dictionary handy. In the next case I shall be telling you about, coincidence plays no part at all. But that's for the next time. Now, until we meet again, I must close this casebook of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater.
these famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Now here they are in the exciting story, The Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Hoppy, I never figured it would happen like this. You thinking of deserting the bar 20 to settle down in a spot like Eagle Nest sure surprises me.
California, I always said I'd find a quiet place and kind of retire, didn't I? I got a hunch Eagle Nest is it.
I'll bet it don't even show on the map. Of all the local ideas I ever heard, this is it. Hoppy, maybe you ain't the man I thought you were.
Maybe not.
I always figured you'd die with your boots on, not out in the desert swatting flies.
A man needs some peace and quiet once in a while. You know, a chance to sort of hibernate.
It's bears what do that, not humans. Uh-oh. Look at this. A reward poster. Maybe Eagle Nest ain't so dead so thought.
$50 reward for Lou Jackson. See sheriff at Eagle Nest.
Cheapskate sheriff. If I was that Lou Jackson, I'd get plenty score. Lumping me off at a price like that. Say, what do you say, Hoppy? Won't hurt to pick up a quick 50, huh?
No, California. I just want to settle down.
But, well. Hey, Hoppy, look over there in that bush. Another one of them reward posters. $100 for the capture of Bud Bloom.
I'm not interested.
But you sure can throw money away. Look at 2 more notices painted in them rocks. Must be plenty of trouble around here. Says $500 award for Griff Jessup.
I told you I'm not interested.
But gosh, Hoppy, that ain't all palaver. Who's shooting at us? We ain't done nothing.
Come from over toward that mountain. Maybe it's somebody shooting at a rabbit.
I may have a funny pair of ears, but I ain't no rabbit. Hoppy, it's just natural for a man like you to want to clean out these parts.
Well, either somebody aim was awful bad or we aren't the targets.
Listen, I judge that must be the target coming up the trail now.
Come on, let's get out of sight.
There he goes. There he goes now.
Are your eyes really that bad?
Huh?
That's no he, it's a she, and a very young she.
Well, darn be damned. Why dagnab them dirty...
California.
Taking pot shots at a gal. Let's see if this'll tone them down a bit.
Oh, she's out of range now, so you can relax.
What do you say we get out of range then? We ain't get much cover here.
You know, I don't like that shooting at a woman. Maybe we had better have a little talk with this advertising sheriff in Eagle Nest.
Oh, you're talking like the old Hoppy. And I can use some of that reward money for a new pair of boots.
Well, come on then.
Back to Hopalong Cassidy and the story of the Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain. Hoppy and California have ridden into Eagle Nest and find there's not much of a town to welcome them.
The Eagle Nest sure looks like a good place to feel lonesome in.
Here's an eating house. Bud Bloom's place. How about a cup of coffee?
Did you say Bud Bloom?
Well, that's what it says over the door.
But Hoppy, that's the lunk that was worth $100, remember? Here's our first reward money.
Well, let's have a look. Howdy.
Hello.
Mr. Bloom?
Oh, that's right. What can I do for you?
Tell him to throw his hands up quick, Hoppy.
Shh, not so fast. Been in this town long, Mr. Bloom?
Almost 10 years.
Get him, Hoppy, quick.
Ever hear of Lou Jackson?
Why, sure. He owns that barber shop over there.
You get him, Hoppy, and I'll go after the hair clipper.
Don't be so fast, California. There's something funny about all this. Mr. Bloom, did you ever hear of a fellow named Griff Jessup?
Of course. He runs the Buckhorn Bar across the street. Why?
Is that so?
This is going to be handy-dandy. Get 'em all in 5 minutes. It'll bring us about, let me see, about...
California, these are all prominent men in this town.
I ain't interested in the social standing. It's the price they'll bring.
I've got a hunch. You wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes. And don't do anything.
But, Hoppy, no, wait a minute. Gosh darn it. Spoiling my easy money. Hey, you, Bloom?
Yes?
Cup of java.
They're coming right up.
Well, hello, Bud.
Well, howdy, Griff. What'll it be?
Oh, spaghetti, I guess. Did he call you Griff?
Well, sure.
Griff Jessup?
That's right.
That settles it. A man can just stand so much temptation. Get your mitts in the air, you two.
What do you mean by
Get 'em up quick, I said.
Well, now, if it's money...
It's money, all right. Reward money. I seen your ugly mugs tacked up to a tree just out of town.
Oh, those posters. Why, you leather-headed fool. Don't pay no attention to them.
That's all a gag.
I'm laughing, all right. Mostly at the thought of that $600.
You'll be sorry for this, Big Ears.
Get moving, Fatty, towards the sheriff's house. Huh? This is the easiest money I ever made.
Well, let's get to walking and get this over with.
Walk? Who said anything about us walking? You'll do the walking.
We will.
Get going. I'm getting on my horse, and I'm going to drive you up there just like a bunch of dogies. Oh, boy, if the folks back there in town could only see me now. Oh, get along, little doggie, get along, little doggie. Jumping around like that. I've seen wild horses better behave.
I tell you, we ain't gonna forget this.
No, me neither. Got a classy pair of boots to remember it by.
Yes?
Howdy, Sheriff. I'm California Carson. I got a dangerous bunch of outlaws here, which you offers a reward for.
What?
Tell this man to turn us loose, Mr. Wetzel.
I'd like a chance to settle
Ain't
this
I
with them.
chained you two down enough yet, or will I slug 'em good, Sheriff?
Untie those men immediately and stop calling me Sheriff. My name is Wetzel.
Let those buzzards fly the coop. I'm hanging on to them until I see the Sheriff. Then, if you ain't him...
Now, this is ridiculous.
You're liable to have a long wait for the Sheriff. He hasn't been home here in 2 months.
What kind of screwy
The Sheriff has been working so consistently and constantly with his rain-making machine that he's grown quite eccentric.
He can grow whatever he wants, as long as he gives me the reward.
Oh, I've argued with you long enough, lout.
Lout?
This gun in my hand says you'd better turn your prisoners loose immediately.
It's about time.
Well, if this ain't the
That's
dog...
what the man says, California.
Hoppy.
I told you to leave it alone in the first place.
But then reward post.
I've explained to your stupid friend 3 times that it's all a mistake. You see, we have no need of any real law around here, and the citizens just elected Mr. Billington honorary sheriff in view of his great efforts to bring rain to this desert.
And he ain't even a real sheriff?
Oh, of course not. He posts those reward signs constantly, and all the people with intelligence know enough to just smile at them.
I ought to take my $600 out of your hide.
Turn the men loose, California. Our apologies, gentlemen. My friend here was taken in, as you can understand.
Sure. But just keep this bum out of my place. I'll put ant poison in his next cup of java.
Incidentally, my name is Cassidy.
And I'm Wetzel. I came here to work with Mr. Billington on his scientific experiment. I just rode down for supplies. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Rode down?
Yes, the rain-making machine is on the top of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Rain in the desert?
Is that the one with the sharp peak that we passed on the way into town?
Yes, and you mustn't think anything about the shooting you heard. The old man always tries to frighten people away when they come too close.
Well, that's interesting, but I don't believe I mentioned the incident. Did you tell Mr. Wetzel about the shots we heard, California?
I ain't had a chance to tell him nothing. He's too busy doing me out my reward money.
Well, it's just that he usually...
What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. Get on with your cooking.
All right.
How do you do, miss? I'm Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, hello, Mr. Cassidy. This is a pleasure. I'm Martha Billington.
Hoppy, this is the gal we
You must be the rainmaker's daughter.
Yes, my father's working so hard on that experiment.
Must be cozy up there, trying to make it drizzle and shooting at people, even his
Well,
own.
don't let us disturb you, miss. You go right on with your cooking. But don't work too hard. You already look windblown and dusty.
Yes, I...
Gentlemen, if I may suggest it, you had best be on your way. You've caused enough stupid trouble already nosing into everything.
We've apologized for the trouble, Mr. Wetzel. But we can't help being interested in this great experiment of Mr. Billington. He certainly requires a lot of supplies, doesn't he?
If you're referring to these kegs on the porch, they contain dynamite for the experiment. So you'd better not be around here lighting any matches unless you want to be blown out of town.
Oh, I don't smoke. But you'd better be careful smoking that pipe that's sticking out of your pocket. Might blow your head off and make some people awfully happy.
I warn you, Cassidy, if you persist in nosing around Eagle Nest Mountain, they'll take you out of here in a box.
But I like it around here. Think I might start a little ranch once it commences to rain.
I wish you would, Mr. Cassidy.
Hoppy, do you want me to stake the horses out or cook up some grub?
Both. While you do the chores, I'm going to slip back to the sheriff's house and try to get word to Miss Martha. You know, I don't like that setup.
Can't blame you. That Wetzel ain't exactly friendly, and that poor gal with her father shooting her off the mountain.
I wouldn't judge him from Wetzel's story. This adds up to trouble, California, but I don't know quite what kind.
And I was afraid you might be settling down. Well, let's see. I know the little man, and he has a little horse. And say, what'll it be tonight, Hoppy? Pork and beans, or beans and pork?
Let's have both. And be sure to put a little water in the coffee. I like coffee you can pour.
You insinuating I ain't a good cook? You just can't tell a cup of demi-tassy from a cup of plain coffee.
I'll be back the time it's ready. If I don't get blown back.
Yeah, Hoppy, better take off your spurs. They can hear you a mile.
I never take off my spurs unless I'm going to take off my boots. And I'm not going to take off my boots.
All right, go ahead and be ornery then. But be careful, Hoppy.
Who is it? Father?
It's me, Cassidy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cassidy. I'm so glad you came back. I wanted to talk with you.
That's what I figured. But don't tell me your father has to sneak around his own house.
Oh, I don't know. He might. He hasn't been the same since Mr. Wetzel came here and offered to help me. Why, now my father stays up on that mountain day and night. Sometimes I get so desperate I try to get up to see him.
And when you do, some mysterious shots are fired at you.
Why, yes. How did you know?
Our friend and I are riding into town and saw that little foray this afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, they try to tell me it's my father shooting at me. I just can't believe it.
Don't believe it when it's Wetzel telling you.
I won't stop until I get up to see him. Next time I'll try it at night.
But that might be pretty dangerous.
My father's always been a little preoccupied, and all the years of work he's put in on that rain machine have taxed him, but now he seems to be doing such terrible things.
Like what, miss?
Oh, those reward posters. Why, those men are his friends. And now every week or so there are more of them tacked up on the trail into town.
Have you ever seen him tack them up?
No, I guess he does it at night. And all the men make such light of it. They won't even take them down after he's posted them.
What men?
Oh, Mr. Wetzel's assistant.
How many are there?
3, I think. He says they're metallurgical students. But everything is kept so secret now.
Miss Martha, these kegs of dynamite here on the porch.
Oh, my father's always used it in his experiments, but never so much as this before.
Well, there's nearly a wagon load stacked here now.
They must be getting ready to do something terrible. I'm so afraid my father will get hurt.
Do you mind if I open one of these kegs?
Of course not. But please be careful. I never go near the stuff.
Ah, it's all right. I've handled it before. Well, look at this. White gunpowder.
Why, I didn't know that.
It tastes good, too. Just as sweet as sugar. I wouldn't worry about any explosion with this stuff.
But what's it all about?
I have a hunch, Miss Martha, and if I'm right, California and I are going to have one sweet time tonight.
Before we continue with the exciting story of the Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain, here is a word from your announcer.
Slim in California are making their way up Eagle Nest Mountain to pay a visit to the Rainmaker. But as California's mutterings clearly indicate, he'd rather get into trouble at a more convenient time.
I don't know why these darned emergencies can't wait till we've had our chow. My insides were so empty, even them beans smell good.
Did you tie the horses up good? Stopper's pretty frisky tonight.
Sure, but right now I'm wishing I hadn't. If a man was supposed to walk, he would have been born with 4 legs.
This exercise will do you good.
Ain't there an easier way to get up this mountain?
I was afraid the mainsail will be watched too closely. This is the path the jackrabbits have beaten.
Well, I'm all for giving it back to him. Hey, Hoppy, look. See that there thing up on top?
Yeah, that must be the rain-making machine.
Carnation, did you ever see a crazier-looking contraption? Why, the way that big lever's swinging back and forth...
A lot of work has gone into that mechanism, California. Well, they say one generation laughs at what the next generation invents.
Well, I think this is good for a big long laugh. If it ever brings one drop of rain to this here desert, I'll sit right down and eat the boots off in my feet. Spurs and all.
Well, we haven't much farther to go. We'd better be quiet from here on and stay close to the ground. There appears to be quite some activity around the tower.
Seems like there's a rustle from behind the tower. Okay, let's go over and take a look. Hey, wait a minute. There's somebody coming up this front trail. That must be what we heard. Yeah. Well, I can draw a bead on them as they come over this rise. Hey, look. Look through here. Isn't it a woman? Uh-huh. That must be the old man's daughter. Well, don't make no difference, though. Wetzel says to shoot. He said to shoot to scare her. He ain't never said to kill her. Maybe you're right. Let's wait for her right here. I can handle her. Hey, quiet now. There. I guess that's done.
Nicely done, man.
Wetzel.
Hello, boss. Didn't know you were
I
around.
know you didn't. I was following Martha up the trail. I just wanted to wait and see how you'd handle the situation.
We done all right, huh?
Carry her inside the tank, Joe.
Sure, boss, sure. She don't look this heavy.
Slim, we got to work fast tonight. Martha's been talking. You know what that means.
Yeah.
This has been a good spot, but we've stayed around just about as long as we can. Especially if Cassidy's going to get snoopy.
Cassidy?
Yeah, rancher from the Bar 20. Always going around and getting at everybody's business. So this is how we're going to handle it, Slim. You set the dynamite with fresh caps and see that the old man is locked in the tower until we're ready. And then come and help me load the pack horse.
Hoppy, you hear that? They've set some of the contraption in motion.
Yeah, that wheel is moving. Looks like this means quick action or this whole mountain will blow up. We'd better separate.
We had?
You're not afraid, are you?
No, I just wanted to be around to take care of you.
I'll try to manage. Now, you go around behind the tower and see if you can find some back stairs that might not be guarded. I'm sure the old man must be up there.
Then where'll I find you?
I don't think you'll have any trouble. In a few minutes, I have a hunch it'll be easy to find where I am.
Oh, gosh, I hope that contraption don't go off while we're up here in the mountain, because then it might start to rain and me without my overshoes.
Well, you can always take off your hat and soak your head. Looks like we've been spotted. Keep down.
I'd feel a lot better if we stuck together.
It's just dark enough to show these boys how to play the old Indian game.
Guy out there can we ain't fighting ordinary people.
Darn right we are. That's Cassidy.
There he is now. All right, I got a head behind that rock.
That's just his hat. If I know anything about the way Cassidy operates, he's somewhere else.
Well, there, Wetzel. I'll touch a match to this keg of powder.
Take another look, Cassidy. Sugar won't explode.
This sugar will. I rolled this keg over to the powder house. Oh, was that unlocked? I didn't have a chance, Wetzel.
You wouldn't touch that off, Cassidy. Not with Martha in the tank.
California. Yeah, Hoppy, where are you? You got the girl out of the tank? Oh, please. All right, boys, I'm ready to set a match to this.
Wait a minute, Cassidy. Slim, climb out of the window and get onto that big overhanging branch of the tree. And then when he comes out into the open, drop on him.
Okay, well.
I'm coming out, Cassidy. We give up. We know when we're beaten.
Keep your hands high and no trick.
Good work, Slim. There. Bet it's the first time Cassidy's ever been slugged over the head with his own gun.
I'll go dump him in the tank where the girl was.
No, I don't think you'd better.
It'll be easier that way. I put a separate charge under the funnel. When you bring the old man out to set the final charge, that'll go too.
Well, all right, but hurry. That machinery's in motion, and the old man's the only one who knows how to stop it.
Yeah, and he ain't going to. Not after all these months of wanting to set it off.
All right, Joe. Snap into it. Tie those things down.
Why was that machinery started before we're off this mountain? I don't like it.
I know the timing. Let's just keep moving. And I'll go up to the tower and bring the old man down.
Well, I don't know why it has to be done this way.
Hey, Slim, is that you?
Yeah, it's
You
me.
cover Joe while he goes up to the tower. Cassidy's pal might still be around here.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. There's too much powder on this mountain to suit me.
Why, you dirty double
The rest of you aren't worth saving anyway.
You planned it this way. You never meant for us to get away.
Now you're getting the idea.
What a rat you are, Wetzel.
You were never quite quick enough on the draw, were you, Slim?
Tell it, Wetzel. Drop that gun.
Huh? Cassidy! Where are you?
Put your hands up and be quick.
Slim! Joe, come and help me!
Up on Eagle Nest Mountain, the Rainmaker's giant machinery ticks closer to that uncertain moment of explosion.
You up there on that tower. I got you covered.
I give up. Don't shoot.
I'll keep a beat on you till you get Mr. Billington safely down that ladder.
I'm coming. Don't shoot. Hoppy. Is that you?
Yeah, I told you I'd make enough noise so you could find me.
Yeah, but where was you for the last 15 minutes?
Taking a nap. See how bad Slim's hurt.
Oh, Smarty, just winged.
Bring him over here and I'll introduce you.
What? Well, all right, Hoppy.
How are you, Slim? Oh, I guess I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy. You had me worried for a few minutes.
Say, what is this?
This, California, is Mr. Slim Davies, U.S. Deputy Marshal, under whom I've been working.
You mean you knew all the time about this? We came up here to get in trouble?
We came here to stop illegal liquor traffic. As I suspected, those reward posters were code signals to the runners.
Well, doggone, fooling me that you was coming up here to settle down.
Mr. Cassidy, you're not hurt. I'm so thankful.
You'll be more thankful to see someone else. Look who's coming down that ladder.
Father!
Come on over here, Mr. Billington. And you, Joe, up with your hands and no tricks.
I give up, Cassidy.
Oh, Father.
Martha, did you come up to see the climax to all my years of work? Tonight I will see success. My esteemed colleague has just informed me that everything is in readiness.
What do you mean?
The machinery is already in motion, Martha. There's no choice but to go through with it.
I must get to the control room quickly. When the giant wheel reaches the top, the great moment will be at hand.
Mr. Cassidy, isn't there great danger?
Not if you get over beyond that bridge.
But my father in that control room.
I don't know.
All through the ages, man has sought a way to make it rain. No one has worked any harder than I have. And in a few seconds, the world will have the greatest gift science can give it, rain.
I'll go in the control room with you, Mr. Billington, if you like.
Delighted, my friend.
But, Hoppy,
there's a lot of dynamite around here. It's such a risk, Mr. Cassidy.
Hurry up. The rest of you get back.
Right in here, Mr. Cassidy. Now, close that door tightly. Well, I don't believe I have a match.
Here's one.
With the touch of this match, civilization will acclaim...
that you, California?
Yeah, that's me. I mean, this is me.
Mr. Billington is here. He's just dazed, I think. I can't tell in the dark.
Well, don't light no more matches around here. This whole mountain must be gunpowder.
Why, it's starting to rain.
Father, are you hurt badly?
Rain? Did somebody say rain?
My Jiminy, it is starting to sprinkle. I can hear the drops hitting my head.
You feel all right, Father?
Feel all right? Well, I'm the happiest man in the world. Can't you hear what these men are saying? It's starting to rain. I've done it. My machine works. Do you hear me? I can make it rain.
Can we help you down the trail, Miss Billington?
Well, I don't think they better try to walk, Hoppy.
Well, maybe not. California and I'll go ahead and send horses back for you.
Oh, that'll be fine. Meanwhile, I think Father will enjoy just staying right here and feeling the rain on him.
Yes, Martha.
What about you, Slim?
I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy. Well, you certainly helped us clean up a bad case tonight. I'll take charge of our prisoner.
It's still raining, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Billington. It's really raining.
Oh, I'm so thankful. So thankful.
Well, we better be saying goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mr.
Go
Cassidy.
on, Hopalong. Come on, California. Let's get going.
Say, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Wasn't there clouds gathering overhead this afternoon?
Yes.
Then it ain't necessarily the rain machine that started this.
No.
But, on the other hand, it could be.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
I think we'd better get back to the Bar 20 before you decide to make a rain machine.
Goodbye for now from Hopalong in California. And here's a special invitation to join them next time they ride out from the Bar 20 when, as usual, I have a hunch they'll get into plenty of action that spells trouble. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed in the West under the direction of Walter White, Jr. Musical direction, Serge Glisson. James Matthews speaking. This is a Commodore production.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Your faithful friend with muscles ache and pain presents Gangbusters. Gangbusters, brought to you, the men and women of America, by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime.
Now, for those of you who are familiar with the name Schwarzkopf, just an editorial note and we'll get right back to the program. Colonel Schwarzkopf, who oftentimes interviews the lawman who brings in the story to Gangbusters, is, of course, in actuality, the father of H. Norman Schwarzkopf, General of the United States Army. And so this is kind of interesting to hear him portrayed, his father portrayed as a law enforcer. And also interesting, there's the character of the lawman, a sheriff, a judge who comes on the program. Judge Miller is played by none other than Bill Johnstone, who about the same time was playing The Shadow on the Mutual Network. So there's a couple of interesting voices to listen for here.
Now for our Pluxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Judge L.D. Miller of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Judge Miller,
I understand that Charleston and Rogers, the nickel and dime bandits, were hunted by the police of 6 states.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Actually, 8 different police departments were after them within a period of 30 days.
But why do you call these particular criminals the nickel and dime bandits?
Well, Colonel, James Carlson, the brains of the combination, had a theory of crime different from any criminal in all my experience.
I got a new slant on stick-ups that'll pay big dividends. I'm going to get me a smart partner that knows how to use a get. Then we're going to go through the Mississippi Valley pulling little jobs, nickel and dime jobs. When we pulled enough of these nickel and dime jobs, we'll have just as much jack as if we'd stuck up a dozen big banks.
On December 4th, 1939, following a term at Minnesota State Reformatory, Charleston drove up to a roadside tavern near Minneapolis. The owner was talking to a customer.
Be right with you, mister. Anything else, sir? Oh, that'll be all, Bill. Charge it, will you? With a fancy car like that, you want me to charge it?
Nothing else fancy. Right behind you, pal. Turn around.
What? Look out, Bill. He's got a gun.
A special kind of gun, mister, with a hair trigger. Come on, both of you. Back up into that hot dog joint before I turn this cannon loose on you. I want your dough.
Oh, I got some change.
Give it to me.
Here you are.
Now, you. Open up that cash register.
Here. $35. It's all I got.
I know it ain't. Scoop out that change and stick it in my pocket.
Nickels and dimes, huh? I'd like to see you for 5 minutes without that gun. Here's a change.
Thanks, white guy.
Now get out of here.
Not so fast, you. Empty your pockets.
Pretty brave, aren't you, with a gun?
Yeah, and it's liable to go off any minute.
No sawed-off punk's gonna take my dough.
I warned you, white guy.
Bill! You're not getting away from me. I'll show you. Give me that gun. You're all through, son.
Let go of me.
You hurt?
Let go of me.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretty bad. I dropped all 3 of those bullets, but I got his gun. You're gonna need a doctor. What do we do with this guy? Lock him in the washroom. You make it all right? Yeah, sure. I got the special gun, you rat.
Yeah.
Give back my money.
All right. Here you are.
Now, come on, you into the washroom.
You'll never get me to jail.
Inside, punk. Okay, white guy. I'll lock it and then phone the police. Better get an ambulance, Bill. You're bleeding bad. Hello, operator, get me the police. Sit down, Bill. What's that? The washroom window. There. Out front. There he goes. He's in his car. Stop! Stop, Rouse! Shoot! Oh, it's jammed. That guy's special pistol jammed and saved his own life.
It is rare, Judge Miller, for the victim to turn on his assailant at gunpoint and disarm him.
It is, Colonel. Fortunately, the wounds of the tavern owner were not serious. Johnson made a dash for Chicago, where he went into partnership with another criminal named Joe Rogers. Together, they stole a late model car and started south, blazing a trail of robberies from Illinois to Louisiana. On the night of December 17th in Blytheville, Arkansas, Charleston and Rogers committed an unusual robbery, showing a peculiar obsession.
Blytheville, Arkansas. Robbery. 2 men broke into a house and stole a large collection of pistols, automatics, shotguns, and rifles. Seen escaping in blue or black Dodge sedan. Notify all gun dealers to be on lookout for unusual weapons of foreign make.
A few days later, Colonel, Charleston and Rogers were in Minneapolis, waiting in a stolen new Buick sedan across the street from a small apartment house.
Boy, this is the life, huh, Rogers? You said it, Charleston. Cops and newspapers screaming about us from here to New Orleans. Nothing for us to do but sit back and take it easy.
I'd sure like a drink right now.
Yeah, so would I. Wish that baby of yours would hurry up.
It's only 10 past 11. I told her to sneak out at 15:15.
She made up her mind to come with us?
Hope so. You know me, Rogers. Wine, woman, and song.
Yeah, I know. But when are we going to quit this small-time stuff and go after something big?
Like what?
Banks.
Forget it, Rogers. Knock over a bank and every cop in the state's after you.
Just think of the dough we could pick up in banks. All we've been getting the places you pick is chicken feed. Nothing but nickels and dimes.
There's nothing you can't buy with nickels and dimes, Rogers. If you got enough of them.
Sure, but we could...
There's no buts to it. It adds up, see? And the rap for little jobs is nothing like it is for a bank.
Well, in one bank job...
Listen, sap.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Banks have guards, and the guards have guns and tear gas. They have balconies to ambush bank bandits. They have burglar alarms to call the cops. Don't you see, we can get as much in a flock of gas stations as we could in a dozen banks. And no risk.
Maybe you're right.
The way I figure it...
Hold it, Charleston. Here comes your girlfriend.
Oh.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Jim. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
You and me both. Get in the car.
Okay.
It's my pal, Joe Rogers.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Oh, what's up? Where are we going?
We're going south, kid. How'd you like to go with us?
South? Oh, gee, I'd love to, but what about my folks?
Send them a postcard. Yeah. Just say, having a wonderful time. I wish you were here.
Hey, what are you guys going to do?
We got special ideas. Swell clothes, good liquor, and plenty to keep us busy. What do you say?
I say, what are we waiting for?
Baby, you're going to be perfect. Let's go, Rogers. Where to? Back to New Orleans, where it's nice and warm. We're going to make some stops on the way. And when we stop, nobody's ever going to forget us. This will be a joyride to remember.
That was near midnight, Colonel, on December 21st, 1939. 3 days later, Chief C.R. Bryan of the Chattanooga, Tennessee Police was sitting in his office when Police Captain Homer Edmondson walked in with a message in his hand.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, Chief Bryan. This just came in on the teletype. Thought you'd like to look at it.
From Sweetwater, huh?
Yes, sir.
Arrest 2 men wanted here for robbery of roadside buffet this morning, 3 a.m. One man about 20, weight 150, blue eyes, light hair. The other one, older, weight about 140, dark hair, slender. Both bandits wearing leather jackets.
That's a pretty complete description, Chief.
These bandits took $60 in currency, cigarettes, liquor, and a large amount of nickels and dimes. They're heavily armed. Large amount of nickels and dimes. That sounds familiar.
You're right, Captain. This is the 6th report in the last few days that used those exact words.
Yes, and each report was near Chattanooga. Have you broadcast this message to the patrol cars?
Yes, sir. Right after it came in.
Send it out again, Captain. This is the first good description we've had of those men. If they try anything here, I want every man on the force to be waiting for them.
Right, Chief.
Wait a second. Chief Bryan speaking.
Send some cops over quick, Chief. I've just been robbed.
Who's this?
Jack Parker. I got a filling station at Main and Watkins. I just opened up 10 minutes ago and 2 guys walked in and...
Hold on a minute. Captain, there's been a holdup over at Main and Watkins, a filling station. Send a patrol car over there right away.
Right away, Chief.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker. What happened?
These 2 guys walked in, Chief. They both wore leather jackets. They had 4 guns between them and they cleaned out the cash register.
How much did they get?
$7. Almost all small change.
Nickels and dimes, huh?
Well, I know it don't sound like much, Chief, but it's a lot to me.
Mr. Parker, I don't care if it was 7 cents or $7 million. If these bandits are the men I think they are, they're going to try to pull some more jobs like this here in Chattanooga, and we're going to get them.
The next afternoon, Colonel, the woman manager of a small dry goods store in Chattanooga saw 2 men, apparently customers, walking into her store.
May I help you, gentlemen?
Yeah, let me see some shirts. The best you got. And I want to see some socks and ties.
Certainly, right over here. What size shirt, sir?
15 collar, 34 sleeve. And I want size 11 socks.
Here they are. Just take your pick.
That's just what we're going to do, sister. Stick 'em up.
Hold up.
Take it easy, sister. One peep out of you and I'll drill you.
Please.
Get down on the floor behind our counter. And don't move if you want to live.
Yes, sir.
Pretty fancy-looking socks, pal. Get some for me.
What kind of shirts you getting?
Silk, the most expensive I can find.
Better make it fast.
Okay. These here looks swell. Green silk. You ready, pal?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, sister, where's your cash register?
There in back of the counter. But there's only a...
I know. There's only a little change. That's what they all say. How much, pal? $10 and about 5 and change.
Thanks for the service, lady. We'll be sure to tell our friends about you.
And remember, sister, if you move off that floor before we're out of this store, it'll be the last time you ever move.
Exactly 44 minutes later, Colonel, in a Chattanooga liquor store on the other side of town.
Will that be all, gentlemen? Just the 3 bottles of whiskey? No, that ain't all, mister. Reach for the ceiling.
What do you want? Don't shoot him, pal. The cops might hear you get.
All right. Keep them covered.
And what are you going to do?
I'm going to teach you not to be so nosy. That'll teach you to ask me what I want.
Please don't kick me again. Come on, pal. Let's get out of here.
Get the dough.
Okay.
Take everything, even the small change. How much is it?
Yeah, there's about $90 here. Hey, here's something else, pal.
Yeah?
Nice new gap for your collection.
Say, not so bad. Different from any I got. Maybe I ought to try it out on this wise guy.
No, please.
Okay, mister, but just so you won't run after us, here's something more to remember his butt.
Oh.
That brutal holdup was the third the nickel and dime bandits committed in the heart of Chattanooga within 24 hours, Colonel. It redoubled the efforts of the police to catch Charleston and Rogers and resulted in a gun battle that Chattanooga will long remember. Law enforcement officers within a radius of 50 miles of Chattanooga cooperated. At a special meeting of police representatives at the office of Chief C.R. Bryan, all possible angles were discussed.
Fortunately, men, we have a complete description of these two bandits and definite identification clues.
What are they, Chief Bryan?
Well, first, Sussman, there's the nickel and dime angle. So anyone seen spending an unusual amount of silver is a definite suspect. Then there's the gun angle.
The gun angle?
It's this, Frazier. These men are crazy about guns. They take pride in them. Not just as weapons, but as items to collect.
So the bandits might just show off their guns sometime without staging a holdup, huh?
Particularly if they've been drinking.
That's still another clue, Chief Bryan. The amount of liquor they consume, judging by the amount they've stolen.
And the girl with them. The one that's been seen in their car. Now, we have her description.
All right, Captain Edmondson. These are all valuable clues, men. And we have one other advantage. From what these bandits have said to their victims, they don't expect the police to go after them seriously.
Just because the thefts have been relatively small, huh?
Exactly.
That gives me an idea, Chief.
What is it, Edmondson?
Maybe we can get these bandits through a weakness in their own system.
How, Captain?
Let's give these clues to every reliable citizen in the vicinity of Chattanooga. Every small storekeeper. Then when the bandits do show up again, they'll be spotted immediately.
Good
Yeah.
Well, then it's understood every available man is to stay on duty till these bandits are behind bars. I want them in custody before somebody gets killed.
Within 1 hour after that meeting, Colonel, merchants, filling station employees, liquor store proprietors, business people all over Chattanooga were planning to cooperate with the police.
Cooperate with police? Listen, I'm staying right here at the store. If those bandits come back this way, I'm going to be ready for them.
If those nickel and dime crooks come anywhere near me, I'm going to call the police. I'll know them if I ever see them again.
I'll be glad to cooperate. I've got a score to settle with those rats, and I'd like to see them both behind bars. If they ever come into my place, I'll...
Nickels and dimes, eh? I get it. If those buzzards stick their noses in my place, I'll be waiting for them. You can count on me.
That night, Colonel, December 26, 1939, at the Rock Castle Roadhouse, 10 miles west of Chattanooga, the cashier, Bill Raper, was standing behind his counter.
Hey, you, cashier.
Yes, sir?
I want a bottle of whiskey.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're not allowed to sell liquor in bottles, except the guests of Rock Castle.
I'm a guest here. Me and my pal are in one of the cabins right next door.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sure. Here you are. That'll be $165, please.
You'll have to take it in change.
Change?
Fistful, buddy. Here.
25, 50, $1, 10, 20, 30, 55, 65. Right. Thank you, sir.
You bet it's right. Say, what are you staring at?
Oh, why,
See anything wrong with me?
No, I was just thinking what a good-looking green silk shirt you have on.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, it is good looking. Everything I got's good looking. Look at this.
Hey, watch it.
Don't be scared. I ain't going to use it on you.
Boy, that's some pistol.
Bet your life it is. Special automatic. Only one like it in the country.
Yes, sir. Well, is there anything else you want?
Yeah, sure. I almost forgot. Give me some of those box lunches you got, huh?
How many?
Let's see now. 3.
Here they are. You want me to carry them for you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting a little rocky.
Hey, Joe, take over, will you?
Okay.
I'll be right back. Let's go, sir. Now, which cabin is it?
Second one on the left.
This the cabin?
Yeah, I'll knock. Hey, open up. Come on, open up. It's me. Come on.
Pipe down, will you?
Come on, let me in. Where's Bay?
I reckon I'll be getting along, mister.
Yeah, sure. See you later, mister. Good night.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Operator, get me the police.
Police headquarters, Chief Bryan speaking.
Chief, listen, this is Bill Raper out at Rock Castle.
Yes, Bill?
Those two nickel and dime crooks you're looking for, they're here.
How do you know?
I'm positive, Chief. Every single clue you give me. The nickels and dimes, the guns, the liquor, everything checks.
Did you notice a car?
Yes, sir. It's a big, black, new 1940 Buick.
Where are they?
In a cabin right next door.
How many?
3 of them, sir. 2 men and a girl.
That's what I call fine cooperation, Bill. Sit tight and don't say a word to anyone. I'll send an emergency squad out there right away.
15 minutes later, Colonel, Captain Homer Edmondson with a group of picked men from the Chattanooga Police Force, including Detective Shipley and Carson, met members of the county uniformed police under Captain Dyer outside the Rock Castle Roadhouse. The cashier, Bill Raper, was waiting for them.
Which cabin are they in, Mr. Raper?
That one with the lights on, Captain Edmondson.
All right, men. Sussman and Fraser, you stick with me.
All right, Captain.
Now, we'll go to the front of the house. Shipley, you and Carson cover the back with Captain Dyer. You got that?
Right, Captain. What's our plan, Captain?
Simply to close in and get those bandits. We can't start shooting till we're absolutely sure these are the men we want. But if they show the slightest resistance, open fire with riot guns immediately. Ready?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Watch it. They turned out the lights. Better stand back. I'll knock. Open up.
Who is it?
Police.
Just a minute.
Hurry it up.
All right, coppers. Come and get it!
Get back, man.
Captain, just listen to those bullets bounce.
All right, men, open up with your riot guns.
Right, Captain.
Get down low, babe. Those cops are using riot guns.
We'll fix them, Jimmy. I'll load your pistols.
Roger.
Yeah?
Cover the back door. I'll cover the front.
Okay, Charleston.
Come on, coppers. Try and take it.
You'd better give up in there. You're surrounded.
We'll give up hot lead.
Give me another gat, babe. This one's empty.
Here you are, Jimmy.
Howard's in the back, Rogers.
Can't see him. It's too dark out there.
Well, they're all around us, Jimmy.
Keep down, babe.
Oh.
Babe, you hit.
Oh, my head.
Told you to keep down. All right, coppers. You got my gal. I'll show you can't get away with that. Charleston, there's a copper creeping up in the back. You cover the front, Rogers. I'll get that cop. He's coming right up to the back door.
What are you going to do, Jimmy?
Shut up, babe. I'm running this show.
Out of your hands, all three of you.
I'm waiting for you, cop.
Jimmy, you killed him.
Can't say I killed him. I got his gun, too.
Jimmy, they got Rogers.
Lie down on the floor, babe. I'll get him for that. All right, coppers. I got one of you. Who's next?
Yes, Fraser.
They killed Shipley.
Shipley? How?
He broke in the back door, shot down before he had a chance.
Oh, the dirty dogs. Give me a riot gun, Fraser.
Yes, sir.
Mine's empty. Captain, I'm going after him. Now, wait, don't go up there. It's probably a trap.
There goes one of them out the side door.
Stop or I'll fire.
He's running for the woods.
I can't see him.
There, between those big trees.
Missed him.
It's so dark I can't see.
Oh, we'll never find him in this darkness.
What do we do, Captain?
He might be hurt. Dyer, you and Carson follow him. I am going to get some bloodhounds.
What's the matter with the dogs, Captain? Why are they stopping? Too dark for them?
I'm afraid they lost the trail, Fraser.
What, after we've followed their bandit for almost 8 miles?
It's all right, Sussman. Those bloodhounds have told me just what I want to know.
That'll get you, Captain.
For the last 2 miles, the bandits' trail has followed right along these railroad tracks.
That's right. But now we've lost it. I can't see what that
We're
is.
headed toward Chattanooga, not away from it. Doesn't that mean anything to you men?
You mean you thought maybe the bandit would jump afraid away from Chattanooga?
No, Sussman. I thought he'd head for Chattanooga, but I couldn't be sure. Now I know he's gone back to the city, where we can lay our hands on him.
With one of the nickel and dime bandits, Joe Rogers, dead, Colonel, and the bandit's girlfriend in a prison hospital, the Chattanooga police combed the city for the remaining bandit, now definitely identified as James Charleston. Later that night, after visiting hundreds of rooming houses, 2 police officers, Patrolman Fraser and Sussman, climbed the stairs of a cheap rooming house an hour after midnight.
What number did the landlady say, Fraser?
Room 6.
It's room number 6, right up there at the head of the stairs.
Yeah. Landlady said her new boarder arrived an hour ago.
Have the gun ready?
Bet I will, Sussman. You turn on your flashlight. I'll try the door.
Right.
Door's unlocked.
That's lucky. Careful now. Easy. There, he's in bed.
Sound asleep.
Wonder if he's the guy we want.
He's pretty young for a bandit. Let's make sure, Sussman. Pull down the covers.
A pistol there in his right hand.
And another one next to him.
He's starting to wake up. Grab him.
I'm with you. Look on that. I didn't do nothing.
I got him, Fraser. Put the bracelets on him.
Charleston, you're all through.
You cops are crazy. I'm not the guy you want.
No, you're all right, Fraser. Let's see those 2 guns.
That don't prove nothing, copper. I didn't kill nobody. I like guns, see? I collect them.
Yeah? Well, this is one gun you never should have collected, Charleston. It's the gun you took from Detective Shipley after you killed him. And it's the last gun you're ever going to collect.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, through splendid police work and excellent citizen cooperation, the criminal activities of James Charleston came to an abrupt end. Placed on trial in my court for robbery and murder on February 27th, 1940, he was quickly found guilty. I sentenced him to life imprisonment in the Tennessee State Penitentiary. He's there at this very moment.
And what happened to the girl who was with Charleston and Rogers, Judge Miller?
For months, she hovered between life and death with a bullet touching her brain. The doctor said her mental faculties would be impaired indefinitely, and under the circumstances, she was freed in the custody of her parents.
Thank you, Judge Miller, for a fine case. I'm particularly pleased with the way you brought out the great value of public cooperation with the authorities. When the police thus frankly solicit help from our law-abiding citizens, and those citizens promptly and comprehensively cooperate, no criminal can escape. Every time the police and the people work together, the end is inevitable. Crime does not pay.
And now, the clues.
Special bulletin. All citizens, watch for murderer 24, 5 feet 5 inches, 135 pounds, dark brown hair slicked back, brown eyes. This man with tall, sandy-haired companion having wrinkled face, wanted for brutal murder several days ago, refrigeration engineer near San Antonio, Texas, may be traveling in black Ford station wagon, and may have in possession a .44 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver with cedar handle.
Warning, citizens of Pennsylvania, be on lookout for man 28, 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, brown hair, gray eyes, occupation farmer. This man wanted in connection with feud slaying last week, Indian Head section of Fayette County, Pennsylvania.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. For Sloan's Liniment next week, the case of the missing corpse. Here reenacted for the first time, the inside factual account of one of the most fantastic cases in all criminology. Learn how a dead man faced his murderer. Sloan's Liniment brings you one of Phillips H. Lord's most astounding dramatizations in America's Crusade Against Crime.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 6 regarding a holdup on Terminal Island just before noon. There's 2 bandits. Number 1, dark complexion, Mexican or Filipino, about 20 years of age, wearing a dark suit and gray cap. Number 2 is also dark, wearing a gray suit and gray cap. These men may be heading north toward Los Angeles. Keep your eyes open, boys. That's all. Rolls and close.
Mrs. Hazel Berg, living in Hollywood, is awakened at 2 a.m. by the ringing of her telephone.
Hello?
Goodbye, Hazel. This is Virginia. I've turned on the gas. I'm dying. But before I leave this world I hate so much, I wanted to say goodbye to you. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, hello? Hello, Virginia. Hello. Oh, operator, give me the police department. Quick, it's an emergency. Please.
Los Angeles Police calling car 42, car 42. A woman committing suicide with gas at 7566 North Edinburgh in Hollywood.
That's us. Let's go.
Less than a minute after the emergency call was received by the police department, radio policeman crashed down the door, gave Virginia first aid treatment, and saved her life.
A few seconds longer, and it would have been too late. And because the police meet hundreds of emergencies like this every day, when seconds saved mean the difference between life and death, they specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand. This emergency gasoline galvanizes into action at the touch of the start. It accelerates so much faster than ordinary gasoline. Police and emergency car drivers in Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, and many, many other cities, as well as deputy sheriffs in Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other counties where great distances must be covered at top speed, all swear by Rio Grande cracked gasoline as the fastest, most powerful, most efficient gasoline they have ever used. And every day, scores of motorists who try Rio Grande cracked gasoline for the first time get the thrill of police car performance in their own cars. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Chief of Detectives H.S. Seeger of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Seeger.
Good evening, friends. The law enforcement problems of the Los Angeles Police Department are complicated by the large colonies of foreign language-speaking people in our city. These people do not always understand the work of our police officers. When our department attempts to solve a crime occurring in one of these foreign colonies, we meet many difficulties, as you will hear tonight. It is hard to make our mission understood, and it is even harder for our police officers to understand the meager explanations in a foreign tongue. Despite these handicaps, there are mighty few unsolved crimes of any magnitude. Our detectives must merely work harder and longer tracking down clues. Eventually, we always get the culprits. Tonight's case is a typical of the disadvantages under which our police work. The description of the bandits was so vague it seemed almost impossible that we could even locate them. The story of the missing Mexican sheiks that you are now about to hear is typical of the almost superhuman diligence of your police officers in working out a successful conclusion to a case that had no clues.
It is late morning of February 5th, 1930. Mrs. Tokunago, as is her custom, visits her branch bank on Terminal Island in Los Angeles Harbor.
Good morning, Mrs. Nago.
Oh, good morning, priest.
What will it be this morning?
Oh, I think I take out money today. All money in bank.
Oh, today's your big banking day, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Today, many fishermen, many cannerymen, he pay off. He come eat at my extra special #1 restaurant.
And you cash the checks, is that it?
Yes, I think maybe I fix for them.
Well, I can see what you get out of it. Making a bank for those boys.
Oh, very fine man. Extra special. Come find Japanese fisherman. Come #1 American fellow. Give money. Spend money. Lots money in my restaurant.
Well, from what they tell me, they'd come anyway to eat your cooking.
Oh, you hear? I good, very good.
And that's what they tell me.
Oh, very fine. You come to my place. I fix you something nice. Oh, you like some special seaweed?
Seaweed? Well, not exactly.
Maybe so. You like fish. Oh, very good fish. He 6, maybe so 8 months old. You like?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Nago. You see, I'm not used to Oriental dishes. Well, here's your money. $1,000 in 10, 5, and $20 bills. Oh, yes. There's $100 worth of ones.
Oh, you count him. Is they all right?
Yes, I counted it. It's right, just $1,000.
Oh, very good.
Now, be careful of that money.
Oh, yes. I careful. I hold tight in hand.
All right. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. And you'll not forget, I made special #1 Japanese dinner for you.
All right, Mr. Nago. I'll drop in and see you someday.
As Mrs. Nago leaves the bank and walks down the street toward her chop suey restaurant, a sedan, which has been parked across the street, makes a U-turn, passes the little Japanese woman, and comes to a stop a few feet ahead of her. A young man gets out and stands with one foot on the running board, talking to his companion at the wheel as Mrs. Nago approaches him. Then, just as she is passing...
Give to me that money. Keep your mouth shut, you.
Oh,
Come on, get
stop, stop it.
Get to the board.
Oh, stop. He steal money. He steal
All right, come on,
money.
go quick. Come on.
Oh, he steal money. Stop it.
17 cents for the registered letter, 20 cents in all.
Oh, Miss Dillon, stopping man.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Knowles?
Oh, man, steal money. All money I have. You grab money and run away. You're stopping, please.
What was this? Someone stole your money?
Yes, all money in wealth. He got it. Take him from me. You stop him. You work for government. You're
Oh, but
stopping,
Mrs.
please.
Nago, I can't stop him. I only run the post office.
No, you work for Uncle Sam. You can't stop him. Please stop.
Now, look, Mrs. Nago, pull yourself together. I can't do anything about it. But you run over to the fire engine house across the street.
Please?
Right over there, to the fire engine house. And you tell them, and they'll call the police.
They do?
Yes, now hurry.
Oh, thank you, Miss Dillon. Thank you. I'll go on.
Oh, my boy. You never should have left an opening like that. 1, 2, 3. There, make that a king. There's 2 more. That wipes you off the board.
Yeah, I guess you got me that time.
Hey, look at that Jap woman streaking across the street. Oh, that truck nearly got her.
Oh, here's a fireman. You help, please. I find very great trouble.
What's that?
Oh, man, he grabbed money from my hand. He ran away fast in automobile.
What's that you say? You've been robbed?
Yes, I robbed. All money in wealth. I got no more money. Please, you're stopping. You make money come back.
How much money did he take?
Oh, maybe so I think $1,000.
$1,000. What did he look like?
Oh, he's dark. I think he maybe so Mexican.
How was he dressed?
Please?
What did he wear?
He wearing gray suit. Cuff too, I think.
What kind of a car was it?
Please?
What kind of a car?
Automobile.
Yes.
Maybe so bright green.
Anybody with him?
Yes, he has friend. Friend drive car very fast.
What did the friend look like?
Oh, he Mexican too, maybe. He wears dark suit. Cuff too, I think.
And which way did he go?
Oh, down that way.
Toward the drawbridge.
You think you'll find him. You're stopping him, maybe so. Big Black, my money.
Well, ma'am, I'll do the best I can. Give me the drawbridge. Hello? Harry? Christ at the engine house. Say, Harry, a couple of Mexicans just pulled a strong-arm job down here and got away with $1,000. Lift that bridge of yours, will you? Yeah. Yeah, I want to hold up all the traffic from the island until the Dicks can get over there from San Pedro. Yeah, I'm going to ring them right away.
Captain A.L. Gentry and Detectives Evans and Dunphy answer Captain Price's call. Dunphy is detailed to keep a lookout in San Pedro for the car and occupants answering the Japanese woman's description. And Captain Gentry and Evans cross to Terminal Island on the ferry. At the open drawbridge, a long line of irate motorists greet them with honking horns as they are joined by Officers George Finn and C.H. Hidley from the Wilmington Station.
Hello, Captain. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Finn. Got here as soon as we could.
Hey, come on. Let's get going.
All right, you'll be moving in a minute.
It's about time.
Hey, they're getting sort of restless back there, aren't they?
Well, a little delay won't hurt him any. Now, here's what I want you men to do.
Yes, sir?
We'll drop the bridge. Then sift this line of cars and trucks out. Get the license number and description of every car and the name and address of every occupant.
Yes, sir.
And if you find a light green sedan with 2 Mexicans or Filipinos in it, one dressed in a gray suit and the other in blue, both wearing caps, arrest them and bring them in.
Right.
I doubt if you'll find them in this lineup, though. The chances are they've abandoned the car. Evans and I are going to take a look around the island, see if we can locate it.
Along the piers where the great liners lie moored after their journeys from the Orient and the South Seas, and up and down the docks where scrubby tuna clippers sway at their moorings, Gentry and Evans search for the robbers. Their hunt leads them past warehouses that smell of cargoes from far places of the earth, and through streets where the fishermen are drying their nets, past canneries, and past lumber freighters. Finally, as they turn into Seaside Avenue...
Say, Captain, this might be it.
What?
You see that sedan down there? Parked right in the middle of the street. Both front doors are swinging open.
Yes, sir. Say, we'll have a look at that.
No, that couldn't be it. The description is light green. This car's blue.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. That poor Jap woman was probably so scared she couldn't tell the difference between light green and dark blue. Come on, let's have a look.
Okay.
Looks like somebody left it in a hurry. Yeah, they've been running it fast. That radiator's hot. Who's it registered to?
Let's see. Now, you might know it's a rented car. California Auto Park in San Pedro.
I'm going to ask that woman over on the porch there if she saw anybody in the car.
Okay.
Pardon me, ma'am. Do you know who owns this car?
No sabe.
Did you see anybody leave it there?
Sí, dos hombres.
2 men, eh?
Sí,
What'd they look like? Were they Mexicans?
maybe.
How were they dressed?
One, he wear gray suit. Other, he wear blue.
Well, did they wear caps?
Sí. You know him?
No. Do you?
No sabe.
Do they live around here?
No sabe.
Well, ever see them around before?
No sabe.
Well, that's good enough. Thanks. Well, Evans, your description tallies. I guess this is the buggy we're looking for.
Yeah, a lot of good it'll do. These mugs didn't give the right names when they rented it, I'll bet.
Well, we'll follow it up anyway. I'm going to phone the California Auto Park and see who rented this car. In the meantime, you'd better dust and photograph what fingerprints you can find.
Right.
The auto park manager informs Captain Gentry that the car was rented by one J. Colano of 8328 Street, San Pedro. On the way back from Terminal Island, the detectives check this address and discover that it's a school building. They return discouraged to the San Pedro police station to determine their line of action.
Well, we're pretty much up the well-known tree. Phony address, phony name without a doubt. And they didn't catch a shadow of a suspect while they were sifting at the drawbridge. Those birds must have abandoned the car and come over to town on the foot ferry. They're probably miles away by now.
You're forgetting one thing, Gentry.
What's that?
Those prints I photographed this afternoon.
Yeah, if the guys have ever been up before, well, they may help us.
Well, anyway, it's not as bad as it could be.
Huh.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Sebastian. How's the Merchant's Patrol?
Okay. I dropped over from the island to get the latest dope on the crime.
Well, there isn't much dope. We found an abandoned car with some prints on it.
Well, that's something. I've been up at the bridge with the boys checking cars.
You didn't have to do that. You're paid to guard warehouses, not to do our work for us.
Well, I wanted to get in on the excitement.
Yeah, from all I hear, there wasn't any.
Not very much. But I thought I'd drop over and give you some dope I got on a hunch.
Still playing hunches, Sebastian?
Yeah. Sometimes they're a good idea. Well, I don't know whether this is worth a nickel to you, but a few days ago I saw a couple of Mexican sheiks over on the island that were dressed like the ones described in this holdup.
Yeah?
What were they doing?
Oh, they were innocent enough. Had a couple of girls with them. But they were taking pictures. But here's where the hunch comes in. Somehow they didn't look on the up and up to me, so I took the license number of the coupe they were driving. I got it here someplace. You want it?
Sure.
Here it is. Here. 5 Edward 1495. Now, wait a minute. I put down that number again while I was checking at the bridge. I'm sure I did, too. Wait till I look at this other list. Yes, sir, here it is. 5 Edward 1495. Chrysler coupe with 2 Mexican dames in it. Yeah, here's their name. Dolores Gonzalez driving, accompanied by Mona Martinez, both employed by the Gold Star Fish Cannery. And they live up on 8th Street near the school.
Yeah, we know all about that school. That's where this guy who rented the car lives.
You'd better hop up there to the girls' rooms and see if you can find them, Evans. Try to wire Sacramento and get the registration on this license number.
The Department of Motor Vehicles quickly replies to Captain Gentry's query with the information that license 5E1495 is registered to Dolores Gonzalez at an address on 3rd Street in San Francisco. In the meantime, Detective Evans is calling at the girls' lodging.
Yes,
You the landlady here?
I am.
I'm trying to locate Dolores Gonzalez and Mona Martinez. They live here, don't they?
Well, they did.
What do you mean?
They checked out a half hour ago.
They did?
That's what I said.
You know where they went?
No. And this ain't no information booth for their boyfriend.
Wait a minute. Don't shut that door in my face. I'm not a boyfriend of theirs. I'm a police officer.
A police officer? Oh, I always knew them two would get into some kind of trouble.
No, they're not in trouble. I want to question them.
Well, they ain't here. I told you that.
Are you sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure of it. Oh, here's the money they paid the rent with.
Here. Just a minute. Let me see that dough. New $1 bills. 5 of them. I'll give you a $5 bill for them.
What for?
Because I want them.
Well,
All right, I guess, if your $5's good money.
Well, if it isn't, you can always find me at the police station. Look here, you said something about the boyfriends of these two girls. Did they have many?
It wasn't the number. It was the kind there was.
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of sheiks used to hang around here most of the time.
What'd they look like?
They was Mexican. One was sort of dark, and the other was lighter, with curly hair.
You don't have a picture of them, do you?
Why should I have a picture of them?
Well, I just wondered. Did the girls have any pictures of them?
They was always taking pictures. That Dolores girl had a roll of film in her hand today when she paid me the rent.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she did. Look here, I don't see where this is getting anybody, and I got a lot of work to do.
Quite all right. You told me all I want to know.
Why, I haven't told you a thing.
That's what you think. Thanks very much. Good day.
Well, I declare.
The landlady's dollar bills bear the same serial numbers as the money issued to Mrs. Nargo. Every drugstore and Kodak store in San Pedro is searched for the roll of film. Every traffic policeman and motorcycle patrolman is furnished with the number of the Chrysler Coupe on their daily hot sheet of wanted cars. San Francisco police are asked to watch for the two girls in the coupe, and police in Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, every town between San Francisco and Los Angeles are requested to be on the lookout. The following morning, Lieutenant Barlow, police department fingerprint expert, sends his report to Captain Gentry, who is opening it just as Evans bursts into his office.
Well, here they are.
What?
Why, the missing pictures.
Where'd you get them?
Picked them up at the Green Cross drugstore. They were in the name of that Gonzalez girl.
Oh, that's swell. And say, look here. Barlow reports that the prints on that car are the same as those of Paul Jojola, alias J. Colano.
Well, I'll be. Used his old aliases when he rented the car.
Yep. He's on parole now after serving time for a robbery job in 1928.
Up to his old tricks again, eh?
Looks like it. And say, here's a kick.
Yeah?
Oh, this is good. His address entered on his police record is 832 8th Street. At school again. Well, let's have a look at those pictures.
Yeah, here they are. 2 women and 2 guys.
Well, so far so good. They fit the description. Yeah, here's the wavy-haired one wearing the gray suit and the darker one in the blue suit.
Yeah. And look at this. The wavy-haired one poses full face with one of the dames in this picture. And then in this one, he poses profile. That's as good as shooting him for the mug book. If we can find a mug on him, it'll be a cinch to identify him.
Well, one of these guys is Colano. The question is, which one?
Better get Barlow to send you his mug.
I'll do that right away. And you take these snaps over to the island and see if you can get an identification from the Japanese woman. Oh, yeah, and you'd better stop in on that landlady and the parking station manager. See if they recognize him, too.
Right.
Mrs. Nargo, the distraught victim of the robbery, is doubtful in her identification of the man in the blue suit, but is certain that the one in the gray suit is the same as the criminal who seized her money. The landlady identifies the curly-haired man as Dolores' boyfriend, and the darker one as Mona's sweetie. The manager of the auto renting park identifies the darker suspect as Colano, the man who rented the car. But the police are stopped when they try to identify the curly-haired man in the gray suit. Then, the next day, as traffic officer L.H. Bowden stands his watch at 6th and Spring in Los Angeles.
Hey, buddy. Order that green coupe going down Spring.
Okay, jump on. What's up?
I wanted car and they didn't stop.
Well, you can't get through that traffic on 5th. Here we are.
Pull over to the curb.
Who, me?
Yes, you. The big idea of not stopping when I blew my whistle.
Were you whistling at me?
Yes, I was.
Dolores never stopped when men whistle at her.
Well, she better stop when the man wears a badge. I gotta put you girls under arrest.
Arrest? What for? Well, we stopped with that light back there.
Yeah, I know. It ain't that. This car's wanted.
Wanted by who?
Wanted by the police.
Oh, but this is my car. It's not stolen. It's mine. Hey, we ain't done nothing.
I can't help that, girls. I gotta take you in.
Loudly protesting their innocence, the 2 girls are booked at Central Station and then transferred to San Pedro, where they are questioned.
Ah, come on, boys. What's the big idea of pinching Dolores and me? We ain't done nothing.
Nobody said you have, Mona. We just want to ask you some questions, that's all.
Yeah, and show you some pictures.
Picture? What kind of picture?
Oh, some friends of yours?
Some friends of mine. Who?
Did you ever see this guy before?
Him? No. Never saw him before in my life.
Sure of that? How come he's posing with you in this shot?
Oh, Say, what's the idea of copying our pictures,
Oh, you
huh?
can have them back after we're through with them.
Sure, you can. But right now, we're interested in this guy in the picture with you. A pretty cheeky-looking boyfriend, ain't he, Mona?
Yeah, he's okay. But he ain't mine.
No? Whose is it?
Dolores. We just pose that way for fun.
Yeah? Who took the picture?
Dolores.
Sure it wasn't this guy.
Why, who's that?
Oh, come on, Mona. You wouldn't fool us now, would you?
Oh, I don't know who he is. I never saw him before.
Well, how about you, Dolores? We found a money order for $25 in your purse, made out to a Julia Gonzalez in Puerto Rico and signed by Ignacio Gonzalez. Who is this Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores? Your brother?
I haven't got any brothers. He's just a friend of mine.
How come you got the money order?
He asked me to send it.
How'd you pay for it? In new dollar bills?
What do you mean?
Maybe the dollar bill was taken from that poor Japanese woman a couple of days ago on the island, eh?
Say, what are you trying to pull off? I don't know nothing about no new dollar bills or hold up.
Who is Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores?
Just a friend of mine.
Is this a picture of him?
Madre, how did you...
Never mind how we got them. Who is this man in the gray suit? Is this Ignacio Gonzalez?
No, I tell you, I never saw him before.
Well, you must have. Why, here's a picture of your friend Mona and him, and Mona tells us you took the picture. Now, who is this chick, Dolores? What's his name?
Well, we call him Buddy. That's the only name we know. He's a friend. He's been visiting down here from San Francisco. But it ain't done nothing. You can't pin anything on him.
Convinced that the man in gray is the same Ignacio Gonzalez, whose name appears on the money order in Dolores' purse, Captain Gentry has Los Angeles and San Francisco check their mug books for the man. A couple of days later, the records from San Francisco arrive, and the police pictures checked with the snapshots. After 4 days, the girls are released for insufficient evidence and declare they are leaving for San Francisco at once. Gentry asks the San Francisco police to keep a lookout for the girls' coupe and also to watch the Gonzalez girls' address in the northern city. A week later, as detectives George P. Wafer and P.H. Keneally are cruising the waterfront in a radio car looking for stolen automobiles, they pick up Dolores and Mona parked in their Chrysler coupe. They arrest the girls on suspicion of robbery, send them to the station, and remain on watch near the Chrysler. Shortly, a big sedan comes up beside the coupe.
Hey, Dolores, what are you doing? You're sleeping?
Just a minute, boys. We want to talk to you.
Hey, stop. We're police officers.
Threading their way at breakneck speed through the narrow streets around the waterfront, the police car follows the fleeing sedan. So fast is the pace of the police car that it smashes into the rear fender of the sedan before it can be stopped.
Well, this baby won't run away anymore.
Dead?
Look at him. 4 bullets in the head.
Yeah, but there was 2. Where's the other one?
He must have jumped out as they hit the curb. Come on, he can't be far away.
In the wrecked car, Detectives Wafer and Keneally find the body of Kalain, apparently shot at the wheel as he sought to escape. But Ignacio Gonzalez had escaped in the darkness, and although police scoured the vicinity, he was not found. But so extensively did we advertise for him, and so persistent was our search that, nearly a year later, when he was admitted to a hospital in Stockton for treatment of a minor injury, he was promptly recognized and arrested. Gonzalez was a confirmed criminal who had been arrested 11 times in 5 years. This time he was convicted on a charge of first-degree robbery, and it is doubtful if the parole board will again release such a habitual offender from his present home in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Seeger. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Seeger has been talking tonight to an audience of millions of people, which includes many boys and girls who are anxious to help the police departments of their cities enforce the laws and capture criminals. The Rio Grande Junior Police Department has enrolled hundreds of thousands of these boys and girls on the side of law and order. Rio Grande supplies police badges, detective microscopes, fingerprint outfits, and other detective and G-man paraphernalia free to all members. We invite every boy and girl listening tonight to join. See the Rio Grande dealer in your neighborhood and ask how you can get your detective outfit free. And parents, bring your youngsters with you when you drive in for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. While they're enrolling for crime prevention, why don't you enroll for accident prevention? Now is the time to lubricate for safety, and your Rio Grande dealer is equipped to give your car scientific Sinclair lubrication. This is entirely different from the ordinary grease job you usually get. Sinclair engineers have worked with the manufacturers of your car, of every car, and both have agreed upon a certain Sinclair oil or lubricant for every moving part. Sinclair lubrication is the kind your car maker specifies. Sinclair makes over 120 different oils and greases to ensure that your car is scientifically and correctly lubricated. All Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealers are equipped and trained to give your car Sinclair scientific lubrication, the kind that prevents accidents.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 6. Suspects described in this broadcast are now in custody. That's all. Roll concluded.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the home. Kidnapping.
Just as it takes a special type of criminal to become a Hitler, so it takes a special type to become a kidnapper. Someone who refuses to face the fact that eventually all kidnappers and those who aid them will be hunted down by the FBI until they are dead or brought to justice. Such criminals aren't born, they're made. Created by environment, by society, by circumstance. And in one case, a kidnapper was created by something else, too. By his wife.
Sally.
Hmm?
Ain't that enough for today?
No.
That last round was
No, Frank.
I'm tired.
Then rest for a minute.
Been dragging me out here every day for 2 weeks. I'm a good enough shot.
For small-time holdups, maybe.
That bank job was no...
You don't have to tell me about that bank job, Frank. That was my idea. Just like everything's been my idea.
Okay. If it's all yours, take the gun, too.
Darling, darling. You know I didn't mean it that way.
Mm.
You know I plan everything just for you. Besides, I couldn't do it all myself.
If you could, you would.
Don't be silly.
I don't know what the point of all this target practice is anyway.
It's going to give you a reputation.
With 2 stretches behind me, I've got one.
Like 100 others.
But you're going to be bigger. Bigger than all of them.
Bigger?
Yes. What's the point of being anything if you can't be the biggest, the best, if you can't be number one? And that's what we're going to be, Frank. Number one.
You're crazy.
Wait and see.
Look, a couple more bank jobs and we can be driving on gasoline for the rest of our lives.
That's what my father must have said to my mother. And what were they? Petty crooks. Now they have to live on what I hand out to them. No, darling. We're going to do it right. One real job. And then we quit.
What one real job?
Never mind.
Come on.
When we're ready, I'll tell you.
Sally.
Darling, have I ever given you a bum steer?
Well,
Have I?
no, but
Now empty both barrels like a good boy, and we'll call it quits for today.
Professional criminals don't work alone, they help each other. The most successful are those who get the most help, and they get it through their reputations in the crime world. Sally Hadley learned this the way most people learn things, through experience. She made her husband an expert with a sawed-off shotgun, and then she made herself his press agent. She gave him a name, Shotgun Hadley. She passed out shells as souvenirs. She planned robberies and holdups, saw that he carried them out perfectly. She built up his reputation, and then she was ready. Ready for really big game. Ready for that hot Saturday night in July when an Oklahoma millionaire named Walter Montgomery was playing cards on the screen porch of his home with his wife and his best friend.
There's no point in playing with you, Henry. You always win.
You and Walter just let me win because I'm your guest, right, Walter?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Henry?
Oh, Walt.
I thought I heard a car stop down below.
You always think you hear something nobody else does.
How about another hand?
Well, not for me.
Me either. I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, why don't you...
sit down and keep quiet.
What are you...
Sit down. The shotgun works. Which one of you is Walter Montgomery?
Why do you want to know?
Never mind. Which one of you is Montgomery? Which one of them's your husband, lady? Okay, I'll take both of them.
But you can't...
Shut up. Come on your feet, boys. We're going for a little drive. If you ever want to see your husband again, stay away from the phone, Mrs. Montgomery. I told you the shotgun works.
1 hour later, a blue sedan stopped at an intersection 12 miles from Oklahoma City. A man was shoved out and his empty wallet thrown after him. Then the car continued on its way with Walter Montgomery blindfolded on the back seat. Just about that time, Mrs. Montgomery was putting through a long-distance call. She knew kidnapping was a federal offense, and following the Attorney General's advice to the public, she telephoned Mr. J. Edgar Hoover in Washington. In less than 45 minutes, special agents assigned by Mr. Hoover were on their way. They took no immediate action. Not even 4 days later, when Mrs. Montgomery received a typewritten letter, the first of a series of letters, the first of a series of ransom notes.
There was this note from my husband enclosed in the letter.
Are you sure that's his handwriting, Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes. He said to give them the $200,000.
Well, he certainly set a high price. Did they give you instructions how to pay?
Well, the letter says to watch for an ad in the paper.
And then take an ad yourself?
Yes.
Then it told you not to notify the police.
Yes.
Not to take down the serial number of the bills, and to have only, used $20 notes.
How did you know?
We haven't been reading your mail. It's just that kidnapping notes always follow the same pattern. Who do they want as the intermediary to deliver the money?
Henry, Mr. Carroll. He's my husband's best friend.
Well, if they put that ad in the paper tomorrow and you answer immediately, your husband should be back first of next week.
Unless something happens.
What do you mean?
Mr. Schuyler.
Yes.
I want to cooperate with the government. I know kidnappers are the worst kind of criminals. But you see, I want my husband back. Please don't do anything.
Mrs. Montgomery, There's no need for you to worry. The first concern of the FBI in any kidnapping case is to get the victim home safely. We want to see your husband back here as much as you do. And we won't make one single move that will stand in the way of his coming back.
Thank you.
3 days later, arrangements were made to have a satchel containing $200,000 thrown from the observation platform of a speeding train at a certain spot in Oklahoma. Although no one knew it, the serial number of every bill was taken down and listed. And 9 days after he was kidnapped, Walter Montgomery came home to his wife. He hadn't had much sleep. He was very tired, but he was safe. He was alive. He was home. As soon as he'd recovered from the shock and rested, he was interviewed by the FBI.
Now, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes?
What was the last thing you saw before being blindfolded?
Why, a lot of lights. Must have been some kind of plant.
Well, there was a power plant near where they dropped Mr. Carroll.
It could have been a power plant.
All right. Now, on the way to the house, did you hear anything?
Well, one or two cars passed us, but... Oh, yes. We must have passed an oil field.
Why?
I heard the sound of the pumps. And twice I remember smelling gas.
Well, then you passed 2 oil fields.
That's right.
Now, how long after you passed that second field would you guess it was before you got to the house?
Oh, I don't know for sure. Not long, though.
15 minutes?
Oh, less. I think about 10, say.
Good. Now, did the car drive right up to the house, or did they stop for anything?
They stopped to open a gate.
How do you know?
I heard a creak.
Mm-hmm. And then they drove right up to the house?
No, they drove into some kind of a building.
Mm-hmm.
A barn, it must have been, because I could smell hay.
Well, then the house is probably a farmhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Was it close to the barn?
It was exactly 12 steps away. I counted them.
Glad you did. Now tell me, did you have to go up any steps to the house?
3. And they creaked.
What happened when you got inside?
Well, they put cotton in my ears and taped it over with adhesive so I couldn't hear what they said.
Mm-hmm.
But every morning I could hear a rooster crow, and then about, less than a minute afterward, the sound of an airplane passing over the house.
An airplane? Did you hear it every day?
Yes. No. One day it didn't come.
Which day?
Well, I don't know. But it rained that day.
That was Sunday. That's the only day it rained while you were away. And that's the only day you didn't hear the airplane.
That's right. I don't know whether this is of any aid to you. At the time, I knew I should try to remember everything that happened so I could be of assistance.
Mr. Montgomery, I think you've practically drawn us a map right to that farmhouse.
For the FBI, anything can be a clue. The lights on a power plant, the smell of an oil field, the sound of an airplane. Using the information gotten from Mr. Montgomery, special agents mapped a circle, a ring around the approximate location of the farmhouse. They went to the airlines, checked schedules, checked flights, checked what line did not run a plane on that one Sunday. They figured over approximately what area the early morning flight passed, and the ring around the farmhouse grew smaller, tighter, closer. Now the FBI agents moved into the ring looking for the farmhouse. Looking for a farmhouse with a gate wide enough for a car to pass through. A farmhouse with a barn only 12 steps away. 12 steps away from a porch with 3 creaking stairs.
4, 5, 6.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone home.
Well, you can see I'm home, can't you?
Yes.
What do you want?
I'm representing a real estate company in Tulsa. We're looking over farms in this neighborhood with a view to buying them.
You want to buy this farm?
Does it belong to you?
Well, it belongs to my daughter, Mrs. Hadley.
Sally Hadley?
Yes. You know her?
I've heard of her.
Oh. She was going to give me the place anyways, now.
Hmm?
You want to buy it?
Well, looks like the right place to me. But I'll have to have some of the men in my company look it over this afternoon, if it's all right with you.
Oh, it's fine with me.
You'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here. As long as I can count on seeing you later.
Oh, don't worry. You can count on seeing me. Definitely.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of Shotgun Hadley. We will return to this case in just a moment. In pioneer days, Americans looked to their neighbors for security. When Mrs. Brown was sick abed, neighboring wives came over to help out. If her husband died, neighbors saw to it that she and her children had clothes, food, and shelter. But as the nation grew in population, as life became more complex, this neighborly security was no longer sufficient. To take its place, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Today it has grown into a strong mutual organization in which each member enjoys the advantages of association with 3,200,000 good neighbors who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. The equitable management then puts these dollars to work in ways that benefit the entire nation. Equitable funds encourage home ownership. They lend the farmer a helping hand. They finance great industries on which our prosperity depends. So is it not right and proper to speak of life insurance funds as one of democracy's greatest assets? By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Shotgun Hadley, Kidnapper.
Small things, but enough for the FBI special agents to move swiftly on the trail of the kidnappers. The parents of Sally Hadley were arrested and jailed. Throughout the nation, the FBI sent a list of the serial numbers on the ransom money, sent a description of the kidnapper, sent the call, "Find Shotgun Hadley." To the FBI, Frank Hadley was another criminal who had to be caught. To the nation, he was public enemy number one. To his wife, with whom he shared a hotel suite in St. Louis, Shotgun Hadley was a frightened fool.
We don't have to get out of here. Now sit down and cool off, darling.
Sally, they've got the serial numbers of this dough.
Shall I mix you another drink, too?
They've picked up some of the bills already.
Frank, will you sit down and relax?
Sure. Sit down and wait for them to clap us in jail along with your mother and father.
They're not going to put us in jail because they're not going to catch us.
They will if we don't get on the move.
We'll move. But there's something we've got to do first.
What?
Sit down.
What for?
Go on.
Oh.
That's it, darling. Now, you're going to write a letter.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. Here's a pen and paper. Just write what I tell you.
Who's it to?
Just write what I tell you. Dear Mr. Hoover.
What? Are you...
Go on. Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are knocking yourselves out...
Sally,
No, change that to wearing yourselves out. I am living on the fat of the land. Go on, darling.
Wait a minute. What's the rest of this going to say?
Oh, it's going to say that he'll never catch you because you're too good for him.
What?
You did this alone, all by yourself, without anyone's help. And you did.
What are you trying to do, tie a noose around my neck?
Frank,
this is a confession.
He's got my poor mother and father in jail, and I've got to get them out.
By having me confess?
Look, he knows you did it anyway. This will just clear my folks and show him that you're not afraid of anyone.
It'll just put me in jail instead of them.
Oh. You're really afraid of your own shadow, aren't you, darling?
Sally, listen.
You listen to me. Now, when I married you, I thought you were a man. I thought you were a man who could be the #1 boy in this country. I thought you had guts.
Sally,
What are you afraid of? You are #1 now. You've got to show them that. You've got to show them that they're the ones to be afraid. You've got to show them that you're too big to touch. Because you are, Frank. You are.
Sally, look. If we mail the letter
We're
from here,
not going to. I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Chicago and have her mail it from there. When they get it, they'll see how big you are. They'll see you don't care.
Yeah, sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to buy another car, and before they even have a chance to look at the bills, we'll be on our way.
Okay, honey, okay.
You just don't realize what a big man you've become. Now, what have you written?
Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are...
Wait, I've got a wonderful idea. An idea that will top the whole thing off.
What now?
Hoover may think the letter is from some crank. But do you know what you're going to do? You're going to put your fingerprints on it, darling.
What?
You're going to prove this is straight from Shotgun Hadley.
From Chicago, from Dallas, from Denver, from cities all over the West come letters to the FBI. And as the letters turn up, money turns up too, ransom money. $20 bills reported by alert citizens to the FBI. $20 bills that put the FBI closer on the trail of Frank and Sally Hadley. But Sally Hadley has gotten impatient. Leaving her husband in a small house near Memphis, she buys a cheap gingham dress, a red wig, and a second-hand car. And with complete unconcern drives right back to Oklahoma. On the way, she gives a lift to 2 hitchhikers, a man and his 8-year-old daughter.
I guess your little girl is asleep, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, she was awful tired.
Of course she was. Well, we'll get her a good dinner as soon as we get to town.
Oh, you've been so nice, I couldn't let you do anything else for us, ma'am.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to. Besides, she reminds me of my own little girl.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes, by my first husband. He died, poor man, and Frank, that's my second husband, he won't let my little baby live with us.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, he isn't a very nice man. Mr. Butler.
Yeah?
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I'm in terrible trouble, and I've got to speak to somebody. I've just got to get help from someone.
Ma'am, if there's anything at all I can do...
Well, maybe you won't say that when you know the truth. I'm Sally Hadley, and my husband is Shotgun Hadley.
The kidnapper?
Yes.
Gee.
I didn't know what kind of a man he was when I married him. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? But he's done terrible things to me, too, to my little girl, to my family.
Oh.
Because of him, my poor mother and father are in jail now, and Mr. Butler, I've just got to get them out.
But the papers
I
say...
know, but anything my father and mother did, he made them do at the point of that shotgun of his. Will you do me a favor, please? Will you just go to Oklahoma City and see my lawyer for me?
Well, sure,
You see, I can't go because the police are looking for me. But I want him to get a message to the FBI for me. I want him to tell them that if they'll release my mother and father, I'll tell them where my husband is.
I'll be glad to take your message, Mrs. Hadley. Only...
Only what?
Well, my little girl...
Oh, don't worry about her. I'll keep her here with me. Why, she'll be as safe as my own little girl would be.
Hello, Schuyler speaking. Oh, yes. No, not just yet. I'm trying to reach the bureau in Washington. May I call you back in a few minutes? Fine. Goodbye. Mrs. Hadley's lawyer again.
Pretty anxious for our answer, isn't he?
Yes.
You suppose he seriously thinks we're going to release the mother and father, Schuyler?
I don't know. Here's Sally Hadley.
There's a sweet double-crosser for you. Ready to sell out her own husband.
Well, if he's half as tough as his reputation, I don't blame her.
I wonder if she was crazy enough to come back here to Oklahoma.
She might be. We know she hasn't been to a lawyer's office.
I don't think we can stall him much longer.
We don't have to. He's covered by now, and as soon as we find Sally Hadley's intermediary, we'll find her.
And her sharpshooting husband.
Right. Will you get Mrs. Hadley's lawyer for me, please?
Sally Hadley, waiting in an auto camp outside Oklahoma City for the message from a lawyer, gets frightened. And so Sally Hadley, with a little child as her protection, runs to her husband, who is now in Memphis. Meanwhile, special agents of the FBI located a man in Oklahoma City, the man who was Sally Hadley's intermediary, the man whose 8-year-old child is on her way to a gangster's hideout.
Well, now we've got a little 8-year-old girl to worry about, Schuyler.
Yes. I just hope that Hadley woman is good. Hello. Schuyler. You did? Oh, I see. When? Well, that's that.
What? Where's she going?
I don't know. Well, we'd better send out a call for a woman driving with an 8-year-old girl.
A woman with a red wig.
Right.
She's probably going back to her husband.
That's my guess, too. And they'll probably try to move with a little girl. Schuyler speaking. Yes. Got it. Right. Right. That was Memphis.
Oh.
2 days ago, a second-hand car dealer down there brought in a flock of those $20 bills. Then a man who sells wigs brought in another.
I see.
And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a liquor dealer brought in another.
Well, I guess I'd better phone my wife and tell her I won't be home for dinner again.
Yes, I think we'll be having dinner in Memphis.
At 3:45 one September morning, a little girl sat on the Memphis railroad station. A frightened little girl clutching a ticket that would take her back to her father. But a little girl who remembered that she had had supper in a frame house near the edge of the city, and that she had seen a shotgun in that house. At 5:35 that same morning, agents of the FBI and local offices surrounded the frame house. They were armed with guns to battle against the murderous reputation of a man called Shotgun Hadley. It was just beginning to get light when two of them quietly entered the house. They stood for a moment in a dark room. To the left were two doors, two closed doors leading to two bedrooms, leading to Shotgun Hadley. They opened the first.
Keep quiet.
Who are you?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Federal... Oh, thank God. Listen, he's in there. Get him. He ruined my life.
That was Sally Hadley, the woman who had planned the kidnapping. The woman who later tried unsuccessfully to convince a jury that she was innocent. The woman who cared no more for her husband than she did for his gun. But she had built up a tremendous reputation for him. And now, as the FBI agents moved to the door of his bedroom, they checked their guns. They tried to anticipate the blast of that shotgun. And then, in a quick movement, they rushed the door to Frank Hadley. There was no battle, no fight, no shooting. Frank Hadley, kidnapper, Frank Shotgun Hadley, public enemy number one, stood against the wall, his hands raised high, his knees shaking.
Don't shoot, G-Man. Don't shoot.
That was the beginning of the popular use of the phrase G-men. G-men meaning government men, meaning FBI agents. And that was the first and last time Frank or Sally Hadley tried a kidnapping. No kidnapper in this country has ever tried twice, once the FBI has caught them. Because the FBI is the largest protective force in the world. You see, it doesn't consist only of a director and a Washington headquarters of field officers and special agents. It also consists of you and all those like you. In every case, it's the cooperation of the people which enables the FBI to find the criminal. And that is the way it should be. Because the FBI, like our government, is created by the people, for the people. It is the people.
Have you ever said to yourself, no, I can't possibly buy an extra war bond? And then you find yourself thinking of someone you know in the Army or Navy, your son, and you think, what are your sacrifices compared to his? And so somehow or other you find the money for that extra war bond. Remember the extra satisfaction you felt? Well, that's how members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about the special campaign theirs. All premium dollars received from new Equitable policies written in April will be matched with an equal number of dollars by the Equitable. Will be combined total during the 7th War Loan Bond drive in May. Remember, these war bonds will be over purchases, which amounted to the largest single subscription in both the 5th and 6th dollars. For you, your home. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Sally was played by Leslie Woods and Hadley by Mandel Kramer. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The challenge of the Yukon.
Oh, King, son, you husky!
King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. Driving, ceaseless snow made the vast Yukon a blurred mass of whiteness. But even the fury of the storm could not obscure the natural protection of a group of huge rocks that shut out the merciless winds. It was there that two men crouched, guns within easy reach, while they rubbed their hands together for warmth.
You picked a fine day to do this job, Manny. I ain't seen weather like this since I come to the Yukon.
Listen, Tom, you know the reason we're here. I can't help it if Jim Glynn always drives into Melville City on Wednesdays, can I? Rain, snow, or shine don't make no difference to him.
It'll have to be a plenty rich haul to be worth freezing to death.
Glynn's carrying the finest lot of furs this side of the Great Divide. I know that for a fact.
Well, he's done his last bit of trapping. You see him coming yet, Manny?
I can't see far beyond these rocks. You ought to be along. You know, Tom, I don't like the idea of doing away with Glynn.
Ain't no other way to get our hands on them furs, is there?
No.
Well, then.
Murder's the one thing we ain't done, Tom.
Only because we get what we wanted without it. The other robberies were easy.
Yeah.
Ain't he coming yet?
Yeah. I think that's a sled along there, but it's too far away to be sure.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me see. Ever since you had that touch of snow blindness, you can't tell a man from a grizzly at 30 feet. I think he's coming, Manny.
Yeah.
We'll wait till he's alongside of these rocks, then...
And we'll open up on him, huh?
That's the idea. Got your gun ready?
Yeah.
Well, we just wait now and surprise Mr. Glynn. He's making right good time.
Yeah. He's got a good set of dogs. What are you grinning at?
Jim Glynn racing like that to the bullet.
This ain't no time for jokes, Tom. Sometimes
Take it easy, kid. Here he comes now. Get ready.
Mush, you all of them! Mush!
That did it.
Come on, Tom. Let's get those furs and get out of here.
Watch out for that lead dog there, Manny. He's loose.
All right. But I want to get these furs on the wire sled.
Look out, Manny. He's going to jump.
Oh! Get down, you mutt! Oh, let go of my hand! Ouch!
Nice shot, Manny.
Nice shot. That mutt tore my hand.
Say, he sure got you. Here, let me help you.
I'll have to put a bandage of some kind on till we get to town.
It'll be a while before you'll be able to do much with this hand, Manny.
I'll take care of it when we get back to town. Come on, Tom.
The snow covered tracks almost as soon as they were made, so Sergeant Preston, heading for Melville City, had no way of knowing that he was trailing a murdered man. But as they neared the rocks, the great dog King sensed death in the air.
What is it, King, huh? All right, fella, you lead the way. Ho, you huskies. Ho, boys. Why, King, there's nothing but snow. Nuzzling around this snow won't get... King, there's a body here. So this is why you... Why, it's Jim Glynn. He must have been... But why? Shot through the heart. And his dog. So they killed the dog, too. And no wonder you were excited, boy. He's following tracks over to those rocks. Oh, now I begin to see. Tracks here haven't been covered by the snow. Sheltered by rocks. Those two men were standing here. They waited here till Jim Glynn was practically in front of them before they fired. Jim didn't have a chance. If they waited here, then they must have... But it's hard to tell which way they went. Well, King, what have you found now? Oh, more tracks, huh? Yeah, here's a bandana. CN. CN. Now, who could that... Newton. Cy Newton. He pulled in here about the same time the two other fellows were here. The tracks don't differ. They're about the same depth. King, we're going to Melville City to call on Cy at the Silver Lantern Cafe.
Cy Newton sat at the table in a back room of the Silver Lantern Cafe, resting his head on his hands. In spite of the fact that it was early afternoon, the sun had already gone down. The glimmer of the dingy light thrown from the sputtering oil lamp showed where Cy's Mackinaw lay in a corner of the room, wet with melted snow.
Oh, Cy. I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Manny.
What's the matter? You look like you got something on your mind.
I have.
Well, what is it? Business is good, ain't it?
What happened to your hand?
Oh, one of them stray mutts bit me. I've got to fix the dressing.
He sure tore into you.
Yeah, I guess he belongs to one of the trappers out front.
Ain't no use lying to me, Manny.
Lying, do you?
Yeah, I know how you got that dog bite.
I don't savvy what you're driving at. Come on, we'll have a few drinks. You're just down the dumps.
No, Manny, I ain't just down in the dumps. I know how you got that dog bite, and I know where you got it.
What do you mean?
I mean we're through, Manny. I've been keeping quiet for a long time now, but there's a limit to everything. What I saw today was...
All right, Cy, let's have it. Come on.
Well, I knew when you was taking cash from the safe, Manny. But I figured if you needed it, that was your business, so I didn't say anything. Then you started bringing them low-down friends of yours in here.
You better be careful what you say, Si.
I'm getting this off my chest, and then you're getting out of here. Even when them mangy-looking crooks was fleecing everyone who'd play a game of poker with them. Because they was your friends, it was all right.
And as long as I got half interest in this cafe, they can still come here.
If you're smart, you'll get out of the Yukon, Manny. When them fur robberies started, I didn't connect anything at first. That is, I didn't till you began flashing around so much extra money.
I won that money at poker.
You ain't never held a winning poker hand in your life, and you know it. But I got all I can take this morning. I was at Split Rocks, Manny, and I saw what happened to Jim Glynn.
Why, you...
Don't worry, I'll keep quiet. You're clearing out of this cafe. You and all your friends, Manny. You and me are through, do you hear? I don't care if I ever see you again.
Not gonna be that.
Manny and Si didn't realize that as they talked, their voices took on the loud, argumentative ring that carried to the ears of Manny's friends, playing poker in the back of the cafe.
Well?
It's us, Manny.
The door opened, and led by Tom Bryant, 6 men filed into the room, their hands resting on their guns. Si's appraisal of their worth left no margin for improvement. The dregs of the Yukon stood in that room, and Si, as he glanced over the lot of them, shivered.
Well?
We thought you might...
This is a private argument. You boys can clear out.
They can clear right out of the cafe while they're at it. Are you going to tell them, Manny, or will I?
You'll regret this, Si.
I ain't regretting nothing. Only thing I'm sorry for is the day we went into business together.
I think we better stick around, boys.
Now get out, all of you.
You can't prove a thing, Si.
I can prove everything I said. That hand of
I
yours was...
told you you'd better get him out of the way. If you won't drop him, I will. What the? My arm! Let go of my arm!
I'm going to finish you off right now.
Drop that gun, Manny.
Why, you yellow skunk.
You ain't hit, Manny?
Manny. Manny.
No, you don't. You've done what you set out to.
Here, let me see that man.
You better take care of Newton, Mounty. He's still got life in him. Come on, Rube. After you two help me carry him out.
Just a minute.
All right, boys, come on.
Yes, King, I know. We shouldn't have let them get away. There's something mighty strange here. But I think this might be the best way to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, my head.
It'll be all right, Si. Got a nasty bump there.
You saw it all, Sergeant Preston.
No, Si, I didn't see it all. I saw Manny draw his gun. Next thing I knew, you'd fired, and Bryant rushed up to Manny before he fell.
Oh, I did it all right. I killed him, Sergeant.
Now, listen, Si. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. From the beginning. Then when I tried to go up to him, Brian... Yes, I know. Brian's pretty free with his fists. I didn't aim to do no shooting. I didn't even think I hit him when he dropped. You couldn't hit the front of a house at 10 feet, Si. What are you looking for, Sergeant? Manny drew first. I saw him. Yeah, but what's that got to do with it? He could have easy killed me and... Oh, well. I guess it's up to you now, Sergeant. I'll just come along with you. Wait a minute. Well, I'm under arrest, ain't I? Well, I can't arrest you till Manny's proven dead. Now, let's see. You were standing right here. I can't see what you're driving at. It seems to me... You stand here, Si. Here? Yes. Now... I thought so. What? I've got a murderer to catch, Si, and I need your help.
A rumor spread through Melville City like wildfire. As one man told another, the story gained importance. Soon, even the most incredulous of the miners were repeating the news. Sergeant Preston brought Jim Glynn into Melville City on his sled. Jim, badly wounded, was being cared for in a room at the Silver Lantern, and Si was held in jail.
Will he be able to name the men who robbed him, Sergeant?
If Jim Glynn is able to speak, he'll undoubtedly name the man who tried to murder him.
The miners and trappers who frequented the Silver Lantern speculated. Was Cy responsible for the robbery as well as for the murder of Manny?
Cy confessed yet, Sergeant?
Cy refuses to talk.
Did you hear the news, Manny?
Yeah.
Preston's waiting for Jim Glynn to talk.
Wonder if Glynn saw us.
We can't take no chances. He might have had a good long look at us while we was low in our sled.
What do you aim to do?
We'll make sure he don't talk.
Late the next night, two men approached the back entrance to the Silver Lantern Cafe.
Lucky you had that key, Manny.
Yeah. Cy ain't been around to change the lock.
You can't change much when you're in jail.
Come on, let's get this over with. I don't know why you're so dead set in making sure you get him this time.
You ain't got a thing to worry about. As far as everybody knows, you're dead. But if Glynn talks, I'll be the one to be jailed for that shooting.
That Mountie hadn't picked him up.
Come on. He ought to be in this room. He's sleeping. You'll never know what hit him.
Go on. Let him have it before he wakes up.
You're covered. Drop that gun, Bryant.
Preston.
Reckon I can get up now, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, Cy. You can help tie your ghost friend here. So you're very much alive, Manny.
I thought
You believe that story about Jim Glynn being still alive, didn't you?
You brought him in on your sled.
We brought Jim's body to Melville City. Then Cy told the barkeep we'd use the back room here for Jim till he recovered.
We've been tricked.
You ain't been tricked any worse than you tried to trick me, you low-down skunks. I'd have hung for killing you, Manny.
You're under arrest, both of you.
You'll have to get me first, Mountie.
I'll shoot, Manny.
Let go! All right, now shoot, Mountie. If you do, you'll hit Cy. Go on, Sergeant. Shoot! Yeah, shoot. I'm getting out of here, see? I'm using Cy for a shield.
Had him, King. Get him, boy.
Oh, my hand! Let go of my hand!
Here, Cy, you keep this gun on Bryant. All right, King.
Oh.
That's the second dog to catch your left hand, isn't it, Manny? You're under arrest. Yes, King, the case is closed.
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Soon for the day tour.
Captain,
Yes?
could I talk to you, Captain, please?
Well, you're Mrs. Rostek, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Grafton.
Well, it's been a long time. You still got the store?
Oh, yeah. Sure, I got it. When Joe died, I thought maybe I'd sell it, but I couldn't get nothing for a little store like that. I got the store. How much could 5 cents candy, 10 cents sodas mean in newspapers?
Well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Rostek?
It's my boy, George. You remember my boy, George?
Yes.
He got arrested.
Where?
Here, upstairs. The detective.
What for?
Captain.
Yes?
They're about to turn out. Do you want to talk to them?
Yes, I'll be right there.
Oh, if you're busy, Captain.
Oh, you sit right down here, Mrs. Rostek. I'll be back.
Oh, yes, sure, Captain, sure.
I walked out into the muster room and stood behind the desk. The bell rang. In marched the platoon for the day tour. Patrol sergeant brought them to a halt. He reported the platoon inspected. The desk officer ordered the roll call.
Martin. Rifkin. Rose. Shaw. Sutton. Thompson. Savastino. Zollet. Captain wants to talk to you.
Well, a couple of things, men. We've had an alarm from the Harlem Valley State Hospital. An escaped mental case. His name is Lester C. Trey, age 58, 5 feet 10 and a half inches, 165 pounds. Gray hair, blue eyes, light complexion, medium build, and he walks with a slight limp in his right leg. They say this fellow used to hang out in bar and grills on 2nd Avenue in the 70s before he was confined. You sector men and you men on post there, keep your eyes out for him. Now, I don't like to talk about this. I'm not going to mention any names because I don't want to embarrass anybody. but get your house tax paid up. Those of you who are delinquent will have forthwith sent to your home. All right, Sergeant. Post the platoon.
Platoon, stand, hut. Left, face. Forward, hut.
The men who would patrol the precinct on foot and in cars for the next 8 hours walked out the door and onto the street. I looked over entries in the blotter. And I walked back around the desk toward my office where Mrs. Rustek was waiting.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. All right, 671.
All right, Mrs. Rustek.
I don't want to take up your time, Captain.
That's what I'm here for. What was your boy arrested for?
I don't know. Robbery.
Tell me what happened.
I was asleep 2 or 3 o'clock this morning. I don't know. Somebody was knocking on the door. I thought George. I thought he forgot his key. It was 2 men, not policemen, detectives.
Yeah.
They said, "Where's George?" I said, "I don't know. He isn't home yet. He sleeps on the couch. He isn't home." And they said, "Could we wait?" Well, I didn't want them there, but I said, "All right." Then they wanted to look at George's things. I don't know. I told them I got no right to show them. Ask George. All right, they said. And pretty soon George come home. Maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. There wasn't any trouble. No trouble. George showed them his things, and they said it would be better to come here and talk. George said, "Go back to sleep. I'll be home right away." I thought they just wanted to talk, so I went back to sleep.
Who told you he was being held for robbery?
I woke up and he wasn't there, so I came here and asked. The man out there, he said...
The desk lieutenant?
Yeah, the lieutenant. He said, "Go upstairs to the detective."
Was George upstairs?
Yeah, in a little office with one of the detectives who came last night. They were still talking. I went in and I said, "What did you do, George?" He told me, "Go home, Mark. Get out of here."
What was the name of the detective who arrested him?
Oh, it's Toomey something. I don't know.
How old is George?
17 in January.
He was 17, or he will be 17?
He was in January. I don't know, Captain. They came, they took him. He's a good boy. He goes to school. He works after.
Let me see what I can find out.
Yes, sir.
Give me Lieutenant King upstairs, will you?
Yes, sir.
He's a good boy. He wouldn't do anything like robbery.
21st Squad, Detective Tully.
This is Captain Kennelly. Is Lieutenant King around?
No, sir, I don't expect him back until 11:30 or 12.
Oh. Listen, Tully, who squealed
Tully,
that George Rustek
Tully.
being held for robbery?
It's my squeal, Captain.
Oh. Well, what's it look like?
We've got him made in 3 muggings. The last one was about 1 o'clock this morning.
Definitely him?
He had the man's wallet in his pocket when we arrested him. The man's in the hospital with 2 broken ribs and a kick in the face. There was another wallet in the lady's pocketbook in his drawer at home. Those are the other 2.
What does George say?
Nothing, Captain. He's about the meanest, surliest kid I've seen all year. He won't tell me the right time of day.
What are you going to do with him?
We're waiting for the other victims, the man and the woman. When they get here, we'll have a lineup, and we'll take them down to court. Any particular reason you're interested, Captain?
Well, his mother's here.
Oh, yeah. He wouldn't even say hello to her when she was upstairs. She's had her hands full with that one, all right.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Tully.
Anytime, Captain.
Yes, he's charged with robbery, Mrs. Rustek.
I don't believe it. I don't.
They say he mugged 3 people.
Mugged? What's mugged?
Beat them up and robbed them on the street. One last night. He's still in the hospital.
Not my George. I don't believe it.
He's been in trouble before, hasn't he?
He's a good boy, Captain. A very good boy. What are they going to do? What happens now?
Well, they'll take him down to court this morning.
Not for a trial.
No, to felony court for a hearing to set bond.
He needs a lawyer?
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Oh, I don't know a lawyer. Do you know somebody, Captain?
I can't recommend anyone, Mrs. Rustek.
Oh, Mrs. DePronio from the hardware store. Her oldest boy is a lawyer. I'll ask her. Oh, what time in court? Where?
Well, I've got to get through here first, but they'll go to felony court, 100 Center Street, in the criminal courts building.
You sure it's not the trial? They won't send him away?
All it's for is to set bail.
Oh, how much does bail cost?
You'd better get your lawyer, Mrs. Rustek. You can ask him all about that.
Oh, all right. I don't know, Captain. I've raised him good. I sent him to school and to church. It's been hard since I buried his father, but I sent him. He's a good boy.
You get your lawyer.
I know you're very busy, Captain. Just one more thing. You know me, you know Joe a long time. 10, 12 years, I don't know. I do my best for him, Captain, my best.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Please, one favor.
If I can.
Go upstairs. Talk to him. Say something to George. Ask him why. I want to know why he did this. I can't ask him. I can't. He needed money. I don't know.
Well, that case is not in my hands, Mrs. Rostick.
Please, Captain, please.
All right. I'll talk to him. Come in.
Captain?
Yes?
Patrolman Farrell has your car outside, Captain. He wants to know whether you're going to patrol any this morning. If not, he'll take it down to motor maintenance, have him look at a sticky valve.
Oh, well, excuse me, Captain.
Yes. Thanks for stopping in, Mrs. Rostick.
Just talk to George. You'll see. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy.
That's all right.
Bye. Oh, what'd you say about my car, Sergeant?
Farrell's got it outside, sir. If you're not going to patrol this morning, he'll drive down to motor maintenance and have him look at that sticky valve.
Well, I was off all day yesterday. Why didn't you take it down there?
Beats me, kid.
Well, you tell him to... just a second, yes. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly. Who? Oh, hello, Eddie. Yeah, sure. I got it down on my calendar. Wednesday, 4 p.m., Clinton Playground, softball field, Comets versus Eagles. The roof doesn't fall in on us. I'll be there to see at least part of the game. I'd sure like to. Thanks for calling to remind me, Eddie. Okay. Tell Farrell to come in here and talk to me about the car.
Yes.
Oh, and there's a communication from the Chief Inspector's office.
Yes, sir.
We're getting 3 brand new rookies for the night tour today. Tell McCarty I want Sergeant Burns to put them on 6 posts tonight. Put them someplace he can keep an eye on them.
Yes, sir, right away.
My operator, Patrolman Johnny Farrell, came inside, and I told him to drive down to Motor Maintenance Service Station number 1 at 16th Street and Avenue C and get the valve repaired. I finished up the morning's paperwork and looked over the departmental records of the 3 new rookies who would report at 4 p.m. for the night tour. At 10 o'clock, I walked upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad to keep my promise to Mrs. Rostick. Most of the men were out, as they should have been, making investigations on squeals assigned to them. The on-duty detective sat at his desk, typing out a UF-61 report. A woman, obviously a narcotics addict, was on the bench in a corner waiting for detectives of the narcotics squad to come and talk to her. The door to Lieutenant King's office stood half open. Detective Jim Tully, who was inside, saw me come into the room and walked out to greet me.
Hello, Captain.
How are you, Tully?
Dragging. No sleep.
I promised the mother I'd talk to that Rostick boy. I've known her for years.
You can talk to him, Captain, but he won't say anything to you. I know kids. I like kids. I got one of my own, his age, but this one, brother.
Well, what does he say about these deals?
He's not even sorry. He'd do it again. If you can figure him, Captain, you win the prize. He tried to pull away from me. I had to put the cuffs on him.
You talk to your lawyer, man.
Oh, hello, Matt. I didn't think you were here.
Just got back, Captain. Close this, Lieutenant.
Yeah, go ahead. His mother asked me to talk to him.
Sure.
Hello, George.
If you're another cop, I don't want to talk to you. I've talked to enough cops. Now, listen, you. You're not in here to do what you want to do.
Okay, Jim.
I'm not in here because I want to be, either.
George, this is Captain Kennelly. He's the commanding officer of this precinct.
So?
And I'm a friend of your mother's.
What's that supposed to get you?
Listen, boy, you're looking at a rough deal. There's no sense making it any rougher.
Well, what else could I make it? What do you want, mister? I told you I talked to enough cops.
I've known your mother for 10 years, George. And I knew your father. Good, hard-working people.
That's the trouble with them. Slobs. Nothing but slobs, not a brain in their heads. He's dead, and he's just as smart now as he was before.
You think you're so smart?
Well, the 3 of you standing around trying to find out something from me, aren't you?
We don't have to find out anything from you, boy. We've got you right. You mugged 3 people on the street in this precinct alone. We found that one man's wallet in your pocket.
I picked it up on the subway. Lost it.
Did he? Well, tell me how you got the property that belonged to the other 2. How did that wind up in your drawer?
How should I know? This guy put it there to get something on me.
Now, listen. You weren't happy enough taking the money from them. You had to knock them down and kick them all over the sidewalk. You're the one kind of guy we don't want around here, George. We're bringing every mugging victim in from the 19th and 23rd to have a look at you, boy. And if what I think is true, we'll just about clear the books.
Sure, clear them all up. What do I
17 years, and you've already done more damage than the average guy we get in here. We're doing 70. You're no juvenile anymore. You can get the book thrown at you, George, and I'm going to help do the throwing.
See, Captain, you can get back and tell my mother how nice they treat me around here. Give her a written report.
Why don't you be sensible about this thing, George? Get it straightened out. Be a little help.
Help for what?
Come in.
Whitey's back with the victims, Lieutenant.
The woman, too?
Yes, sir, he's here.
All right, let's have a lineup. Who've we got?
There's a couple of fellas, 18 or 19, down in the cells, car thieves.
All right, get them up here.
Give them a hand getting it set up, Jim.
Yeah, Lieutenant, you bet. Where's Whitey? What happens, huh? What gives now? Look, Captain, if you're a friend of my mother's, tell him to take these bracelets off, huh? Look at this. They got me chained to the chair like an animal. Look at that.
Would you rather be locked up? They'll come off when you settle down.
We can take them off now, Captain.
What is this, a new deal?
The people you kicked around and robbed are here, George. We're going to have a party.
Yeah?
You're the guest of honor.
The purpose of a criminal investigation is to arrive at the truth through the accumulation of evidence. Because a police officer is at the scene of a crime only in rare instances, he cannot depend upon his own direct knowledge for the truth. In cases of robbery and assault, the greatest amount of help in arriving at the truth comes from victims and witnesses who can usually identify the assailant on sight. The process of identification is very exact and painstaking for two reasons. First, to protect the suspect against erroneous identification if he is innocent, and second, to establish the fact beyond all question if he's guilty.
Come in.
You're all set for the lineup, Lieutenant.
Where are the witnesses, Jim?
Across the hall.
Hold them there for a minute, I'll tell you.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to stay around for this, Captain?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
All right, George, on your feet.
Why?
Get up. Now, look, we're going out in the squad room. There's a couple more fellows we're holding out there. They and you and two young detectives are going to line up. And this woman, this Mrs. Brown, and the man, Mr. Clayman, are going to come in one at a time. They were both mugged on the street. What we want to see is, can they pick out the one who mugged them?
It's a frame-up. It's all fixed.
Is it? I guess it was all fixed that you had Mrs. Brown's pocketbook and Mr. Clayman's wallet at your house.
Well, that's possible, isn't it?
Look, George, the truth has to come out. Why don't you save everybody a lot of time and trouble?
Why don't you save your advice?
All right, come on. Okay, let's have the lineup.
Yes, sir.
All right, you boys, step over here. Over here. Come on.
Well, what do you say, George? You can't duck it if you're the boy.
Come on, George.
All right, get lined up over here like I showed you.
Dolly.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Come here.
All set, Lieutenant.
There's one or two more men to stand up there. I don't want any mistake about this.
Whitey, Max, give us a hand with this, will you? Right. One of you on each end. All right. Keep it quiet.
Okay, George, this is your party. Get wherever you like.
Oh, what difference does it make?
Go on, pick your spot.
It's all a put-up job anyway.
Great kid, Captain.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Boy, first squad.
Now stand up straight and don't jabber.
Hold on. Captain Canelli phoned for you.
All right. Excuse me, man.
Yeah, sure, Captain.
We're about set, Lieutenant.
Okay. Captain Canelli.
Sergeant Klein, Captain.
All right, Whitey.
Mr.
Mrs. Brown here.
Neal from the corporation.
Stand still in line there.
Yeah?
He wants some information about a woman who fell down the subway stairs on April 6th and has a claim against the city pending.
Well, did you get out the aided case card?
Yes, sir. He wants to talk to the officer who was on the job and to you.
Open that door over there.
Oh, well, who was the patrolman?
Eisman, sir. He worked a late tour last night.
All right, Sergeant. Tell Mr. Osneal to wait in my office. I'll be downstairs in a few minutes.
Yes. All right, come in, Mrs. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Come off this way, please.
This won't take long, will it? I have an appointment.
No, I don't think so.
At the beauty parlor.
This is Captain Canelli, Mrs. Brown.
How do you do?
Hello.
I'm Lieutenant King.
Hello.
You see those men standing over there, Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Could you identify any of them as the man who robbed you?
Oh, well, it's an awful thing.
I want you to be sure. I don't want any mistakes.
Oh, there won't be any mistake. I'll be sure.
I want you to look them all over good, every one of them.
All right.
Look them over twice if you have to.
Keep quiet.
If you see the one, tap him on the shoulder.
And now?
Yes, now.
All right. I see.
Tap him on the shoulder.
This one.
Who are you, kid?
He's the one, all right.
All right, hold them. The other victim is here, too.
All right, the rest of you. All right, what do you think this is? Quiet down.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, young man. Do you know that? I had a cut in my forehead. My back was sore for a week. A week.
What do you want me to do? Break down and cry?
That wouldn't be a bad idea, George. I'd think a lot more of you if you did.
After the second victim had identified George Rostek as his assailant, I left the detective squad and walked down the stairs through the back room to my office. Mr. Othniel of the Corporation Counsel's Office of the City of New York was waiting. He explained to me that a woman who slipped on the subway stairs was making what appeared to be an unfounded claim for damages against the city. I arranged for the patrolman who answered the original call to give his immediate and full cooperation to the Corporation Counsel's office. Meanwhile, the robbery suspect, George Rostek, had been taken by detectives to New York Hospital, where he was also identified by his latest victim. I was still at my desk when Detective Tully returned from the hospital with George Rostek with instructions to book the suspect on 3 charges of robbery and assault. The act of booking is the first step in the judicial process leading to trial. The charges and the circumstances of the arrest are entered in the arrest record by the desk officer in the muster room. I sat at my desk and watched the procedure through the open door of my office.
Rostek, H-R-O-S-T-E-K, George. Any middle initial? No. No middle initial. Age? 17. Occupation? What are you, a student, George? When I work at it. Student. Robbery and assault, 3 times. He's going down to 240 to be mugged and printed and then to felony court. Yeah. Let's see what you got on you, George. Handkerchief. Comb. 50, 70... 78. Let me go. Hey, watch your It happened faster than it can be told. A citizen, a woman, had opened the front door leading to the street, apparently to make some inquiry or register a complaint. She held the door open while talking to a friend who remained on the sidewalk. The 17-year-old suspect saw his chance and made a break for the door. We were all out the door and onto the crowded street a few feet behind him, but he was young and fast and he knew the neighborhood. He ran across the street, down the block, and disappeared between buildings. Within minutes, there were over 30 uniformed officers and detectives on the job. The search continued late into the afternoon. No luck. An alarm was put out by CB to every precinct in the city of New York. The store, owned by his mother, and the flat in which they lived were both put under surveillance. Detectives were sent to talk to all his known friends. By 6:15, when I signed the blotter and left the precinct to go off duty, there was still no sign of him. Nor was there when I called in twice that night and 3 times the next morning. When I came back on the job at 3:45 in the afternoon, Lieutenant King was waiting in the muster room for me.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Matt, you look deep.
I am.
No sign of him, huh?
Nothing. I want to talk to you about it, Captain.
Yeah, sure.
We think the mother knows where he is.
Yeah? Hello, Sergeant. Captain. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Yeah. All right. 9-8. Well, what's doing, Sergeant?
Nothing much, sir. A few messages. I left them on your desk.
Thanks.
We're sure she knows where he is.
Did you talk to her?
Yes, sir. She's a pretty bad liar, but she keeps on lying.
He's not in the house or the store?
I've had men watching both ever since.
Well, a lot of people go in and out of that store.
That's the point, Captain. Somebody that went in knows where George is and told her.
What do you want me to do? Talk to her?
Yes. You've known her a long time. Maybe she'll open up with you.
Sure, Matt. I'll talk to her. There's nothing to lose.
Nothing, Captain. Nothing except sleep. We've all lost plenty of that already.
I signed the blotter, read the communications and reports, and turned out the platoon for the night tour. At 4:45, I had Patrolman Farrell drive me over to 2nd Avenue to the small candy store run by Mrs. Rostek. I got out of the car and told him to wait. As I crossed the sidewalk, I spotted Detective Jim Tully standing in the doorway 100 feet or so down the block. He'd been on the job 48 hours straight. It was his prisoner. He wanted him back. Hello, Mrs. Rostek.
Captain. Hello.
Well, it looks like George is in more trouble.
He's a good boy, Captain. I tried. I did my best. It's not my fault.
Nobody's blaming you.
A soda? Would you like a soda?
No, thanks.
I'll take one. It's hot out.
Where is he, Mrs. Rostek?
I don't know. Not even a glass of water?
No.
I'll have something myself. Chocolate's nice the way I make it. George, I don't know. Maybe I didn't raise him right. Maybe I don't give him what he needs. When Joe was alive, maybe I spent too much time in the store with Joe and not enough raising George. Now, since I buried Joe, I have not even as much time for George. Well, he was in trouble, sure. Kid trouble. Just kids fooling around. But I tried. You can't say I don't try. And I love him. He's a good boy.
Lieutenant King tells me he thinks you know where he is.
No, I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know.
It's in the neighborhood someplace, isn't it?
I don't know.
Hello, Mrs. Roxy. Have you got Movie Glamour magazine?
Right in back of your top shelf movie glamour.
Where?
Top shelf, you see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can I have 2 dimes and a nickel and change, Mrs. Roxy? Here's the telephone.
Yes, sure.
They find George?
No, not yet.
Oh, excuse me.
That's all right.
Oh, well, I'll use the telephone. Don't you worry about him, Mrs. Roxy. He's smart. They won't get here.
Yes. Very smart. Me, too. I'm very smart. Are you sure no soda, Captain?
Positive.
An ice cream, yes?
No?
You tell me, Captain. You tell me what's best.
If we don't get him soon, Mrs. Rostick, he's finished. He's young and he's got a chance to get straightened out. A good chance to get straightened out. If we don't get him, he can't do anything but get worse and worse.
The good boy is very good.
Worse and worse. So bad he'll never get straightened out. There'll be more muggings. He'll get a gun. He'll kill somebody. He'll get killed himself.
Himself? No.
That's the way it'll be. The next charge will be murder.
The line was busy.
So wait and try again.
Oh, they're on the phone all the time. What's the use? No, thank you, Mrs. Roxy. Bye.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You want him to get straightened out, don't you?
I don't know, but he does, Jonas.
Yeah?
He's been coming in for money to buy him food. He's hiding in a clubroom someplace, a clubroom that the boys have got. I put the money in the magazine, $5.
Thanks, Mrs. Rostick.
Captain.
Yes?
He's a good boy, Joe. A good boy.
I hope he turns out to be. I looked both ways on the street. I saw that the girl had turned north and was walking slowly away from the store. I followed her until I got to the point where Detective Jim Tully was waiting in the vestibule. Jim.
Hello, Captain.
That girl, yellow dress and blonde hair.
Yes, sir?
George is hiding in a clubroom. Stay with her. She'll need you there.
Thanks. Who told you, the mother?
Yep.
I don't get it. She was a clan with us. Why?
Because George is a good boy. Get going. You'll lose her.
Yes, sir.
And so it goes on, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Yes, sir. What's the address? 205, 209. Inside? In front of the shoemakers. What's the trouble there? What'd the men have? What kind of a gun?
Incidents portrayed on tonight's 21st Precinct occurred last year. Names were changed to protect the interests of persons involved. 21st Precinct is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 19,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Barbara Weeks, Elaine Ross, Linda Watkins, Lawson Zerby, Bob Reddick, and George Petrie. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.